Yo, what is up? Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jay, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I want to welcome everybody to the Sunday review show, Boxing Talk. Y'all know what it is, Sunday night boxing talk with 2 cents. Shout out to FaZe in the building. Cam J did a 10-hour live stream. I missed that. Ramon Seafood, all things. Lee Jackson, what's up, y'all? The homie Boxing Hacker. What up, Boxing Hacker? Bill Haney out here telling the truth on Mill City. You mean Bill Haney on here capping on Mill City right now as we speak. But look, I like Bill Haney. He's very entertaining, and he's never short on giving you content to make. Never short. They always in the media trying to control and spin the narrative. Shout out to them. Shout out to them. We're going to let some more people pull up in here before we run down the news, recap, talk about the upcoming events we got going on in boxing. Then we're going to drop the link. I got time today. I'm off tomorrow. Yeah. I got time today. Cash Crypto in the building. I was just over on, what channel was that? On Smoke Session Sports and Entertainment. I got in the fire with a bunch of Haney fans, you know. I was up there getting cut off and screamed on. People mad at me because I don't care about the belts. I don't know why people get so mad at me because I'm a casual fan. I don't understand it. And I keep explaining this to people. When I started watching boxing, I didn't care if it was a title fight. I didn't care if it was for a belt. I didn't care. I just wanted to see good matchups, right? Then I came into boxing. I started learning all this stuff about the belts and the this and the that. And then I start hanging out with some of you hardcores like Boxing Hacker. You know what I'm saying? People like FaZe. Just very cynical. Like they never was satisfied with no fight. Like they was always crying about who somebody needed to fight and this person needed to unify and this, and then I was like, damn, is this what happens when you become a hardcore fan? You just get cynical. You never satisfied. You hate the sport. Like the hardcore fans started hating boxing so much that they just wanted to completely do away with the old system and let another white man come in from another combat sport that he completely fucked up and shitted on the fighters, and he getting sued for hundreds of millions of dollars. Like the hardcores hate boxing so much that they want this man to come in and take it over. They don't want the boxers to have no autonomy. They want the boxers to make a limited amount of money. They only want the boxers to fight for one belt. They ain't got no options. They want the corruption centralized in one neutral place so that one white man can have control of everything. It's crazy to me. Like, so I was like, damn, I don't think I'm a hardcore fan because I don't feel like that. Like I don't find every hoop I could jump through to try to discredit a fighter. I don't do that. And then I started understanding the corruption in boxing, the sanctioning bodies, and how you can't get these belts because this belt is for this promoter, and this promoter usually got the WBA, and this promoter usually got the WBO, and this promoter usually got the WBC. That is the stuff like I started to realize, and I was like, damn. So, I mean, really, how important are these belts? Because it's like a lot of, it's a political game. It's a political game. Are they significant? Do they have meaning? Of course they do. But for me as a fan, are they the end all be all? No, they not. They not. Because what's not ever mentioned is people in divisions that deserve title shots that never got them because they wasn't at the right place with the right people. They couldn't afford it. I wonder if people ever take that into consideration. So, I mean, for me, that's just my 2 cents, right? That's just my opinion about things. And a lot of people want to say, oh, you just feel like that because you're a Tank fan. Well, I was also an Earl Spence fan and I feel like that. How come nobody ever say, you an Earl Spence fan? How could you feel that way? Earl Spence wanted to be undisputed. He tried to unify the division. No, that's not what they say. Because I was an Earl Spence fan before I was a Tank fan. And guess what Earl Spence was doing? Unifying and going for all the belts. That didn't make me any more or any less of a fan. If he wasn't unifying and going for the belts, he still would have been my favorite fighter. The fact that he was unifying and going for undisputed and going for the belts had nothing to do with me being a fan of his. So for everybody that every time I say something, you say it's because I'm a Tank fan, I'm gonna respond not favorably because I don't think y'all realize what y'all are saying to me is I don't think for myself. That's what y'all saying. I'm only saying something because Tank's saying it. No, I don't. Y'all may do that, but I don't do that. I don't do that. So understanding that I was an Earl fan and felt the way I felt about the belts, understanding that I'm a Tank fan and I feel the way I feel about the belts. That's why, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's. I don't understand why y'all keep saying it. Shout out to Boxing Hacker with the first support to the channel tonight with the $5 in the super chat. He says 2 cents. That's why you got to give people like Crawford and Dever props because they found a way to become undisputed, dispute the corruption in boxing. I do, but when I say that, Boxing Hacker, people get mad at me. When I say Bud is strategic, people get mad at me. You have to be strategic in order to pull off what Bud Crawford pulled off. The nigga's a boxing genius. I got a video on my channel called Bud Crawford is a Boxing Genius. He pulled off 3-time undisputed. You not doing that without a strategy, y'all. You're not doing that without a strategy. You're not winning these 4 divisions and doing this without a strategy. You're just not doing it. It's not something that just happens because you're good at boxing. It's a lot more steps to it than that. Y'all always want to sit on here and say I don't give Terence Crawford his props. Why do y'all say that? I constantly get a man his props. Constantly. I don't do it in the way y'all want me to. Jerron Boots Ennis, good fighter, very skilled. Do y'all think he will ever have the opportunity to be 3-time undisputed? No, he will not. I don't think another male fighter. Well, I gotta take that away because you got the smaller weight classes. But I don't think another male fighter is gonna be undisputed at 140, 147, and 168. We ain't gonna never see no shit like that again. In my opinion. Shout out to Big Dog Willie with the $2 in the super. Take a Maniacs and the Haney Cult are the worst fans. He say I talk with a list, but true. You talking with a list, Ramon Seafood? You got a list? My son got a list. Probably making fun of him. I like his tongue too big in his mouth or something. I'd be like, why is you talking like that? Like he get lazy with his tongue. When he start doing that, I start making fun of him. Queen in the building. She say that's the excuse they use when they want to start an argument. That's what I'm saying, Queen. That's why I'm finna. Oh, she a Tank fan. What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm also an Earl Spence fan. I'm also a Terence Crawford fan. I'm also a Devin Haney fan. I'm also a Shakur Stevenson fan. I'm also a Pitbull fan. I'm also a Ryan Garcia fan. I'm a fan of boxing. I like all the boxers. That's why I have a channel where I sit up here and talk about them. Listen, I don't know about these other channels, but I don't sit up here and talk about people that I don't like. Like, I just don't do that. I may have different opinions or unfavorable opinions or critiques that y'all don't like. You know what I'm saying? Cash Crypto say shit is funny hearing a goofy motherfucker say someone that's in a mansion and can buy anything they desire has underachieved. I mean, none of them have underachieved. Y'all are all rich boxers. To say somebody has underachieved is wild. It's wild. But I mean, if you want to say because they don't have what you have, they've underachieved, I feel like that's a little pretentious, but you're entitled to your own opinion. If you want to, if you want to make up a competition to get a victory, then that's cool. Do what you do whatever motivates you. But don't a couple of days later have a hissy fit because somebody think your hook is weak. If you can call people underachievers, then people can critique your hook. Shout out to Big Dog Willie back in the super chat with the 5 in the cash app. He say a study at Oxford University concluded that Tankomaniacs might be the reason why the dinosaurs went extinct, and the Haney cult is the reason why there are wars. Shout out. The reason why there are wars on these YouTube streets is definitely, I would definitely contribute that to the Haney cult. I would definitely contribute that to the Haney cult. All right, I've been about here on 15 minutes. We got a couple people that pulled in. Let's get started with the news. What happened to my boxing news I had pulled up? Okay, here we go. In recent boxing action, Anthony Kakase became a 2-time world champion by defeating Jazza Dickens on March 14th, while Sakashi Iwata regained the WBC light flyweight title in Yokohama on March 15th. Meanwhile, heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk has teased a last dance career finale, potentially concluding with the trilogy fight against Tyson Fury. Can you please put a 1 in the chat if you want to see another Tyson Fury Alexander Usyk fight? Listen, one thing about Turkey is he gonna give you the fights you want to see over and over and over and over again. Is there any type of demand for a Alexander Usyk Tyson Fury fight? Didn't Tyson Fury lose twice? Why are we doing a trilogy? So Yokohama, Japan. Shikochi Awada dethroned knockout CP freshman via technical decision to claim the WBC light flyweight title. Rikyu Masuda scored an eighth round TKO over 43-year-old legend Nonito Donaire in a WBA eliminator. Nonito Donaire got stopped, y'all, in the eighth round. Who saw that fight? Who saw that fight? I got a bunch of zeros in the chat. Nobody trying to see Usyk and Fury. So in the eighth round, Nonito Donaire got stopped. I was wondering why Nonito Donaire was fighting anyway. I thought Nonito Donaire had retired. Boxing Hacker, how did he look? You say he got to retire. How was he looking? Was he looking slow, looking old, or was he just in there with a better fighter, a better younger fighter? It says in Dublin, Ireland, Anthony Kakase secured a unanimous decision over Jaka Dizens to win the WBA super featherweight title. On the undercard, Jono Carroll won the vacant IBO super featherweight title via split decision. Y'all keep acting like this IBO title ain't nothing, but they sure do be mentioning it. In Anaheim, California, Arnold Barbosa Jr. made a successful welterweight debut, outputting Kenneth Sims Jr. Now, I think a lot of people were thinking that Kenneth Sims was going to win that fight, but Barbosa was able to pull it off. Barbosa was able to pull it off. Did y'all get to see that fight with Barbosa? In title action, Gabriela Fundora remained the undisputed flyweight champion with a 6-round stoppage of Viviana Ruiz. Shout out to Gabriela Fundora. She really doing her thing. She is stopping these girls. You hear me? Fundora is stopping. I think they said the knockout was minus 400 or something. Like you can't even get the good best no more with Fundora on the stoppage because she's stopping everybody. And I'm hearing that she's talking about moving back down. So I'm like, come on, Gabriella. I think you should be going up in weight. Just, challenging yourself a little bit more. But hey, if you can make the weight, you can make the weight. That's what they tell me. That's what they tell me. Shout out No Evidence in the building. But I think Gabriella Fundora needs to move up for real. If she's not gonna move up, she definitely don't need to go back down. I like Gabriella Fundora. She's a really good fighter. They trying to throw her in the GWOAT conversation. Now everybody trying to put her above Clarissa Shields and all this extra shit. Like, why do y'all have to do that? Let Gabriella Fundora be great at what she's doing in her little bitty weight classes. Let her have that. Don't be trying to throw her in. Oh, she better than Clarissa. She the GWOAT. Come on, y'all. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Gabriella Fundora is great. She's definitely making a big name for herself. If she keeps stopping these girls, she gets some good promotion. Hell, she could definitely become a big draw for sure. She beating the brakes off these girls. Who else we got? Upcoming major fights. March 21st in Orlando, Florida, we got Carlos Adames versus Austin Williams for the WBC middleweight title. March 28th in Las Vegas, we got Sebastian Fundora versus Keith Thurman, WBC super welterweight title. I can't wait for that fight. I'm excited for that fight. And, I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised. What's up, Rick Timms? Cam J. I'm surprised that a lot of people think it's more people that I thought rooting or thinking that Keith Thurman can win this fight. Like, it's kind of almost 50-50. What y'all think? Who do y'all have winning Fundora versus Keith Thurman? Keith Thurman versus Fundora. Who do y'all have winning that fight? I got Fundora by stoppage. But some people saying Keith got a shot. Keith could win it. Keith got power. Keith got the footwork. Keith got all of this stuff. So I don't know. Rick Tim say Gabriella is 5'9", making 112. Her brother is 6'6", making 154. They got them body types. Rick Tim's. They got them body types. My son like that. I got two sons that box, right? My youngest son, he about 5'8", probably 5'9", maybe. He fight at 120, right? Now, if we wanted to, we could shrink him down to 115, 112 because he fights at 120. He literally walks around at 120. He wakes up and weighs himself. He weighs 120. So he don't have to. He eat what he want. He do what he want, and he don't gain no weight at all. And if we want to put him at 112, we could get him down to 112. My other son, on the hand, he's shorter, but he's stockier, and his body frame is like thicker, and he fights at 132. But anything he eats, it sticks to him, and he gain weight. Like him and my son eat the same thing. My son don't gain a pound. My other son, he gain weight. So he gotta watch what he eat. He gotta make sure he don't go above a certain weight and all this other stuff. So I said all that to say that people got different body types. They probably eating whatever the hell they want and they go work out and their metabolisms is so high that their weight just fall right off of them, like my youngest son. Weight just fall right. I mean, he just be and they just be my boys be just in the house looking at each other, got fights coming up. One son, he eating whatever the hell he want. My other son, he gotta watch what he eating shit. He don't eat at certain times and on schedule and drink the water and do like it's just people's body types and their metabolism. It's just completely different. I definitely think it's time for Fandora to move up. I think he's gonna be going to 60 soon. And you know what's crazy is Fondora's at 54, and it's another fighter that I'm friends with, that I'm cool with, that's also managed by Samson, that's at 154 pounds, right? Both these fighters are at 54. But Fandora is like the main fighter. So the other fighter signed with Samson is waiting for Fandora to move to 160 so that Samson can now put him in place to get title shots and shit like that because he doesn't want to do that while Fandora is still at the 54 division. I'm telling y'all, it be so many things going on behind the scenes in boxing. And I know I'll come on here and talk to y'all and we debate and go back and forth. I don't want to be like, oh, I act like I don't know a lot of stuff, but I don't really just incorporate like every single thing I know and be arguing with y'all because then it wouldn't be no argument. Y'all would just be wrong because y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about because y'all don't really understand how the behind the scenes stuff be working. But y'all don't even be understanding how even the managers and shit be playing games with moving their fighters around trying to get titles and things like that. So it's just political all the way around as far as these title shots and these belt go for me to just place my whole authority on how I feel about a fighter off of accolades. And that's the biggest difference between me and the hardcores, I guess, or a lot of y'all, is that I just don't do that. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I just don't be doing that. But let me see what y'all saying. Cam J say she a whole different era than Clarissa. They can't compare them currently. I mean, you know how it is. Somebody do something, oh, they better than Clarissa. Every time somebody do something, oh, is Alicia Baumgartner the face of boxing now? What has Alicia Baumgartner done to be the face of women's boxing? I'm just curious. Just asking, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me do something real quick. Hold on. And because Pay said, LOL, damn 2 cents. I caught that shade. You just threw her little weight class is crazy. But salute Queen. Nah, Pay, I be saying that because I don't really even like when they do that stuff with like Inouye and Terence Crawford. Like, y'all really gonna put Inouye over Terence Crawford? He fighting in weight classes is 2 pounds apart. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Talking about pound for pound. When you fighting 2 pounds apart, like, come on, y'all. Come on, man. So, Pay, don't be trying to come on here act like I'm throwing shade because it's Clarissa. I said the same thing about Inouye and Crawford. Like, think about being pound for pound at 118, 120, 122, and you pound for pound. And Bud fighting at 140, 147, 168. Do you see the leaps in those weight classes? Come on. That's all I'm saying. He says you got to lean towards Fandora, but Keith definitely got a chance. Thurman must take advantage of his bad vision, peripheral vision. I mean, y'all, this is the thing. Fandora has always been fighting with his vision like that. He's always fought with his vision like that. So to say take advantage of it, I mean, I guess you can, but you got to understand, like, he's always fought like that. So it's something he's used to, right? And he's probably, learned to fight with it. I'm not sure if you can just take advantage of it. I haven't seen nobody else be able to take advantage of it. But you know what? Maybe that's why he be getting caught like that with them right hooks. I think it's the right hook that Mendoza dropped him with because you can't see them coming. No, Clarence Shield's not a weight bully. Two Cents Boxing, do they ever spar each other? Who, Fundora and Shields? Oh, you talking about my boys? Oh yeah, they definitely spar each other. Yeah, they spar each other. Not a lot though, but they do spar each other. And it's they contrast each other, right? Because my oldest son he can box on the outside and use footwork, but for whatever reason he always want to fight on the inside. My other son, he fight on the outside. He's like skinny and wiry, kind of like Deontay Wilder. And he got like a crazy powerful right hand. So he got like a long jab and he keep you on the outside. I've showed a video of him fighting on here before. He like to like keep you on the outside, throw combos, pull counters. He like to, like, since he's longer than everybody, he just like get out of range a little bit and he's able to fight that way. But my oldest son, he likes to fight on the inside, even though he can box on the outside and use his footwork. But they do spar each other. They very good work for each other. D Free in the building, y'all. If y'all haven't subbed to D Free, y'all go sub to his channel. I was over there earlier. I hopped on the panel, started shaking the table. Y'all know how I do. Everybody start cutting me off and yelling and shit. I'm like, God damn, hold on. Let me say what I got to say. There's a bunch of Haney fans up there, so you just go up there and start talking shit about Haney. I know how I go. But it was cool though. Shout out D Free. Cam J say facts is people don't understand those situations in particular behind the scenes in boxing. There's so many politics in boxing on every level. Boxing is very, very, very political. And I think people are seeing it a lot as far as the sanctioning bodies go. With Terence Crawford and them talking about they don't want to pay fees. They are bringing a lot of attention to it. But I think it's being presented as if it's something new, when in actuality, this has always been a thing. Bob, what was it? The WBO, one of them sanctioning bodies, got in trouble with, was it Don King for paying for rankings, and they had to go to federal court, and boxing was under investigation. Like, y'all got to go look up some of this stuff. Maybe I'll cover it. Maybe I'll cover it one day on the channel and talk about it. But shout out to Ramon Sifu with the $5 in the Cash App. He say for the tip jar. Shout out Ramon C. Shout out Ramon Seafood. Okay, let me see. Let me get through these. Um, March 28th in Manchester, UK, we got Moses Utwama versus Jermaine Franklin. Heavyweight prospect test. Did that fight get canceled? Did that fight get canceled? Jermaine Franklin, didn't they say he had some issues with his knee or something going on? I think that fight got moved back. Or is the March 28th the date it got moved back to? Y'all let me know. I heard somebody the other day, Cam, say, who was that? Was it Henry Garcia? I think Henry Garcia said that Leonard Ellaby called him and told him, don't trust nobody. Told him boxing. I can't remember if Henry said this, but they said, oh, no. This was Auntie Skull. He said, boxing is dirtier than the streets. He said, boxing is dirtier than the streets. And I'm telling you, these people in business, these executives in these suits, they diabolical. They cutthroat. Business is not a place for the weak or faint of heart. Business don't care about no emotions, no feelings, no loyalty, no friendship, no none of that. When money is involved, you can scratch all that. You can scratch all that. I'm talking about tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. You can scratch all that. Shout out to Thomas Hill in the building. He says, 2 cents boxing, the ladies' voice of reason in these here YouTube streets. Blessings, good sis. Most corrupt sport on earth for sure. But you know what's funny, Rick? People will say it's corrupt. People will acknowledge it's corrupt. But when you bring up some questions of possible corruption, they call you conspiracy theories. They say you just saying it because you a Tank fan. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. If we all have a general consensus and an understanding that boxing is corrupt, why can't we just expect some things may be corrupt sometimes? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, look at what's going on right now. Like, look how cutthroat boxing is being right now. You got Frank Warren suing Dana White and them for $1 billion. You got Eddie Hearn just stole Conor Ben from. You got Dana White just stole Conor Ben from Eddie Hearn allegedly. You got the UK boxing scene dwindling down because it's been gutted out. You got promoters at ESPN lying and fucking up the contract negotiations with Top Rank, causing them to lose their ESPN deal. Then they went over to Paramount and Zuffa. Like, that don't sound cutthroat and corrupt to y'all? Are y'all not like following the news and what's going on? Like, that's what's happening right now. It's a lot of cutthroat stuff going on. But anyway, back to this. Moses Atama. I'm following him closely. He is a big heavyweight prospect. People saying he's next up. They calling him the next Mike Tyson and all kind of craziness. I like Moses Atama. I just feel like I need to see a little bit more from him. See him, kind of step up the competition before I just kind of make a final decision on that. April 4th in London, UK, we got Deontay Wilder versus Derek Chisora. Heavyweight clash. I mean, Deontay Wilder is one of my favorite fighters, but honestly, at this point, I just feel like he's selling his name. It seems to be more people willing to fight him now that he doesn't have that mystique. Those 3 fights he had with Tyson Fury really took a lot out of both of them, if we honest. Neither one of them have looked the same ever since that trilogy. I think it was a total of like 9 or 10 knockdowns throughout that trilogy. So that's a lot. To keep getting knocked down by Wilder and getting up is a lot. And getting knocked down by Tyson Fury on steroids and shit in his gloves, that's a lot too. So both of those fighters went through a lot in that trilogy. They made a ton of money, so I'm pretty sure it was worth it. But a lot of people say that power is the last thing to go. And after I watched Deontay Wilder's last fight, couple of fights I seen before his last one, I was like, damn, his legs look gone. But his last fight I seen, it looked like the power was gone. So if the last thing to go is the power, then I'm gonna have to go out on a limb and say, I'm never one to tell a fighter that it's time for them to retire. All I'm trying to say is I've always been told that power is the last thing to go, and Deontay Wilder's power looks like it is gone. So that's my 2 cents about the situation. But like I said, it's Deontay Wilder. I'm a fan. I'm gonna watch it and support. And then April 11th in the London, UK, we got Tyson Fury versus Arslanbek Mahakmudov. That fight will be coming up April 11th. So we got 3 more fights in the month of March. We got Adames versus Williams, Fandor versus Thurman, and Atama versus Franklin. Even though I think that Atama versus Franklin fight got moved back. Zuffa Boxing. Okay, let's do the top headliners and rumors. Zuffa Boxing gains momentum. Dana White's boxing promotion has reportedly signed Conor Benn and is in talks with Edward Berlanga, and Jai Opetaia recently claimed the inaugural Zuffa Cruiserweight title. Virgil Ortiz Jr. has filed a motion to oppose Golden Boy Promotions restraining order, seeking to move forward with a potential mega fight against Jerron Boots Ennis. Pacquiao versus Mayweather 2, a long rumored rematch between the two legends, is currently slated for September 19th at the Sphere in Las Vegas. Now, I'm going to say this about the Pacquiao Mayweather 2 fight. How can we ever, like, think about it, right? How can you complain about Ryan not rematching Devin or Tank not rematching Roach when we see that the rematch may not take place until a decade later? Look at Floyd and Manny. I think they last fight was 11 years ago. They finally fighting a rematch. So I just think we need to have a little bit more patience with boxing. You may not get the rematch when you want it. It may take a decade, but eventually you'll get the rematch. So y'all just gotta chill. I'm just trying to say y'all just gotta chill. I bet y'all thought y'all would never get a Manny Mayweather rematch. Put a 1 in the chat if you thought you was never gonna get a Manny Pacquiao Mayweather rematch. Put a 1 in the chat. OTB said he think it's a confidence issue, not his power. Um, the last guy he fought, he was confident. That dude wasn't doing nothing, and his power was not doing nothing. I don't think it's a confidence issue. I just think the nigga power not like that no more. Honestly, I don't think Wilder working out like that no more. He never did leg work. He never did roll work. Like, and when you're older, you know what I'm saying? You're older now. So those little things you were skipping back in the day, the muscles you should have been strengthening back in the day, you never did. And now that you're older, all that stuff gonna catch up to you. All that stuff gonna catch up to you. See, J Man said it was 11 years ago. See, J Man ain't think Randall, Knight Rider. So how can we be crying about rematches? Y'all just gotta be patient. Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather took 11 years to rematch each other. They are now the new standard. They are now the new standard. So it ain't no crying about no rematches until at least 11 years have passed. I'm just saying. Matter of fact, even longer than that, because we finally got the Mike Tyson Roy Jones Jr. fight. We finally got that fight. How long that took? Like 20 some years? I'm just saying. This boxing, you gotta be patient. I bet y'all thought y'all would never get a Roy Jones Jr. Mike Tyson fight. And what? Y'all just had to wait 20 some years? Look. 20 plus years for the Roy Tyson fight. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Tony Review say put a 5 if you no longer care about a Manny and Floyd rematch. This ain't about your feelings, Tony. This ain't about your. We don't care if you no longer care. That's not the conversation. The topic of conversation is we gotta stop crying about these rematches because you may not get it now, but you may get it in 2 decades. You never know. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Y'all know I'm joking. All right, let's see what else we got for the news. Maybe I start doing rankings on Sunday too, or something, just to add to the news portion. So it's boxing kind of slow right now. Let me drop the link. I've been on here 42 minutes already. How? Like, I swear, when you're doing your show, the time just passed by. I'm gonna be honest with you though. I feel like the Manny Pacquiao I feel like the Manny Pacquiao Mayweather first fight was meh. And then like now y'all doing a rematch a decade later. It's like, bruh, come on, man. But guess what? I'm a casual, so I'm gonna watch it. I'm a casual, so I'm gonna watch it. Anybody watch the Blueface fight last night? Anybody watch that? Or y'all too good for that one? And the reason why I watched the Blueface fight is because I've been watching. Like I don't want to say I've been watching Blueface, but if you're on the internet and you follow blog sites, it's like they force Blueface and Krishan Rock on you. It's like I don't care what they are doing, but I have been following Blueface with his boxing, and I have been following Krishan Rock with her boxing. And Blueface, like he's been serious about boxing. I think he sparred Mayweather. He was sparring Krishan the other day, so he's really been training for boxing. Let me say that for the most part. But I felt like that his fight was all right. I do kind of feel like he was robbed, though. I ain't gonna lie.
That's not, bro. I watched like part of that fight. It looked like he got knocked out the ring at one point. That's a damn.
Yeah, he did get knocked out the ring. But he was piecing old dude up though. But the issue was he got tired. The fat dude was in better shape than he was.
That's like, crazy, isn't it?
Blueface. He just people don't take you know what I tell my son? Because people don't take conditioning serious, right? And I tell my son, because we watch the amateur fights, they get tired. And I always tell my son, like, conditioning is a skill. Conditioning is a skill. It's something that you can improve and get better than. My son is an infinitely better. My son can run. He averages about 7:30, 8-minute miles on a 5-mile run.
Oh, that's really good.
I mean, his condition. I ran track my whole life. If it's one thing he gonna have, is good conditioning.
That's really good.
So his conditioning is up, but I mean, of course, it's a different type of. His conditioning is up, but boxing, you got to have a different type of stamina. You got to have your punch stamina.
You have the.
You got to have.
What's it? No, is it called anaerobic? There's aerobic and anaerobic. The other one.
Yeah. You got to have you got to be in boxing shape. You got to have your punch stamina. But the issue I have with my son is not his stamina, it's not his punch stamina. It's his ability to keep the focus the whole time. Like you doing what works, and then you just want to do some bullshit. Like, bro, why don't you keep doing what everybody keep telling me? It's just his experience.
Box the whole 3 minutes. Like when he's on the bell, does he shadow box? Like when he shadow box, does he shadow box the whole 3 minutes, or does he shadow box and stop?
No, he'll just keep shadow boxing, like just about 9-10 minutes, just straight.
Like without stopping? Well,
without stopping. Yeah. He just got. He just gets. My son, he like the bang. He want to get inside. He like the bang. He be wanting to fight, and I keep telling him like he has a pro style. We don't teach him an amateur style, and I'm just trying to tell him like it's not a pro fight. The shit you
Yeah,
be doing,
you
you
gotta teach him
cannot
the
do that.
amateur
You
style,
gotta
buddy.
get more. Nah,
The amateur
he
style is too fast paced for the pro style, man.
nah, he don't even
You
learn
gotta
no
lose
amateur
on
stuff.
points, you know.
Yeah, but he started boxing too late to be trying to learn to fight like an amateur.
Oh wait, he started as a teenager or what?
Yeah, he started as a teenager. Both of them.
That's not too late.
Both of
I
them.
mean, it's a little late, but it's not too late. You
But
know.
I never would have really per se taught my kids an amateur style. Unless their goal was to like be Olympians. If your goal is to be a pro, in my opinion, I'm not gonna train you necessarily with an amateur style. But that's just my theory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I think you train with the amateur style, and then you just switch it up when you go pro. You know.
But you can't really like think about like Shakur
Yeah,
Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson was a really great amateur. And I
yeah,
still think his style is amateurish. Like he hasn't really, in my opinion, switched it over to a pro
but
style.
look what he's done, right? So like you consider, I wouldn't even say his style is amateurish, really. Like, but look what he's done, right? He's beat everybody's beats. He beats easily because the amateur fighters, a lot of them be tougher than the pros sometimes. You know, because they're
Yeah.
younger and they're more and like amateurs is very fast paced. You know, it's a very fast paced competition. You know,
Me and my I always be making fun of them. They like to like
that
they like to
should
jump
be
in with that three.
that should be working
That shit
though.
is so annoying.
That should be working though, man.
And I tell my son with the reach, soon as they jump in, he bow, he come with that too. Bow, they back right
Man,
on up.
you come with that too, and then the other guy go, ee, he got
They
like six
finna jump.
points, man. They
That
hit
shit
you and
is so
raise their hand up and shit.
I can't stand that shit.
Yeah,
I hate
they
it.
hit you and raise their hand up. Gotcha.
This shit's
Yeah.
stupid.
I mean, it's interesting. I don't know. Like, I think, I mean, the most important thing is you learn the fundamentals really, really good. You know, I think that's what separates a novice from an open section. You know, like
Man,
if
these
you,
kids ain't learning no fundamentals, man. I
that's
watch
the
these amateur
problem.
boxers and they
That's why we get cooked in the Olympics so much. You know,
yeah.
yeah, we be getting cooked. You know, in the Olympics, but like if you, the
These
most
boxers
main
soft
thing,
too. They
huh?
soft. They're soft.
You think now?
Yes. I mean, I'm like yes, like if I beat you one time in a round of sparring, they don't ever want to spar you again. It's like, bro, like come
But you know
on.
what's interesting about that? Like a lot of other countries don't do hard sparring. Like I think America does hard sparring a lot, but they be winning in tournaments. You know, because there's a different theory where it's like if you do light sparring a lot, you get more rounds in. You know, and you get to practice more on what you're working on. If you do
Listen,
hard
my,
sparring,
my son is in the Cuban gym. Ain't no light sparring.
Cubans don't be, but I don't think Cubans be doing hard sparring normally.
Nigga, we spar 3 times a week.
And it's all hard sparring. That's
Yes.
crazy.
Yes.
That's
For the most
crazy.
part, yes.
That's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a lot, man.
But I mean,
I mean,
I
hard
think
sparring. I think hard sparring has a time, but I don't think it should be like 3 times a week. I think you should like,
they spar Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot on the body, man.
Hmm.
Yeah, they have,
Then they
by the
do
time they're
some.
like mid into their pro career, they're gonna be like, hey, what's
Well,
up?
like
You
I
know?
told you, my kids ain't been fighting that long. So the hard
Yeah.
sparring, I believe, and I specifically picked that gym because the hard sparring, since they haven't been fighting that long, is what's gaining them their experience. Because another
Mm,
issue you come with boxing hacker is you
yeah.
put your kids in matches and they won't even match you.
What do you mean?
They won't match you in fights.
Oh yeah, sometimes like people be pulling out and shit. You mean right?
No, they won't even match it. They'll see our gym name and then they won't even match. Or they see my son name and they won't even match him. It took my son
Yeah.
forever to be open because we couldn't get him matched in fights.
What's your son record right now?
I don't even know what his record is. How many fights did Bo got?
He
He
has
got
to
like
have.
20 something fights.
Oh,
He
that's
got
good.
21
That's good.
fights.
Yeah.
But that's another
So it
issue
took him a
too.
long time to get his first 10. You mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got you. I
Yeah,
got
but
you. Yeah.
it's all
Yeah.
good though.
Yeah. I mean, to me, like I said, I think this is just a different theory. You know, like
It's
I
a
think
lot of
if you do too much hard sparring, sometimes you're not like advancing quick enough. You know, I think if you do some hard sparring, then mix it with like technical sparring is better. Because technical sparring, you can do more rounds and you learn more because it's a little bit slower pace.
what is technical sparring?
So it's not. So you take away all the bravado and the motivation to beat each other, but it's like you two are just working. So
I mean,
you
that's
have to work.
sparring, period.
Nah. Sometimes you try and crack the other person.
But you know
You're not
what? I'm not
working.
always, you know why I'm not always
you
trying to
know.
crack the other person is because I'm not necessarily
Yeah,
always
yeah.
sparring
Sometimes you're just
somebody
trying to
that's
beat
on
the
my
hell out of the other
level.
guy.
So no, they're not always doing that.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
because we're not always like sometimes my son is sparring people that's not on his level, or sometimes he's sparring people above his level. So we're not always just trying to beat the shit out of each other. No, 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 no. Sometimes most times they're working on things. The only time you really just get that hard sparring like you talking about is when another
yeah.
gym comes.
Oh yeah, when that gym coming be something different. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
that's when
that.
it's time to be like, all right, what's up?
Yeah,
What's
that's
up, Tony? What up, Paid on the panel? What y'all got for the show?
I'm gonna let homie go first.
What's up, Tony?
What's going on? I don't feel like your kids are too old for boxing or started too late. 10 years old, they're still
10.
I thought you said 10.
no. You
No,
feel
they
like
said they were teenagers. They was like, how
Oh,
old was them?
teenagers.
13, 14?
it's okay. It's not. It's not.
Um, I
Yeah,
mean, it's a little older, but they still got enough time to develop. I
exactly.
mean,
Yeah, of course. But them kids, they be like, I've been fighting since I was 4. I'm a
yeah,
10-time national
How many fights
champion.
you got? I
I'm
got
like, God
296
damn.
amateur fights.
yeah. Most people in boxing start very young,
Yeah,
but that doesn't per se mean that like if you start later, you can't still develop and be good.
yeah,
It's just that
Oh, I know. 'Cause my
people
son's
are ahead of you. But then again, at the same time, you got to understand when they're that young boxing too, like it's you could be a very good young kid, and then whenever you hit puberty, you just don't advance into your man as much as you should as other kids, and then naturally they just fall behind because really it's that 13, 14, say 15, 16-year old that's going to develop you truly what you're going to be like naturally.
right.
And skills is good and all, but at some point some people just naturally you either have it or you don't. So I still think they're fine. It's just a little bit older, but they'll be good. As far as the hard sparring goes, I mean, hard sparring has its place, but I never really looked at sparring like it should be fighting. It should be technique, learning, teaching, moving around, getting your lungs up, working on things. I mean, every now and again, a fight will break out because somebody gets upset. You get the better of them, they get the better of you. But I never liked like just nonstop, like we're just fighting like we're fighting in a real fight because it's how your body breaks down very quickly and you don't have time to recover. And it actually ends up, in my opinion, doing more harm in the long run than it does like, you know, good. Cause I mean, I don't know, like the gym's where you learn. You shouldn't be full fighting every time you go to the gym. But that's just my opinion.
I agree. I agree 100% actually.
What up, Paid? What you got?
What up? I ain't really got too much. Yeah, I got my son into boxing right now too, but he started at the age of 7. So, I it like you said, when other gyms come, like that's when like they really be like really into working hard. I mean, working more. But I don't like him to spar that much because like again, you take that's a lot of punishment on your body before you even fucking get to the ring.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So
You
so
better.
I'm yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't like him to spar that much.
Yeah, most gyms out here don't be sparring like that. That's why we whoop their ass when we see them in tournaments because they're not used to that pressure, that the hitting, the because
Yup,
they not doing it. You know what I'm saying?
yup,
Oh
yup.
yeah.
I went to one gym when we was going around looking for my son in the gym. He was like, "Yeah, I don't make my fighters do no road work." I looked at my husband. I was like, "We finna go." He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah, cause what they need to be running for. They don't run in the ring. They what they need to be running for." I'm
It's
like,
just,
See,
that's an old school theory too, right?
that's
You all need to
terrible.
run.
That's
"All
terrible,
right, we
bro.
finna
You know who
go."
Cause
didn't
yo,
run? What's this guy's name? A
Well,
couple
you
fighters didn't
got
run.
like I always did road work when I was fighting, but you do have the mindset of train like you fight. So there are
Yeah,
fighters
But
who
you
don't.
do both. You have to because this is the thing, right? This is what people don't realize about sport. For any
Holyfield
sport
didn't
you
run.
do, you need a baseline condition. you need a baseline conditioning. Get out, run your miles, get your conditioning up, right? So now that I have my baseline conditioning, when I go to start training for my sport, whether it's basketball, football, whatever it is, now I can work on my conditioning and my stamina for the sport that I'm doing. But if I don't have a baseline conditioning and then I just start going to try work on my stamina and whatever sport I'm doing, then you get injuries that come into play, right? Because I
Right,
don't have that
right,
baseline conditioning there. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, and me as a running track all my whole entire life, I had a good understanding of that because no matter what sport I did, I played basketball, ran track, volleyball, whatever the case was, I was always in shape. I already had a baseline conditioning. I'm never starting from zero.
right.
Yeah. But you know, like people like James Tony and what's his name, Holyfield, they were able to do it without running. Even Mike Tyson's coach, Mike Tyson said his coaches would be like, I forget what he said something too. He's like he was playing around when he went running, you know, because Mike Tyson used to run a lot, but his coach didn't like that at all though. You know, it's one of those theories like
And
you
it's
can
like the theory, like even Victor Conti, I hear Victor Conti talking about it. And I kind of get it. He's like, well, why would I do long running and this and that? Because
yeah
that's the slow twitch muscles and this and this and that. And I was a sprinter and a jumper. So I get what he's trying to say, but it's like you still need that baseline conditioning. You don't got to do it forever because you go from long runs, then you go to interval training, and then you start doing sprint. So it's a process, but to just say you're not gonna do no road work, it's just because think
yeah
about it.
yeah.
Um, I wonder is that what Breadman believe? Is that his philosophy? Because all his boxers don't have no conditioning.
You know, this modern boxing has changed a lot. So a lot of them be using like different gadgets and stuff to work out. So
Like I just never can understand why fighters have issues with conditioning. Like how can you not improve your conditioning?
Right.
Running's an interesting thing because, like I said, boxing
Well,
is an anaerobic exercise, right? And then running, if you're just running, that's aerobic exercise. So it's a
yeah, but
different type of breathing.
to answer your question too, sis, because your anaerobic is going to be capped for different people. Like, for instance, you
Yeah,
can make the same argument. Like, you go to the gym every day, but you're weak as shit. Why aren't you getting stronger? Because some people just don't get much stronger than where they start. It's just like you can have some people who run a lot, but their endurance just doesn't go up much
But
from
yeah,
where they
Tony,
started.
but it's no way that I can go to the gym every day, right? On a proper program and not get stronger though. Like that's damn near impossible.
It's not because
nah,
it's just how the body is.
yeah,
Sometimes
yeah. I agree with Tony. You could
it's
definitely
just it's a
get capped
physical
out.
limitation that like if everybody could get power, everybody would knock everybody out. If everybody could get unlimited stamina, nobody would ever get tired. But you see fighters get tired and you see fighters who have no
But
power
what I'm saying is why can't they improve it though? I'm not saying never get
because
tired. I'm not because you're speaking as if you peaked. If I go to the gym right now, Tony, on a proper weight program, I'm going to get stronger.
but
Actually,
what I'm
Sin got a
saying
point. You could
is
probably get the same amount. Sin has a point. You can actually get the same amount. You're probably like sparring a lot too. It's
my point is though
Mhm.
is there is a limitation, there is a cap to how strong or how much endurance you're going to get. Some people can never get the lungs, no matter how hard they train, no matter how long they train, to last a grueling 12-round fight. They just it's a physical limitation to their body. They just can't get it.
So
You
you
have
think
other
that's why they
people.
go to Victor?
I'm
uh,
not gonna speak on it. Victor's gone. He gone now.
No, but I'm asking, like, would that be a
yeah. Victor
motivation to
Victor
be
knows a
like,
lot
hey, let
though.
me call up Victor so he can
Yeah, he
give
knows
me
a
the
lot.
supplements I need because I've already maxed out.
Well, we
You know,
know supplements are gonna improve you no matter what, and that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Boss Rutan, I guess his name. He said one way you can improve your endurance is by stretching. Actually, like certain back stretches, I think help improve your endurance. You know.
Oh yeah, they swim too. Swimming is good. They say swimming is the best thing to simulate a boxing match.
Facts. Facts. I did that shit during basketball as well. That definitely helped with your endurance for sure.
Endurance.
Well, yeah, it's because it's
Yeah.
full body exercise, like you're moving your arms, legs,
The
etc.
assault bike too.
Kind of like playing basketball.
And it's good on
Basketball
your
is a full
joints.
body exercise as well.
Bro, I swear to God, all bullshit aside, this ain't got nothing to do with boxing, but I was out swimming with my cousin one day or whatever. And I guess you know how like when you go to the lake, they got certain buoys or whatever that you can't go past.
Yeah.
But we chose, I'm like, I knew how to swim, but he didn't all the way know how to swim. So we like, let's go to the buoys and come back. But we go to the buoys or whatever, dude jumped on my, like he jumped on my back and I started drowning.
What?
Bro, like, swear to God, like, all bullshit. Bro, I never been that tired in my life. I was literally fighting for my life under the water because I was trying to get him off of me. Because I guess he couldn't swim, so he thought he was finna drown. So he
Oh,
jumped
that's
on
the
my back.
worst.
Exactly. So I'm like, damn, the only motherfucker that could have possibly saved us is me, and you about to kill the nigga that could have saved both of us. So he finally let me go. He finally ended up letting me go or whatever. And I ended up swimming back to shore. When I got back to shore, bro, I never been so fucking tired in my life, bro. I
Wow.
was so
Man.
tired, bro. Every bone in my body. I couldn't even walk to the car, bro. I was
Damn.
so fucking tired. Fighting water is like, bro.
And then your
That's
adrenaline, you gotta think, because you feel like you was finna drown. Your adrenaline was high. You
yes,
know what I'm
yes.
saying? Like that shit is exhausting. Like I don't know if
It
y'all been in
is,
life or death situations, but that shit is exhausting. Okay,
man. It
I've been in
is.
a few, and it is exhausting.
It's for real. It really is. It really is. And then
I
you
can't
fighting
swim,
against
to be honest with
water.
you.
Never again, bro.
Once that adrenaline wear off, it's like, oh shit, like I need to
Well,
lay
Yeah.
down.
I can't tread water. Is that what it's called? I can't tread water.
You can't.
No, I never learned how.
What up, Fresh 313 in the building? J Main. What up, J Main? J Main, when you gonna get on the panel, man? I be seeing you in here all the time, every day.
Sure.
You won't never hop on the panel, J Man. You got to get up here. I'm gonna have a night. I want all the people that's never been up here to come up here.
Yeah.
Like we got to get some fresh blood up here. I'm tired of cooking boxing half. I'm tired of cooking Tony. I'm tired of cooking, and we gotta get some new people up here. What up, Cam 304?
Hey, I wanted to ask y'all though, did y'all did you catch the AM Sports I guess he did a breakdown of what Brian Norman Sr. I guess Brian Norman Sr. made a claim on, I guess it was who was it?
You want me to pull it up? Let me pull it up. It's a video they made.
Yeah, he did it on damn Mill City.
Okay.
He made a claim on Mill City or whatever, and he was like, I guess Devin.
I'm about to
I
play it. I'm
guess
about to play it.
Yep, I'll let you play it, and then we can go from there.
Interesting topic, one that I would say that most of you who follow our channel would know that we don't lean into topics like this, but I found this topic to be very interesting, not only because of who it's coming from, but also who it's against and who the accusation is against. And I feel like I have a perspective to add to this that I want to give my thoughts about, but also I want to tie it in to some things that Devin Haney has done here in the past and the reason why I don't feel that you should do things in that manner. But before I jump into this video, I would like to welcome those of you who are new to the channel. This is the Angry Man Podcast in Sports Media, where Jason and I are always dropping boxing.
Shout out to the homie Rick Tim's on the panel. What up, Rick?
OG?
Content. So make sure that you become a subscriber to the channel. And for those of you who are regular patrons of the channel, you know who we are. You know what we do. Fight breakdowns, our opinions, documentaries. Blood Money is out there right now. So make sure you go check out that documentary. Make sure you smash the like button or the dislike button if you don't like the content, but make sure that you are engaging with the content. Now, let's jump into it. Devin Haney, over the last few weeks, months, years, has been accusing Ryan Garcia of being on performance-enhancing drugs after the fight. And it's because of how Ryan Garcia visibly looked, right? Whether he didn't look like he had as much muscle mass, whether he looked like he had more muscle mass, all of that was an indicator as far as Devin Haney was concerned of him either being on performance-enhancing drugs or not being on performance-enhancing drugs. And I'm bringing that up for a reason. And I will circle back to that and tie it all in after this or later on in this video. But when you do that, and when you're so critical of someone else, although I will say this, Devin Haney does have the right to be critical of Ryan Garcia, considering what he went through. And I understand that. If that is your position, fine, I get it. But when you do that, you must also understand that you bring on eyes that are now looking at everything that you are doing, right? And so that has occurred. Now there is some suspicion that you may be on something that you shouldn't be on. Now, there's a clip that's out there currently. And he came from Mill City, from Brian Norman Sr. Now, I know some of you are going to say, oh, he's crying over spilled milk. This is him being a sore loser. But I don't think it is, just from me just knowing Brian Norman Sr. He's just not that kind of guy. This is something that he's actually heard. So I'm going to play the clip, and then I'm going to circle back to what I said earlier in regards to Devin Haney talking about Ryan Garcia and how Ryan Garcia looks, and then give you my opinion on if Devin Haney is on performance-enhancing drugs or not. But let me pull this clip up here very quickly so you all can get the opportunity to hear what Brian Norman Sr. had to say.
There's rumors that Devin Haney is microdose, like major rumors in Florida. I told you about this. There's rumors that he microdoses when he's not fighting. There's rumors that it's a whole, he got a whole fucking section IV. I've had people tell me the whole fucking breakdown of it. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not making no excuses. I'm not saying that he beat Brian. I'm not saying none of that shit. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm not saying nothing. I'm not on none of that part there. I ain't making no excuses for nobody doing nothing. I'm saying that there are rumors that he's doing this. Now, with that being said, I'm going to say, so you got that test that Ryan tested dirty on with Osprey, which nobody agrees with unfairness or whatever else, but y'all seen what Osprey was for. You seen the amount of it that was in there. Again, if it's banned, it's a banned substance. It's a banned substance. You feel what I'm saying? But you was known to be with a cheater who said he can beat the test.
So I'm going to stop it there. So here's the thing that's really interesting for me as it relates to Devin Haney, and why I said that I do not believe that you should point the fingers at anyone just based off how they look. Because someone may have worked harder or less hard in the gym. Someone may have had an injury in the gym or not had an injury in the gym. And all of these things can impact the way that you look. But when we talk about Devin Haney, there was something that looked unusual about Devin Haney to me in the Brian Norman fight. And again, this doesn't have anything to do, I just think Devin beat Brian. But this is why I don't believe in pointing to anything. I'm going to share this image of Devin Haney. This is Devin after the Brian Norman fight. Devin is weigh-in ripped. Like the way that you look when you're at the weigh-in. I've never seen Devin look this ripped after the fight. I mean, it just looked crazy to me. When I saw it, and I saw him prior to the fight, I thought he looked massive. Now, do I believe Devin Haney is on performance-enhancing drugs? I don't. But the one thing that is interesting to me that I want to highlight to all of you guys, and Brian Norman mentioned this, was the IVs. IVs are technically illegal. You can't use an IV to rehydrate. Devin Haney weighed in at 140 pounds against Regis Prograis. On fight night, he was 165 pounds. There is no way to fully rehydrate that quickly without an IV. I learned that while I was in the hospital. I've been in the hospital before for being dehydrated. To hydrate up to that kind of weight, you need an IV. So let me do this. Can you hydrate?
All right, I'm gonna pause it right there, and I'm gonna say this real quick, right? And we're gonna give our 2 cents about this, but everybody already know how I feel about this, how I feel about Victor Conti, how I feel about this topic. People cry and bring up the Ryan cheating. I don't even bring it up. I don't even bring it up because I don't want to argue about it. But you cannot continuously run around here calling somebody a cheater when you was associated with Victor Conti. Like I don't like you. I don't even say that. I just let people cry about the Osterine. I don't even bring up Victor and Snack because I don't feel like it going through all of that. He cheated. He got caught. Cool, y'all. She got suspended. Y'all should have just left that shit alone for real. I think Devin Haney tweeted today. Just get the water testing started and we can whoop de whoop de whoop. Like what? Like stop. You've been associated with Victor Conti your whole entire fucking career. Like what are we talking about? You hydrating to all these crazy weights. You constantly moving up and the bigger man. Like what are we talking about? And I don't even never even bring that up when I'm debating and going back and forth because I don't care. Right? I don't even really care now. And Brian Norman Sr., I don't paint him out to be a liar because he talks and gossip way too much to be a liar. He's like a messy church woman, just always on the phone gossiping and talking. And you know what I heard? I'm hearing the rumors, and man, that's what they telling me. Like I don't think Brian Norman Sr. is a liar. Am I shocked that it's possible Devin Haney could be microdosing? No, I'm not. He's been with Victor Conti his whole entire career. Like I don't get it. But let's finish in what Greg got to say.
Great. 25 pounds with IV. So I'm just typing this into and it says here it's very challenging to hydrate up to that amount.
Bobby, 2 cents. If you are with okay. I hear what you're saying. I read that the wrong way at first.
You typically need an IV to do so.
Okay.
So, and there's been rumors about that with Devin Haney in terms of an IV. You know, so it's challenging. It's something that for me, I'm struggling with how he's hydrating that quickly. Now, maybe it is possible, maybe he is doing it. But if he is using an IV to hydrate, that's an issue. One that he will absolutely have a challenge with. So, you know, that's why I don't believe in pointing the fingers. I believe Devin Haney should stop pointing the finger. I would like to see these guys just get in the ring and fight. I don't want to see anybody blame anybody else in regards to, you know, them being on performance enhancing drugs and if there's really no evidence. But as I said before, stop pointing the finger at Ryan. If Ryan is on a standard protocol, then we have to assume that he's not on anything. And if he's passing that, then he's passing that. But I feel like Devin is putting that out there in case he loses, because if he loses, then there's always the cloud of Osterine and performance enhancing drugs. And I don't want to hear that. Stop pointing the finger. If the guy's passing the test, he's passing the test. The test prior caught him for cheating, right? So why do you need him in 24/7 protocol if the one that you guys were on before caught him? So you guys let me know what you think in the comment section. Don't forget to hate, like, comment, and subscribe. This is
all right. Let's go around the panel. We're gonna start with you, Rick Tim, since you was the last one up. What's your 2 cents about that? What you got for the show?
Oh wow, check it out. I was thinking the whole time Greg was discussing that, and I was listening to Brian Sr. and I thought I'm like, damn, man. I don't recall Brian Sr. mentioning anything about microdosing from Devin before the fight.
No, he talked about Victor.
Yeah, he did.
Well, at the end of the day, man, I picked Brian Jr. to beat Devin, and Devin proved me wrong and had a very good showing against Brian Jr. And when it comes to the snack, it comes to the IV, it comes to the 25 pounds overnight. I mean, these are some hell of question marks, and people do have legitimate concern. But the way I feel about it, Ryan and the Ostarine, now Devin and the microdosing, man, look, prove it. I feel like Ryan clean now. I feel like Devin clean now. Fight. I just want to see him fight. I don't care about the numbers. I don't care about who. Man, just fight, goddammit. And if somebody dirty and it's proven they dirty, punish them.
Right.
That's how I feel about it.
All right. I mean, this is the thing, right? You already know Devin hydrate up, like you already know these things before you fight him, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't think that, like Brian Norman Sr. said, he's not saying that that's an excuse, so that's why Devin won. Because I feel like Devin was going to win. I already said Devin was going to win regardless because he was going to be able to capitalize off of the flaws that Brian Norman Jr. had, but I don't think Senior's saying that in a way to be like, oh, look, he cheated my son. That's why he won. I don't think he's doing it like that. I think he just gossiping and being messy because that's what he heard. Like I literally think that's what he doing. But Big Supreme, what up? What you got for the show?
You get me?
Yeah, we hear you.
You know how I feel, man. That boy in the juice, man. That boy in the juice. That's what I think. I think not being serious, I think going to Victor Conte and rehydrating 25 pounds, looking like Lex Luger at the weigh-in, at the fight. I think it's plausible. I really do. I really felt like Haney might be on the juice. And that goes for everybody else on Snack. At least like the elite snack fighters, not the niggas like Brian Mendoza and like that. But even though Brian Mendoza did look kind of crazy
Hey,
in
Brian
the lead up to
Mendoza was on the
Fundora.
streak, but hold on, Brian Mendoza was on the streak for a little while. I want some money with Brian Mendoza.
Yeah, but he looked at really jacked versus Fundora, and then after that, the nigga looked regular. Like he hasn't had a knockout since or win.
Yep.
So like, I mean, these are questions that we gotta ask. I do feel like Haney suspect, bro. Like you can't call Ryan a cheater and you with the steroid man. But I'll land my plane with that.
All right. Tony Reviews, what you got?
I mean, I don't know if Devin is, juicing or not. I will say it's a bad look he's gone now, but he started the business, which doesn't mean somebody at the business doesn't have as much knowledge as him. But anytime that you deal with one of the biggest known drug suppliers in all of sports, it's a bad look, whether you're clean or not. And it leaves people open to ask questions. So at the end of the day, nobody can get mad at people questioning you if you're dealing with people like that, because you put yourself into that situation to be questioned. I don't like it. I never felt like Victor or Snack should have been allowed in boxing or any professional sport at that. But, it's one of them things where at the same time, you can't say somebody's guilty if they ain't never been found guilty. Right. If that be the case, then everybody can say everybody guilty of something. So is he juicing? I have no idea. But what I will say is, I was telling people before they knew Haney could gain 25, 30 pounds. When I used to box, I used to do the same damn thing. I gained 25, 30 pounds. And people's like, you're lying. That's impossible. You can't do that overnight. Yes, the fuck you can. Especially the more muscular you are, the easier it is, because water is about 80% of the muscle. And when you dehydrate yourself to turn into a dried up raisin, you can do that and you can put it back on. So I don't think him per se gaining the weight is a indication of juicing, but I would say the people he surrounds himself by is not a good look. But until he pops, I'm not going to call him guilty, because plenty of people pop and people come up with excuses for him, like Canelo, and I can name other fighters, where it doesn't matter if they come up on something. People are going to find every excuse of why they're not on anything. Yeah, he could look lean, but it don't matter. A lot of people look lean. A lot of athletes, all sports, from NBA to football to track, baseball. It don't matter. Like, he's just lean. So I'm gonna land there. Like, I don't know if he's clean or not, but until he pops hot, I'm not gonna say he's guilty of something.
What you got, Boxing Hacker?
Yeah, so just to piggyback off what what's his name, Tony was saying, like the whole I always hear this concept like, oh, it's impossible to rehydrate that much. Well, people have to understand whenever you're cutting away from combat sports, it's a very inhumane activity. You know, it's very like I said, fires are drying out the night before. That means they're not drinking water, they're not eating, they're forcing themselves to throw up, they're rubbing fingernail polish remover all over their body to sweat. Like they're doing things that are very inhumane. So like,
That's
a,
insane.
yeah,
That's insane.
it's insane, but that's what happens though, right? And the
How about
body
that?
is in such a is in such a status where once you start trying to hydrate, that means eating and drinking. Like your body's gonna start grabbing anything it can to like just to rehydrate itself. You know, that's why you see people pass out on a scale. You know, it's always this weird concept. Oh no, it's not possible. In a way, fights at 122, you rehydrate to like 140, 144. You know, like it's definitely possible when you're cutting weight.
And in a way, is also accused of using steroids, Boxer. That's not good.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, a
wild.
lot of fighters rehydrate. A lot of fighters rehydrate at least 15 pounds. At
That shit
least.
is dangerous though, bro. Especially in a 24-hour span, drinking that much
Yeah,
water, bro. That
Tony,
shit is
and
Tony,
dangerous.
it's not just water. So they're eating too, bro.
hold on, Tony.
Yo.
Is it offensive if I call you a gym bro?
I mean, I don't consider myself a gym bro, but not really. I don't care.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious because I don't know. I know that people be calling themselves gym bros and shit. But Gap Tooth Gang said the body won't reabsorb 25 pounds of water weight healthy in one night without an IV.
Facts.
And
Bro, the IV can
he's
only
a
give you like
fellow
12
gym bro.
pounds,
He's a
bro.
bodybuilder.
Yo,
So
Okay.
the body can only give
So
you like 12
hold on,
pounds.
hold
so
on. Let me
Hold on,
let
bro.
Tony answer because they both kind of like into the fitness thing.
so he could claim to be whatever he wants, but I've been around
Just
professional
answer the
athletes.
question, Tony.
Tony, just
I'm
answer the
answering. No,
question.
no, 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 no. I'm answering his question. He could claim. The thing about it is this: you do not need an IV. Intravenous is all it is. The reason why you do this is because it goes through the blood versus the body. The body absorbs water in about 30 minutes. About 90% of the water that you drink is absorbed in 30 minutes, and by an hour, you damn near got 100% of that water absorption. Here's what he doesn't understand: when you are severely dehydrated, your body sucks it up like a sponge because it goes into survival mode. So you are sucking up every ounce that you do. On top of this, other tricks of the trade that he doesn't even understand. About 2 to 3 days out from a fight, you go and take a laxative. Some people nowadays with technology like to do colonics. I'd never do that because they shoot water up your ass. But you lose bowel waste, which can take about 5 to 10 pounds off you. Along with that, it also dehydrates your body because it pulls fluid out with it. So again, there's many things that you can do. And yes, you can most definitely put on 20 to 25 pounds without an IV because athletes from bodybuilding to wrestling to kickboxing to boxing to Muay Thai, etc., have been doing it for years, way before we were born.
Yep. Yeah,
And I've done it personally without an IV.
that's just the reality.
In a 24-hour span though.
Yeah, I think
Well,
So
it's
you hold
actually
on, hold on.
it's actually a
Let,
little
let,
longer
let
than
me.
20. It's
Yeah,
actually a
that's what I'm
little longer
saying.
than 20. It's actually a little longer than 24 hours, but yes.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's very suspicious, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't want to speak on it too much, but I always been suspicious of
Hey,
Devin
all
being
I
a
can tell you is
fit, bro.
anecdotally. All I can tell you is anecdotally. I watch professional champions put the weight back on. I watch people who had titles put the weight back on. And when I retire from my job, I'll put my name out there. And then y'all get many boxing coaches and boxers I've been around. And then whenever y'all or 2 Cents gets big enough and she's interviewing them, they'll be like, yep, we seen them in our gym.
But
So again, I personally, anecdotally have done it. I'm telling you it can be done from personally doing it. I've watched people personally do it. I learned how to do stuff like getting in Epsom salt baths and rubber suits to lose weight, getting in saunas. There's so many things I've learned by watching people do it. Hot towels wrapped around you. Like there's so many things you can do. It's not about being healthy. There's nothing healthy about fighting. Fighting is the most unhealthy thing you can do. The body wasn't meant to be hit in the head or anywhere else. So it's not about being healthy. That's why you literally keep that word up there too, since healthy. That's why you've literally seen fighters pass out on weigh-ins because they're that dehydrated that their body is shutting down and failing. But that's what people do to get a weight advantage. It's just a part of the sport.
Yeah.
And you know what also plays a big deal in this whole equation is the body sizes of the people we talking about. You know, the heavier dudes can get away with this a lot
Right.
easier than these dudes that's 140 and under.
And
And
135, right?
yeah, these the ones that's really practicing this type of behavior a lot more than the heavier dudes, because everybody want that advantage, and a lot
Right.
of them are suffering when they straining their internal organs by steady going through this same process every time they got this fight coming up, and in the long term it's gonna hurt them. I mean, it ain't worth it to me. Fight somebody your own size.
But that's the thing. You can't fight somebody on sides. Combat sports. Everybody's doing the same. Everybody's doing the same thing.
You ain't
try to
gotta
fight
be
somebody.
like everybody.
You fight somebody your size.
That's
gonna
what the
hydrate
fuck
to
wrong
something
with
way bigger than
America
you.
now. Everybody want to be the goddamn same. You don't have to be like everybody. When
Man,
you
you
really
gotta do
about
it for
that
you to
life,
win.
I'm gonna fight somebody my own size, and I'm gonna go with the however the cards fall where they may. Damn what everybody else doing. I feel like I'm the best. I'm gonna prove I'm the best. Folk my own size.
But so it's like I said, it's combat sports, right? Like it all sounds good. Like when you're not in that environment, right? Well, yeah, fight your own size. You gotta realize your own size. Let's say you walk around like
Boxing hacker, not everybody can even be bigger than everybody, so that's not even a good argument you about to make.
no, wait. Let's say you walk around 148, right? And you want to fight at 147, for instance, right? All you gotta do is, go walk. I just gotta wake up because you lose 1 pound sleeping, right? So the people at 147 probably rehydrate that fight night 160, 165, 170. So you're always fighting at a disadvantage, And the coach is always gonna tell you want to fight, you want to have as many advantages going into the ring. That's a running theme from the amateurs. They always tell you that. Try to get about, and that's in boxing, that's in wrestling, that's in MMA. They always tell
Can
you.
you tell me shrinking down was a disadvantage too, boxing hacker?
It is. So it's a double-edged sword, right? That's why I always say there's no such thing as a weight bully, because the bigger you are for a weight class, the worse it is for your weight cut, And the easier it is for you to become weight drained when you get into that fight. But the running theory is that you always want to build up your advantages. For instance, like somebody like Paul Williams, right? He looked like he was 6'2" or so, right? And he fought 147. What do you say? He fought 147. I'm sure Paul Williams could fight 154. I'm sure he could fight 160, But his greatest advantage would be at 147. And
I think he's at 154 and 160.
Who's that?
Paul Williams is at 154 and 160. I think Sergio Martinez knocked him out at 160. I think
he got knocked out 160. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Even Fandora, he can even move up. Like a lot of fights, Benavidez probably fight heavyweight if he wanted to. I'm pretty sure if Benavidez wanted to fight around his walk around weight, it'll be heavyweight. So but the reality is you want to be at the weight class where you have the most advantages at, versus you having the most deficiencies. That's just combat sports. And it's rough. It's a rough situation. So like,
hey, real fast, Paul
Yeah.
Williams. Paul Williams is 6'1", a legit 6'1".
Can I get a word in here?
He fought it. Hold on. He fought at welterweight in
Can you hear me?
154. He was never at 160.
Yeah, you next, Big Dre. Go ahead, Big Dre.
He fought
Hold on.
Sergio, got knocked out in the rematch, but beat him in the first fight. And then soon after that, I like Paul Williams. He was one of my favorite fighters when he was fighting, because he was the one always chasing Floyd, and Floyd never fought him at welterweight, so he moved up. But right after he got knocked out,
yeah, Big Dre,
Can anybody hear me?
Can y'all hear me talking?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know
okay.
if Big Dre can hear. Can you hear me, Big Dre?
You know,
Big Dre.
when
Big
you're
Dre.
talking about weight,
Hold on, Big Dre.
and
Can anybody hear me?
I hear you, Tony. I don't know if Big Dre can hear me. Big Dre.
taking your body
Big
into
Dre, can you hear
dehydration.
me? Big Dre.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Can you hear 2 Cent?
Big Dre audio be
No, I
shot.
can't hear 2 Cent.
Tell Big Dre to
2 Cent,
come out
you
and come back in because he
2
can't
Yo,
Cent.
hear
Big Dre,
you.
you can hear me?
Came in
It's
on
because
the
you had the portrait and the
wrong.
horizontal together.
Yeah.
I think he went to the horizontal joint, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think 2
Yo,
Cent.
Big
This
Dre,
is
you can hear
one.
us?
The two, you messing up the stream sometime.
Big Drake, come out and come back in. Go out and
Big
come
Dre,
back
they're
in.
telling you to go, come out and come back in. All right.
Yeah, all I was gonna say to finish it up is Paul Williams. You know, he chased Mayweather at 147
Okay, can you hear me
welterweight.
now?
Can you
Can
hear
you hear
me?
me talking?
No,
I
you're
can't
going
hear
wrong.
anybody. I can't hear anything.
You can hear me though,
And I've
right?
only
Big Dre?
got the
You
hard.
can
I
hear
only got
Boxing
the
Actor, right?
Tell
Hey,
Big Dre to
hey,
go
tell
out.
horizontal.
Big Dre he's got to close out the app. Like, get off
Yeah,
the
you got
website,
Big Dre.
close
You
it,
got to
and then
come
come
out
back.
and
You
come back
gotta
in.
leave the vertical and come to the horizontal.
Yeah, I
Y'all
think
type it in the
Let
chat.
me go out
Type
and
it in
come
the
back
chat.
in.
Yes.
Yeah,
But all I wanted to finish with Paul Williams was soon after he had lost, he got in a real bad motorcycle accident in Atlanta, and y'all know he's paralyzed from the waist down.
yeah, that was heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I always thought he would have been the dude to beat Mayweather if they fought.
Really.
I don't know about that,
Man,
but
those wars Paul Williams had with Sergio was heartbreaking, boy. Boy, that Sergio was something serious, man. Sergio was the real deal, man.
All
Yeah,
right,
Damn.
let
before
me
he blew out his knees.
go ahead, Big Dre.
Big Dre,
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
when you're talking about um, the weight cut and rehydration, you when you go into severe dehydration, and you have to take everything orally. Um, we're talking about when you're talking about 20 pounds, that's roughly 3 gallons of water. Um, drinking a gallon of water during the day into the night, and then waking up early and starting the process over again. I mean, from the time you weigh in until the time you weigh in is roughly 24 to 26 hours. And to gain 20 pounds over 24 hours, you got to sleep sometime. You can't consume that while you're sleeping. Um, I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's just highly unlikely. And to say that somebody did it, yeah, you go out there and you pack on, you eat the food, you drink as much as you can, and you sipping every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes, you're trying to take a sip of water. Your body still is going to struggle to absorb all of that. Even with all of the, the added the Gatorades, the hydration drinks, adding the necessary uh, vitamins and minerals in there to get you back to where you need to be. Um, I think drinking 2 gallons of water, it's about 15 pounds over the course of a 24 hours. I just, well, we know it's not healthy, but I don't think it's possible.
So Big Dre, I'm gonna respond to that. A gallon of water is a little more. It's like 8.3 pounds, somewhere around there. So 3 gallons would be
It's about seven
roughly.
and a half.
No, it's like 8.3 pounds. 3 gallons would be roughly 25 pounds, roughly.
Okay,
And you're eating
I'll
food
accept
too.
that.
You're
But
eating food
here's
too. They're
what
not
you.
just
Okay,
drinking water.
listen,
You gotta
listen.
keep that in
How
mind.
much food are
It
you eating? Two
You're eating a lot.
pounds?
You're
So
eating food.
let me respond. So you got to understand, before you do your weigh in, you're not only going in a deficit of water and pulling off every ounce of water you can, you're also in about a day to a day and a half food deficit as well. So food weighs a lot. I mean, you're just saying that you're drinking straight water, but you're also eating solid food along the way with it. But again, I don't know. I'm trying to remember how much water I drank because I wasn't like measuring my ounces to get my weight back up. But
But aren't you
I
bigger
would
than Devin?
imagine, I would imagine that in the probably 30 hours before I fought, probably about 2.5 gallons is what I was down in. If I had to like just mental math it and think about it, about 2.5 gallons. But you gotta understand, some of that water you're peeing out too. but not a lot because you're so dehydrated that your body holds on to a lot of it. But you will get to a point where you'll start peeing out some. So that is some ounces lost. But again, you have to add all the food you're eating with it. I'm telling you,
Okay.
you'd be
But
I will
Tony,
surprised,
give
Big
I will
Dre.
give you the food. What
Tony,
do
but
you
hold on, let
weigh?
me ask Tony this. Tony, how much bigger are you than Devin Haney?
Yeah, what
Oh,
do
I'm
you
a lot.
weigh?
Well, now I'm a lot bigger than him. I mean,
How
I'm
big?
a
How
two.
what? Like, were you his size when you was putting on this 20 pounds in a day?
Well, no, whenever I was, so you say
That's
about
the
one,
issue.
you say I walked around about 185, 190, dropped down to about 160 and start hydrating up.
Yeah,
Okay,
but he
so
walking around 190, dropping to 135, and then hydrating up.
But he wasn't. We know whenever he was
okay,
140, when he was
he was
140, when he was 140, he weighed in at 165.
That's 25 pounds, bro.
Yeah, that's no different than what I was doing.
That's way too
yeah,
much,
but
bro.
you had a lot more body to absorb a lot more of that than he does. We're talking if you look at a percentage of body weight, you're talking 18, 17, 18% of his body weight that he's rehydrating.
But you got to understand, like
But that's
Devin
normal
is a
though.
very lean individual, right? He probably walks around at about 6 to 7% body fat total. Okay. So the
No,
other,
he does not. Do you see
He's
Devin
big.
when he walking around? He be looking chubby as
no,
hell.
I've seen him. I saw him after he lost, he got fat, but that's the first time I ever saw him fat. When he lost to Ryan, he got looked like he got depressed and just started eating everything. But other than that, I ain't never seen him look like he was hefty, loose, or out of shape. That's the only time I've ever
Okay,
seen him chubby. And the thing
so
about it is what I was trying to explain earlier, like with Devin is Devin, like me, is damn near all muscle. It's a lot easier for somebody who's muscle bound, regardless of weight. You can still be muscle bound. You don't have to be massive and be muscle bound. You could be skinny and just ripped up with nothing but muscle, like a Bruce Lee. The more muscle you have, the more water you can afford to lose because the muscle is 80%. It's a lot easier for somebody muscle bound to lose weight rapidly than it is somebody who's fat and fluffy to do it.
Oh man, let me jump in right there, Tony, because I on a personal note, I'm sitting here thinking about that last year. Look, um, periodically I do fast. I do me a little fast, like usually every Friday, every monthly, and I even go on a fast or even away from alcohol and marijuana. And when I'm not smoking, I have no desire for any type of junk food, no sweets, no snacks, no nothing. And while I'm still working out, while I'm still sweating, I'm still staying lean, but I'm burning weight that I'm not replenishing from a lot of the extra stuff that I'm not eating. So this here was maybe around last May, and coming in off the end of a month of a fast, and no smoking, no nothing. I was down to maybe 198. I, I rarely get up under 200 pounds. I was like 198. That first day I smoked, oh man, them munchies bust my butt. Man, along with my protein shakes, my protein smoothies, and food and snacks, in a 24-hour period, I went from 198 literally to 211. I felt it in my ankles. Literally, I felt like a big girl with fat ankles. I'm like, God damn. But you really couldn't tell because I stay lean and I stay fit. And the average person would never ever imagine I put on 12 pounds overnight like that. So it has a lot of credence when you stay fit and when your body is used to sustaining the weight up and down. It's a lot differently than when people who are a lot less active. I just put it that way, for real. But I don't know about 25 pounds, but I definitely did 12, 13 pounds in a day. And it blew my mind when I got on the scale. And I'm like, damn, it fucked my head up.
Yeah, but Rick, think about this.
but
Now,
yeah,
think
but
about how you gained 12 pounds in a day. That was just unintentional weight gain. Now, let's say prior to you eating all that food, you took off another 10 or 15 pounds by dehydrating your body. You would have went up 27 pounds.
yeah,
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you unintentionally gained 12 pounds just by eating when you wasn't eating. You're talking about athletes who are purposely losing weight to purposely put it right back on with
yeah,
intent. You had no intent and you just gained 12 pounds overnight. These dudes have intent to put the weight back on and take it off. And then you gotta, like, I'm telling you, like, you would, a lot of these dudes, if you met them when they have no fights, like 2-3 months outside of a fight, you'd be surprised how big they get.
yeah.
Even your favorite fighters that you think a little. Shit, I've seen Tank walk around looking like he's about 160 pounds. Like, you'd be surprised how big these dudes get outside of fight competition.
That's the reality of it.
I think Boxing Hacker will be surprised because he think Shakur Stevenson don't get no bigger than 148 pounds.
He don't really have this. He don't like hydrates that heavy, man. I keep telling people. People think Shakur is bigger.
Come on, now 2 cents. You cooked him on that day before yesterday.
Hold up. People think that Shakur walks around as big as Canelo and shit. You know, like, nah. Shakur a little guy, man.
Bro, you never even seen him to know whether he a little guy or not.
Look at his, I mean, from what I see,
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
People that seen him in person. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
Exactly, bro. Like, that's
Have
crazy.
you seen him in person? You guys who call him Canelo Jr. and shit.
Y'all seen him.
Who is y'all? I never said
not that big, bro.
Niggas
Listen.
listen, a little dude, bro. Cut it out.
But no,
You
but
know,
it's
my biggest thing is when you're talking about weight gain, and I'm using percentages of body weight rather than just pounds. See, because I drink a lot of water. I drink about 100 ounces a day. That's almost a gallon of water. Okay, and I do that almost every day.
Mhm.
To try and double that
It's not,
in a day.
You're talking about just your normal day activity, so it's not. You have to understand.
Right, I'm not dehydrated. I'm not dehydrated. I'm also 400 pounds.
Yeah, you're not cutting weight. It's a totally different ball game. It's a whole
again. I'm also 400 pounds. So we're not talking about the average, but I do drink a lot of water and I am active. I go swimming. I hit the pool in the mornings.
Yeah.
I get my hour in. You know, I swim that mile. Takes me about 90 minutes when I swim the whole mile. But, I put in the work. And yes, I'm a big dude. That's why they call me Big Dre. But I also know that I need to stay hydrated. And to stay hydrated, I need about 100 ounces of water a day.
Mm.
And I know what it takes for me to maintain drinking 100 ounces.
Yeah. So it's
when
different.
When you get to 300 ounces, that's a lot of fluid.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's a lot of food. You're trying to put this weight back on, and you're trying to put it on so that it doesn't make you sick.
So okay, look at it this way, right? Let's look at it in reverse. So let's say to make your required weight, you need to cut 20% of what you weigh right now, right? Let's say you have like a week and you have to cut like 20% of what you weigh right now. So let's say you make it on the way and you make it, right? So that means you just lost 20%. Rehydrating means you want to gain close back to that 20% that you removed. So your body naturally had 20% that you just removed forcefully. Your body now wants to gain back that 20%. So like when you start eating and drinking, your body's in just like what Tony said, like survival mode, like just grabbing all the nutrients it can just to get back to that percentage you just lost. It's not like you're 100% and you're just eating. That's different. When you're in that mode, when you try to make weight, your body is totally different. That's why you see people passing up, throwing up, you're having cramps. Like weighing in is diabolical. Don't get me wrong. And the rehydration process is very delicate, where you can either sometimes you rehydrate, you still don't feel right because you rehydrate too quickly,
Well, see
but it's
that
definitely a
application.
all that
possibility.
mean,
Like
Hacker.
25 pounds, 15 pounds, it's normal. It's a normal thing. Like it's because it's just like losing 15 pounds, 20 pounds in a day or 2 days or 3 days is a normal thing when you're trying to make weight. You know,
Yeah, I
maybe
hear
not
that
a
shit.
day, maybe a few
Yeah,
days.
Sergio Martinez knocked out Paul Williams at a catchweight. It wasn't at 154. It was like at 158 catchweight. I know I wasn't tripping on that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm still, to lose 15% of your body weight.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and I'm not even gonna go to the extreme. 15%. So for 115 pound, 150 pound fighter, to lose 15% of their body weight, that's 22 pounds. It's 22 pounds, and that's only 15%. When you
But
get down to the lower weight classes,
Mhm.
um,
I think what you're not understanding is you're not actually losing weight. That's that.
you're,
This
you're
is the
losing
disconnect.
you're
No,
losing
no, no.
water. You're
Right,
losing. You're
right. Big Dre,
dehydrating. You're
hear me out.
losing water. You
You
you've cleaned the colon.
okay?
You've sweated out all out the
Right.
pores. You've purged the body of as much water, as much liquid as possible, so that you can make, so that when you stand on that scale, you weigh in at whatever it is. To put all of that back in a 24 to 30 hour time period, okay, your body is wreaking havoc on itself trying to do so.
Right.
So,
I
Big
mean, making
Dre,
weight, like I said, is
this is what I'm trying
diabolical.
to say. I understand what you. The thing is it is not real weight. It's not like losing muscle. It's not like losing a bunch of fat to where you're having to create something that was never there. You're not creating or losing anything. All you're doing is draining the body. That's it. Like
Just sucking the water out.
think about a
Yes.
car. Think about your car when you do an oil change. You take all the oil out the car, but the car is still the same. There's nothing missing from the car other than the fluid. It's the same concept for the body. That's why, like when you saw Devin in some of them weigh-ins, he looked like a zombie. There's no amount of not eating that you could do in a short period that would make you that emaciated. What can do that is being dehydrated, being sunken in, dried out. Because in order to look like that with food, you would have to go a month and a half, 2 months to get that same effect. All it is you're drying out the body, you're draining out the body, and you're just putting it back. And the body, because you lost, because it's not like losing it over a long period of time, because you lost it so fast, the body is going to go into emergency mode or oh shit mode and put it back in just as quick as you took it out.
Well, look, right. But at the end of the day, man, the factors that matters most is everybody's individual height and weight, and everybody's individual activity factor. Because folk that move around a lot and burn more calories and have a lot more cardio in their daily lifestyle, they must replenish that that water and those electrolytes a lot more than people that sit around more. So some people that are capable of consuming a lot more water than the average person who cannot, those people are burning off a lot more steam than those people that's sitting on their ass a lot more. So it's gonna vary person to person, especially depending on height and weight, how fast or how slow someone's metabolism is. I mean, all those factors gonna come into play. So, still, your height, your weight, and your level of daily activity. How often are you sweating? Are you sweating profusely? Because a lot of people do not.
Right. And to be honest, bro, I feel like, man, I feel like a lot of people use the IV, bro. I'm not gonna just say I'm not just gonna say I think Devin doing it. I think a lot of people doing that shit, bro. Because when you gotta think, bro, when you get away from all these cameras and shit from being in your face, bro, people don't know what them people doing at their home, and they probably would never get
He said
out.
that he doesn't think Haney is not using IVs. He said like him regaining 30 pounds, 25 pounds overnight. He can't do it naturally without IVs. Keith
I
Thurman
don't
said that.
think
He's a
so.
boxer.
Yeah.
That's false.
Keith Thurman said it though. He's a boxer, bro.
It's not, yo, I just said in a way, whatever people want to say, in a way does it. A lot of fighters do that, you know. It's normal. It's a normal thing.
We ain't talking about anyway though. He said that Haney can't regain that much weight without using IVs.
I mean, Haney's a person, but there are multiple people that do that.
But the topic is
people
Devin
that
Haney
do that
though.
in the amateurs, and people that do that in pros. People do that in wrestling.
Nobody doing that in
the
the
topic is
amateurs.
Devin
Who's
Haney.
doing that in the amateurs? Nobody's doing that in the amateurs because they got same day weigh-ins.
Right.
You're still getting weight back. You said
Not all amateurs are same day. Some do day before weigh-ins.
Who? Which amateurs? Do that?
Regard.
USA boxing, like there's not all of them are same day weigh-ins. Not every single USA boxing is same day weigh-ins.
Well, from my
Like
USA
Golden
boxing
Glove,
experience, they've only
Golden
had
Glove
same-day
tournaments
weigh-ins.
are same day weigh-ins. Some do same day weigh-ins. Sometimes the venue doesn't allow for same day weigh-ins, and you have to do it the day before whenever they have them at like little high school gyms and shit. Like there's several amateur bouts that are not the same day.
Well, the rule book I read said it had to be the same day, so I don't know.
And the whole premise is to feel good. You know, like you want to feel good for the fight. You know, it's not always about just hydrating to the most you can even hydrate to. So you try and get to a mean of your normal self. You know. So this whole
What up, Blue Hustler man? What you got?
What's up, everybody? Well, Devin Haney said it himself that he takes a drink that allows him to takes a drink that he drinks and allows him to the next day hold his weight to 20 to 30 pounds extra.
I wonder what drink that is.
The
I
magic
don't know, but
potion.
he said he does.
When do you say that, Blue Hustle man?
He said it, bro. I'm not gonna go that far with you. But he did say that. I mean, it's
I
a
ain't
fact. He said it.
I know.
He said it.
I mean, well, there you go. That's the answer. He take a drink that help him.
Yeah,
get
so
his
he
weight
takes
up.
a drink. Yeah, he actually takes a drink and allows him to hold that weight to replenish 20 to 30 pounds extra.
And nobody like, damn, what is he drinking? Nobody's wondering or nothing. It's just
Well, see, that's what I
he take a
wondered
drink.
too when I heard him say it, and nobody said anything to him
It's
about
probably
it when
water.
they're interviewing him.
They just let it slide,
Well,
huh?
you know,
Probably water,
you don't get out the gas, boxing hacker. You sound weird. He said he
Pedialyte.
takes a
You know what?
drink.
If I drink Pedialyte, that's a drink for when you cut weight.
Man, boxing hacker, you not in these people camp, bro.
Maybe Pedialyte, man. Water.
What's
I'm
up,
just saying,
Isaiah?
Hacker.
What you
So
doing?
let me
Keith
break
Thurman
it
What up,
said
down.
that
Mag
nigga using
Seven Life?
IVs, bro.
Yeah, let me break it down a little bit more. You
Keith Thurman's as
gotta
credible as you can
understand
get.
this man Devin Haney has the best like scientists around him. Think about it. They're gonna do what he got to do. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
he's
saying?
scientifically prepared.
You know, so he and everybody does know that Victor Conte he was like his test dummy. You know what I'm saying? So
Then Devin
I
was a
hate to say
lab
it like
rat.
that. You know.
Hey man, Debo Dale. Y'all got Debo Dale fucked up, man.
Debo was a lab rat.
So is Devin
55
maxed out at 40? So it's like, is Devin maxed out at 47?
No,
I don't think so.
He's not going to be pulling that at 54.
He could definitely go
So
54.
I don't think he's
Bro,
drinking a substance. He might not be drinking that much. Like there might be like different levels of the drink that he takes to rehydrate. You see what I'm saying? Because he's
I
going
bet
up
it
in weight, so
is.
he doesn't have to do
That sounds
what he was
crazy. I
doing.
ain't gonna lie. I don't know if I believe that, bro.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
What kind of drink is this, bro?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's his drink. He didn't clarify it.
all
He just
water.
He
said he
said
takes
it
a
on a
This
drink.
his drink?
podcast. He said it on
Yeah,
a
see,
podcast.
Two Cents knows what I'm talking about. So you
Nah,
see
I
what
get
I'm
it, but I
saying?
think
Like
that nigga lying, bro. That nigga's using IVs, bro. He
he's
ain't
not
drinking
lying.
nothing.
He's not lying, bro. I'm telling
He
you,
ain't drinking
these
nothing.
fighters,
That nigga ain't drinking shit. That nigga doing IVs.
How much weight do you think you gain from
these
IVs,
fighters
bro?
tell you what's really going on, but people just
Nah, Devin
overlook
don't.
it a lot of times.
Nah, Devin definitely don't tell you what's going
How much weight do
on.
y'all think y'all actually get from IVs?
But listen,
IVs are pretty
regardless,
strong.
hold on, skip all this. Okay, whatever he doing, IVs, rehydrating, whatever. We already been talked about that 1,000 times. My question is, once he goes up to 54, that rehydrating trick ain't gonna hit the same.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so either. That's
He's gonna
what
be
I was getting
stronger.
to right there.
Ramos, that
I
nigga
was the only
rehydrate to
reason.
190.
Oh, would you say boxing hacker he gonna
Nah.
be stronger?
Yeah, he's gonna be stronger. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well,
Because the less you have to cut, the more strength you can keep. You know,
I
like
I just don't think that.
mean,
I just think
like
when he
think
was at
about
but how
the
weight.
strong
weight
is
class
he
he
at
was taking, I
47?
think to gain that much.
Nigga
Yeah,
look
he's
strong at
gotten
47.
stronger at 47. He's definitely gotten stronger at 47 than 35.
That
At
nigga
35,
looking
he
like
could knock down
Scott
Lomachenko
Steiner.
at the end of that. At the
No,
end of
I didn't say
45.
he wasn't strong. I'm saying like how strong is he at 47? Like
I think he's getting closer to what he is at maybe in fight camp. You know.
We won't find out until he really gets in the ring with somebody that's strong.
Yeah, but
like with
I
Rolly.
think
Yo, low key, I think Devin could go to 160.
Yeah, I
think he's
believe
that
it.
big.
He can. That's the
Rick
point.
laughing
He
at y'all.
can go
Rick
to,
laughing at y'all. He is
can.
tickled.
He
Look at
can.
Hey, I
him.
got
He can go to
a
160.
question for Hacker, man.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
If you was to pick a winner by knockout out of Devin and Shakur, who would you pick?
The winner
By
by knockout?
knockout.
I would pick Devin for knockout.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think
Shit,
that's
I think I would pick Devin too, though.
Yeah, I think that's Devin's hardest fight. You know, I think I always say out of all the fighters.
Oh, you mean knock each other out or to get
Yeah, I
knocked
don't think
out?
he's saying that. I think he asking like if they had a fight and you had to pick one of them for the knockout. That's what you're saying, Rick?
Yeah.
Right.
What are you saying, Rick?
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
I would pick Devin.
Devin. I might lean towards Shakur
Because
for
Shakur ain't
like,
even getting knocked
for
down.
decision. I might lean towards Devin for knockout.
I'll probably pick Haney, especially at 47. I'll pick Haney.
Haney seems like he's a little bit stronger at that weight. You know, so I'll pick Haney.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna start stopping niggas, honestly.
Yeah.
Man, hell no. He don't.
No,
Not
he's
let,
not.
He
not
gonna
let it.
move
Not,
up and
What's
get
the name?
stronger.
The
Listen,
difference is
listen.
Yeah.
You don't really move up and be more powerful to the point where you moving up 2-3 weight classes and now you knocking people
you
out.
do. Terence
That's not
Crawford.
natural at all.
Terence
That's
Crawford.
not natural at all.
That's
Terence
Canelo
Crawford always
Crawford-
had power,
Who
though,
is
bro.
Terence
But-
Crawford?
No.
Crawford had
Terence
power
Crawford
both
stopped
ends.
everybody. He stopped everybody
He
at
stopped them, but he
147.
wasn't knocking
147.
people out though, bro.
He knocked everybody out at
he knocked out
147.
Amnesia, and that's it.
He's getting TKOs.
And
Not
that's
He
the
really
fight
knocked out
that
one
every
punch
single
knockouts.
he
person
knocked
at
out
147.
Amnesia,
TKO
and
still a
that's it.
knockout.
And that's
Yeah,
the fight.
TKO
That
still
was
getting.
close.
Nah.
Yeah,
I
TKO
think
still a
Terence
you gotta
knockout.
make a
Crawford doesn't
distinction
have
though.
one fight at
It's a technical
147 where he didn't
knockout.
get the knockout.
Tony, listen to me. He knocked out Amnesian, and that's it.
This nigga
And
blue.
that's the fight.
They're always on
his
some
blood
What
is
are you
blue.
talking about?
Hey,
Every
hey,
fight he
why-
won by
why-
knockout.
I got a question,
Hey,
Cent. Did
Supreme,
any
why I
fight
gotta
at
always be on some
Wait,
bullshit?
147
hold on,
go the
pause.
distance?
Hold on, Rick, hold on. Terence Crawford stopped everybody at 147.
And I don't
He sure
disagree
did.
with, but I said he knocked out
That is a
Amnesia.
knockout.
Everybody at
That's
Come on,
it.
That
now.
is a
Look.
knockout.
Let me take time, right? Because
Yeah.
Blue
No,
said some
hold
bullshit.
on, Supreme. I don't understand what's being said.
I don't
I'm
know
about
why
to
you
say
trying
it.
to.
What I
Why,
said.
why,
How
why
many
you trying
He
to
fighters
put
knocked
me
out
off?
everybody at
How
147.
many fighters did
Yeah,
Terence
he
Crawford
did.
knock out, Tony?
What she's trying to say is he was
We
getting
know what she's
technical
trying to say.
knockouts, like
A
Right.
technical
putting people
knockout
to
is still a
sleep.
knockout.
It's
No,
still
No,
a
it's
it's
not.
not the
No,
same
it's
thing. A
not.
technical knockout
You
is
can be knocked
a
out.
referee stoppage, brother.
Okay,
You
let
talking
me
about
ask you.
straight
Let me
knock
ask you a
someone
question.
out
No.
like cold.
Let me ask y'all a question. On your boxing record,
Wow.
when you get a TKO, where does it go? What column does it go in? Under your knockouts.
Knockout.
So why BoxRec got TKO and KO
We're
then?
talking about
They don't
power,
have TKO and
Tony.
KO.
Yes, they
Listen to
do,
the
bro. You want to
context.
bet that?
Hold on, let me
Why
talk.
don't you
Let
do
me
one of
talk.
their presentations?
Hold on. Listen, we're
I
talking
got you.
about, let's get context. We're talking about power. So, in the terms of power, the only person Terence Crawford knocked out with power is Avanesian.
That's
Did
not
he get
true.
stoppages?
Let
Yes,
me go
he
next.
did.
Oh my
So let me
God.
explain. If the
There's nothing to
referee,
argue
You
about,
missing a
Tony.
point.
there
You
is
missing
something
a
to
point,
argue about
Tony.
because there's a big point that you're
Yeah.
missing.
Now
And
do your presentation when you read,
this is
Tony.
why
Prove my
I'll do a
point.
presentation. Hold on,
Why
Supreme,
y'all,
and then
y'all
I'll
talking
cook you.
over each other?
This is why on your box rack, TKOs,
You missing a
Dr.
point, bro.
Stop, let me finish. I'm talking. TKOs, knockouts, Dr. Stoppage, retiring in your corner, they all count as KOs. Why? Because if that ref didn't step in to fucking save you, you would be dead on the ground.
Tony, what she's saying is a pure knockout, meaning he only knocked out David Avanesian. Everybody else, he put press more. They actually got up and fought more. He stopped Avanesian. Like Avanesian didn't get the fuck up at all. That's what
Hey, Leah
she's
Santa
referring
Cruz
to.
got knocked out cold.
The point of what I just said, Pay, went way over your head. Yes.
All right, you got
Avanesian
it,
was
bro.
on the ground.
Right,
Yes,
Tony.
Avanesian
Right,
was on the
Tony.
ground snoring. However, if the ref didn't step in there and save Earl Spence, this motherfucker would be in the morgue.
All right, so
Okay,
my question
bro.
to you is this,
Go
right?
ahead, Mr. Free.
No,
why do they make the distinction with technical knockout versus KO? Like, why do they make that distinction?
Because it's how you get the knockout.
Safety.
Do you know what TKO stands? Wait. Stop. Everybody stop talking. What does TKO stand for?
Technical knockout, nigga, you stupid?
Wait, what's the last two words? What's the last two words?
Technical knockout.
Knockout.
Meaning you technically knocked him out. Meaning the referee had to stop the fight. You understand? We're talking about getting hit and going to sleep. You hit the mat. Listen, we're talking about Leo Santa Cruz. Look, Leo Santa Cruz got knocked out cold. David Avenesian knocked out cold. Okay. Right?
Here we go. We're going to box.
There's no doctor. No doctor involved. There's no referee involved. And then you have a stoppers like Spence where the referee stops in. That's a technical knockout.
I got you, Supreme. I got
go to box rec and show me.
I got box rec up in the background. So
show me. And what it says? It says technical knockout, right? And then it says KO. They make the distinction. I know what I'm talking about, bro.
I'm about to show you what your boxing record is.
Non-argument. I don't even.
Can you bring up my shared screen, please?
Show the presentation, man. Let's see, because this nigga, we gonna see.
It is
okay.
A debate,
so before we move on, this right here, where you see Terence Crawford with the crown. Okay, this is your boxing record: 42 wins. 0 losses, 0 draws with 31 knockouts. That is your boxing record.
Go down.
Huh?
Go down. Scroll down, nigga.
If I'm explaining this, and let me explain
man,
it.
Shut the fuck up and scroll down,
you
nigga.
don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What?
Scroll down.
What is going on with you, bro?
See, he can't stop talking while I talk. They get so emotional when they're wrong. They get so emotional when they're wrong, but it's okay because I'm here to school them. So what I stated was TKOs, corner stoppages, referee stoppages, whether it be doctor, whatever, they all go in your knockout on your record. This is your record, okay? Now, if we scroll down, this is the history of the fight. This is how the fight turned out.
What kind of
so against Canelo Alvarez, bro? If you wanted me to explain it, why are you talking with me? Let me explain. So against Canelo Alvarez, he got a unanimous decision. That's the history of the fight. Against Masvidal, he got another unanimous decision. Against Earl Spence Jr., it was ruled a technical knockout. Now, if we count up all these TKOs, all these KOs, guess what it's going to add up to? 31 knockouts.
Tony, you done?
That was never my argument, though. This nigga's crazy. You did all that for no reason, bro. This nigga's crazy. How's he right? I said go to box record and go to the win column, bro. Not the totality of the knockouts, nigga. Obviously, we know technical knockout and regular knockout is gonna get under the same thing, bro. I'm going to the win column,
they're
bro.
Both knockouts, though.
They're both knockouts.
That's
my
so why in the win
But-
column has technical knockout, bro?
Because
why have that distinction?
Let me say this again.
No, why have that distinction in the win column, bro?
Because the history of the
There
fight.
is no distinction.
That niggas is crazy.
Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. I'm gonna answer this. This is even better. This is even better because I'm even gonna cook you even more. We gonna cook you even more. So in your win column, what you're talking about, win column, which is the history of the fight, you have UDs and MDs. Guess what? They don't separate on your record how many wins you have by unanimous decision or majority decision or split decision. They don't separate that shit because it's still a win. Just like no matter how you get stopped, it's still a knockout.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about right now?
You are so fucking slow. You are so fucking slow.
You're dumb. You're retarded, bro. You did all that for no reason, bro.
He's right.
You saying
man.
anything right now?
Understand what I'm saying? That's how slow you are. You have no idea what I'm saying,
bro. You retarded, bro.
You're retarded.
Dumb shit.
Let me ask you this. Let me make this real slow and elementary for this dude because he don't understand nothing.
Tony.
You don't understand shit. So you telling me out of 42 wins Crawford got, you tell him if he want to fight by split decision, it don't matter? A win is a win, right?
You can't even understand what I said. No. Let me
explain. Why have these distinctions, bro? Why have split decision, majority decision, unanimous decision? Why have that, bro? If a win is a win.
No,
I don't have to quit talking. You got 3 niggas stuck in dick, piggybacking. Y'all all wrong.
Because you don't know what you're so dumb. You don't understand
niggas, bro.
All right, I'm
Why does this nigga always?
Come on, bro. Listen.
Why does he refer to people? Oh, man, always sucking dick, man. You need to cut that shit out.
Because that's all he thinks about.
The fuck, bro?
Y'all gotta relax, Tony, because you came up here yet again and made a whole argument about some shit that I'm not even talking about, bro.
No, Supreme
Listen,
made an
no,
argument.
I'm talking, Tony. I'm talking. I know how much you hate when people cut you off. Listen, the point that I'm trying to make is context is the point of this conversation. Does Terence Crawford have knockouts? Yes, of course. He has tons of TKOs. My point I'm making in the context of power is he only has one knockout.
One
Knockout.
punch. Well,
One
so 2 cents.
knockdown, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fight is over. He only has one of those at the 47 division, and that was the Avanesian fight when his
So
glove
2 cents.
busted.
But
Are
he
you
got
But no,
referring?
smoked.
hold on, Blue.
So the
Yeah.
whole
Can I
Tony,
just ask
no,
you
you're not
one
about to
question,
take
Tony?
over
I
the
just want
show,
to ask.
bro. And
I
so the
just want to
point I
ask
was
one
making,
question.
I'm gonna let you go, Blue. So the point that I
Okay,
was
cool.
saying
Thank you.
is you're not moving up in weight, which is the premise of this conversation, and getting more power. That is usually not what happens in most cases. You don't move up in weight and then now you're not knocking people out at 140, but now you go to 168. Now you're knocking people out. No, that's not usually how that works like that. Not on some natural shit. No. But what you got to say,
So,
Blue?
you're referring to one punch stopping power, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was trying to say. I knew what you were saying, and you know what I'm saying, but it's just a matter of just the wordplay.
Yeah,
That's all.
No, it's just a matter of listening.
but you have to
No,
also.
because what's so ridiculous about
It's
this is if a referee does not step in to save the fighter, they will
yes.
be one punch knocked out. They will
But
be
they
there
weren't.
sleeping.
But they weren't, Tony.
Why weren't they?
Because it
because
got
I
stopped,
tell you why.
Tony.
Because they had to
They
get
weren't.
saved.
Let me say
Well,
this.
the ref has
Hey,
to also think of the respect of the
That
fighter
doesn't
too. He can't let
matter.
the fighter. He can't let. Hold on, it does matter. You're gonna let the ref's not gonna let somebody die in the ring like that. He's
No,
gonna be
I'm
held
saying it
accountable.
doesn't matter to the argument that I'm making, not what you
Oh,
said.
okay, okay,
But I
okay,
mean,
gotcha.
even the argument
My,
is
hey Rick, go
It's
ahead.
a very
My
relevant
apologies, bro. It's on
argument
you.
because
no.
the
Hey,
argument
hold
was to
on, y'all.
begin with.
I cut Rick off. I didn't mean to. Go ahead, Rick. My
No,
bad, bro.
no, just to sum it up, man. At the end of the day, TKO, KO. If the ref, the corner, if they feel if the fight is unable to defend themselves, and the fight is stopped, and they not capable of finishing the
Mm-hmm.
signed amount of rounds, it's a stoppage. Period. Point blank.
yeah,
Yeah, but this
but
And it
not
yeah,
even
still
the
counts
this
as a
not even the
but,
knockout.
conversation though, right?
but even
All
the
I'm trying to say is no. Listen, I said what I had to say. If you don't understand it, then I don't know what to tell you. But we were speaking of Devin Haney. You feel like if he goes up to 160, he's gonna have more power than he has now at 47. So he's
right. So
gonna keep
No,
moving up in
you have
weight
to
no,
and
imagine
get
that.
more
no,
powerful.
Yeah, because you
no.
have to imagine that he loses power when he's cutting weight. You know, like so fighters, let's say you're in a training camp, you probably are like 100%, 90%. When you start going into that weight cut to make your weight, you can probably go on to like 80, 70%. Then you count the amount of injuries, right? So if you cut less weight, you get closer to that 90% versus like 80 or 70, or being weight trained when you're like 60 or 50
So
or
why would
less.
he even be at 35 then?
Well, he started out young. So Devin Hayes he started out pro when
But
he
why
was
would he
16 years
stay there so long?
because he
It
wanted all
kind
the
of don't make
same
sense,
thing
right?
that
If
Earl
I
Spence
know
did.
if I move up, I'll be stronger, more pop. Like why would I stay? Why would I do this for so long?
The same reason Earl Spence stayed there. They had incentive for the belts.
Hey,
And they
here's a
both
I feel
prime
wanted
like
to
Earl
example.
Spence stayed there for money because that was the glamour division. That was a
he
division
want
he would have
Earl
been
Spence
able to
wanted to
make
be
the
on the
most
same
Hey,
team.
money in.
here's a prime
EJ
And
wanted
example
to be
of
on
a
the
Charlo
fighter
same
was
that's
team.
at
at 160.
54. So I feel like
E-
that's why Spence stayed at 47.
no,
Hey,
EJ wanted to
here's
be
a
on the
prime
unit.
example of
EJ
a
would fight
fighter that doesn't have
Charlo.
any
You don't
power.
care.
That's at 160, right? He doesn't have knockout weights, and he's used to people fighting. The dude Troy, that's in the B&B
Tried me.
camp. Yes, that gentleman right there. He doesn't have power like that, but he's still a contender. He's still going. Devin Haney will be the same position. He'd be up
Yeah.
there. He would not be knocking people out, bro.
Also, knockouts don't really measure power that much, although people always put it like that. Because you don't have to have a lot of power to knock somebody out. You just need you just need to hit them right. You know, like if
So
you think
Devin don't
about it,
know how good don't got put good punch placement.
no, you need you only need like 8 pounds of pressure to knock somebody
But
out.
Boxer Hacker, my only point was when Bud he got stronger at 147 because he stopped everybody at 147. He wasn't stopping every fighter at 140.
Yeah,
He
he
didn't
cut.
stop every
Mm-mm.
fighter at 135. But when he went to 147, he was dominant and completely stopped
Yeah,
everybody.
he's
He
stronger
knocked
because
every single person out that he fought. Whether you want to call it a TKO or one punch knockout is irrelevant because if somebody doesn't save you, you're going to be sleeping on the ground. So at the end of the day, he got stronger.
You can really hurt a fighter.
Manny Pacquiao got stronger as he kept going up in weight. There's been several fighters who have gotten stronger going up.
Let me ask you a question, right? When Tank and Ryan fought, right? Did he knock him out, or that was a TKO?
It was a technical knockout.
So why on BoxRec they labeled it as a knockout? You know why? Because when you can't beat the count, you got knocked out, bro. So you're not gonna tell me there's no distinction there, bro. So you telling me like,
wait, pause. wait. Let's run with that.
I'll ask you a question, right? When you look at David Evanesian, look. When you look at David Evanesian, look. I'm not talking to you, Tony. I'm not talking to you, gang. I asked Hacker.
Oh, okay.
So when Evanesian got knocked out by Crawford, he got knocked out cold.
Yeah.
Right? It was a knockout.
Yeah.
So when Tank hit Ryan with the body shot and he got down on his knee and then make the count. What do they call that?
Technical knockout.
No, it was a knockout.
Oh, it was a knockout.
On BoxRec, they label it as a knockout. So my thing is this: when the doctor or the referee has to come in on your behalf, it's a technical knockout, brother.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
if I'm a dumbass, then everybody in boxing is dumbasses then.
So
for labeling it this way.
So Hacker, he's clearly still stuck on
Tony, he's talking to Boxing Hacker. Tony, hold on, let Boxing Hacker
about what I was talking about. That's crazy.
Huh? So what Tony's just saying is that they're both under the same category as knockout, which they are. So technically, Tony's right. Like whether it's a TKO or KO, they're both knockouts. Like,
but why does BoxRec have the distinction, brother?
Because that's
what I'm gonna ask.
What happened in the fight. But
Boxing Hacker, that shit makes no sense, bro. Let me say this.
Bro, y'all got it. I'm done.
Let me say this.
Difference, bro. Like what are we talking about?
Difference,
it's a difference.
Knockouts.
That's all we saying is it's a difference. We're not gonna keep arguing about this shit, man. I don't want to argue about this. It's a difference between TKO and KO. Like, what are we talking about?
Okay, but when it comes to your record, like I stated, when it comes to your record, there is
talking
no
about
difference.
the record though. We were talking about power and one
Right.
punch knockout and
my
knocking
point
people out with
was,
one punch, Tony.
no,
You've got
no.
your point across and we've done your presentation. Can we move on, please?
Well, he brought it back up. It wasn't me.
Okay, he wanted to say something. Now we moving on.
Okay,
We're
well,
done.
can I say something?
No, we're done. We're done.
Why?
We're
Because
moving
he's
on.
wrong again.
Tony, we're done, bro. God damn.
I don't want to let that go.
Quit.
Relax.
I thought
You just
raised
cape with him so hard. It's crazy.
Anyway.
The whole time he was
Nigga, y'all
talking,
be
you
on
didn't tell him
frequent
to
channels
stop.
doing all type of
The
dumb
whole
shit, bro. What
time
you
he
talking
was
about,
talking, you
bro?
didn't tell him to stop. We're
What are
done
you
with the
talking about,
topic.
bro?
Oh, he's
See,
talking
dude
about
tell me
the
to stop,
hacker.
bro. What are you
He's
talking about, bro?
Boxing
What you
Hacker.
talking about, gang?
You let him go and try to state his case the whole
You throwing a
time.
temper tantrum, bro?
Tony.
No, I'm just keeping it 100. Like, you're wrong and you're still crying.
Is there a
And she
difference?
didn't even
You the one
respond
that's
to bury
bitching,
you even
nigga.
deeper.
You
She didn't
bitching.
even
Why you
respond
bitching?
because I bury you even deeper.
Listen.
Both are right. I mean, at the end of the day,
Is there a difference
This
between
nigga is crazy. Like, this
is there a
guy's
difference
crazy.
between a
There is-
TKO and a
especially as a
KO?
technical
Put
knockout
yes or
and
no
knockout,
in the
they are
chat.
still both just
Is there a
knockouts.
difference between a TKO and a KO? Put a yes or no in the chat.
On your boxing record,
It's
there
a
is no
difference. It's a
difference.
different
Okay.
way of
How is it no
knocking
difference if
somebody out.
on your boxing record in the history they make the distinction, my nigga?
Okay, I'm about to answer that. Like, I like
They're
this.
just
I like
all
this.
doing-
So this is
all
what. Hold on,
doing
Blue.
is
Hold on,
telling what
Blue, and
kind
then
of
you can
knockout
explain it
it
to him.
was.
Blue,
This
Blue.
nigga's crazy,
Hold
bro.
on. I'm about to make the distinction right now. Blue, I'm gonna say this again.
Tony, let
I'm
me
going to
this.
say this
Tony,
again because
Tony,
this went
I'm
over
gonna
his
let
head.
you go. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you finish, and then we're moving on. So go
So
ahead.
I'm gonna say this again, Blue, and he's slow, so you can explain it to
We're
him.
not doing that. Just say what you gotta say.
So just like a TKO and a KO are the same on your boxing record, it's just like when you get a unanimous decision, a split decision, a majority decision is the same on your boxing record. It's still a win. They don't signify how many fights you got a split decision in and count that as a different category. They don't signify how many unanimous decisions you have or split decisions you have. It still goes up as a win. Why? Because it doesn't matter if you won by one judge, two judges, or three judges, you still won the fight. Just like it doesn't matter if you get a TKO, a doctor stoppage, they refuse to get out the corner, so they retire in the corner, or you spark them clean out flat where they're snoozing in the ring. It still goes on your record as a knockout. See, there's different split decisions, or I should just say there's different decisions on your box rec when you go down the history, but they all count as a win. They're not different. Just like when you stop somebody, they all count as a knockout, regardless. So I'm going to say this. with Ryan Garcia, when he was on his knee, was he sleeping in the ring or was he wide awake and just didn't want to stand the fuck back up? So tell me how the fuck he was one punch knocked out when he was fully conscious.
All right,
I
Tony.
just explained it.
Congratulations.
But all right, though.
Congratulations.
I guess
Tony.
everybody in
All
the chat is dumb too. Everybody's
All right.
dumb except you.
So anyway, congratulations, Tony. You won the argument you made up. Like I was saying,
Y'all wild, man.
it's no way that Devin Haney's gonna have more power at 160. I don't even see Devin Haney fighting at 160.
So
I don't even
No,
see
he
him.
can. I think he can though, for real.
it's not
He
about
can go up to
having more.
160.
Tucson, the reason why you think that is because you think we're saying that add power. You lose power when you cut weight. So like when you have those rough weight cuts, part of you goes away. You know.
So he
Even when
shouldn't
you
even went to
rehydrate.
47. He should just went to 54.
I mean,
But yeah, take it
damn,
slowly.
Devin
Nah,
going up.
no.
That's
He
like,
wouldn't do that.
dog,
that's like, would you let your son jump up 3 weight classes? Hey,
He shouldn't have even
Hey,
went to
son.
40 for real.
But
should
look,
fight
So
him.
he
man,
went to
what,
47
what?
because it's the
Listen.
weakest division.
You
So
gotta take it
look,
slow.
he went to 147 because at the time the division was really weak with the champions that in there.
No, it had nothing to do with
What are
that.
you talking about? No,
Wait a
Jerome
minute.
Sanders just
Whoa,
moved up.
whoa,
You got to
whoa,
cut that
whoa.
out.
He called out
No,
Jerome
but
Bustos
look,
when he went to the division.
Hacker,
What are you
Bro,
talking about?
wait a minute,
stop
y'all.
it, man.
What's the point of Devin going up in weight if he's gonna just be cautious? We see Devin at 140, 147.
Yeah.
He can have his prey wounded and ready to be devoured, and he won't execute it. So
You better not
what we
mention.
gonna see Devin doing at 154 and 160? I mean, I saw Devin show hella dog get up after time after time after time. I mean, dog. I mean, he
His
kept
snake
getting up.
activated.
But where's that dog at when it's time to put a motherfucker in the dirt?
He's not a knockout artist.
Put him in the
Yeah,
dirt.
he don't know.
That was not. So you gotta give people.
I don't
who
think
they
it's
are.
really
Like,
about being a knockout artist, though. You know what I'm
he's a
saying?
pure
I think
boxer.
they just want to see more aggression. Like instead of
he's a
you
pure
know,
boxer.
trying to. So was Floyd Mayweather, but he wasn't
And Floyd
grabbing
wasn't
and
knocking out
holding
people
at
when he
the
went
end
up
of the
either.
fight.
You know, like you're so you got.
Well, it was knocking niggas out though.
That was a pure boxer. Shakur is a pure boxer. They're not gonna throw away their game plan just to like show bravado.
Man, nobody want to hear that shit, Hacker.
It's the reality of things.
That's not what people are asking
dog or
him to
not.
do, boxing hacker. That's not what people are asking.
But you're
him to
describing
do.
a boxer puncher, right?
No, we're not describing a
Tim is
boxer
describing
puncher.
a boxer puncher, not a pure boxer. Pure boxer will take the knockout if the knockout is there.
Yo, Hacker, you always got these word salads, my nigga.
It's not
Listen,
word salad,
if you're fighting somebody, right, and they completely outmatch, outclass, outgun, they ready to go. Why are they still in the ring with you, bro?
Yeah, then you're a boxer puncher, right?
It's not about game plan. If you can't do nothing with me, bro, you're not gonna affect my game plan.
You never seen the fight and be like, damn, they should have got them out of there. You never seen the fight and felt like that?
It depends who that fighter is. Like I said, some fighters are just pure boxers. Like you can hurt a fighter. Maybe
So only boxer punchers get knockouts. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that either, but they're the only to be a boxer puncher. A boxer puncher is basically somebody who boxes, and when they feel the upper right, they start trying to knock them out. They throw away.
So
the
you
game
don't
plan.
think Shakur could have stopped T.O.?
No, a boxer puncher is a person that
I'm not even saying knock him out. I'm saying stop him. Like you just beat him up so bad that the referee get a stoppage. You didn't think he couldn't get a
That's crazy. So how talented are these niggas then?
No.
Oh, hold on, boxing hacker. What you said was wrong. I don't know if it sounded like what you said was wrong when it comes to a boxer puncher. A boxer puncher, they don't know when they're going to get the knockout. It just comes.
I don't even understand what the talk about knockout is, though. What does it matter? The name of the game is boxing, not knockout.
Well, you know
like,
what? Hey, you know
who cares? If
Listen,
Devin never hold on, Rick. If
Hey,
Devin never gets
real
another
quick.
knockout,
This why? Because I'm fine with Devin being a master boxer and the sweet science and getting unanimous decision, 120 to 108. Cool.
Yeah, me too.
But you gotta drop the Debo nickname. You ain't
Exactly. Drop that. Debo's knocking
Who
niggas out.
did Debo ever knock out?
You can't be a Debo and you ain't had a knockout since 2019.
I got a question for you, Rick. Rick,
I gotta say this.
If Friday,
I gotta
who did
say, he
Debo
really
ever
is
knock
Debo.
out?
Did he knock Red across the street?
Yeah, it's a fact.
No,
But hold
He
on,
did knock
you
him out.
guys.
Remember when his father came out the car? I was
fuck,
like,
hey,
what's the
fuck
trouble,
the
old man?
I don't remember him knocked out. I just
It's
remember
about
him
the
jumping in the
context,
car.
not the
Hold on.
conclusion. It's about the context, not the conclusion. Fuck what happened to Debo getting hit with a brick at the end. The bottom line is the Debo character was a bad motherfucker who
He was a
That's a fact.
bully.
inflicted
He
pain
was a
and
bully.
intimidated
So you want to
No.
say something like
motherfuckers
Floyd
and put
Mayweather?
He was a bully.
motherfuckers in
A
the
Listen,
great
let me
boxer,
dirt.
say
Floyd
this.
Mayweather.
I've said this
He's
before, and I'm
smoking
gonna say it
mirrors, Rick.
again.
Smoking mirrors,
Let me
Rick.
say this real quick, you guys. Let me say this real quick. So first of all, Debo was a bully, just like they said. He don't do that shit going around the corner. He don't holler at them, fuck with them niggas like that. Then he know what time it is. So this is the reason why I'm saying he actually is Debo, because the simple fact. And I know you guys gonna laugh,
Oh, he
but
hiding at them weight classes, huh?
no, check it out, check it out. That's not what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this: when he was fighting, this is messed up. But when he was fighting Ryan, he had doodle stains in his drawers. Now when Debo, when they showed Debo
Blue.
at old girl's house,
Oh, you
he had
trolling.
doodle stains in his drawers. Yeah, I am.
I mean, Devin makes people get out the division. Look what he did to Boots, man. Boots left as soon as he saw
Shut up,
Devin.
Ryan.
Oh man,
Nah,
you don't get off
I
the
look
gas
at I
bus
look at him
nothing.
being Debo a little different. Like they say he don't mess with them dudes around the corner. That's like significant to Haney not fighting dudes his size. So he hiding at 140, 147. Go up to
Hmm
160 and do that shit, nigga.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
something, Supreme.
you
Did
so
you
you see
Rehydrate
what
up
I'm
to
getting at.
160 and do that shit.
So
Supreme?
you
Let
see
me
what
ask
I'm
you a
getting at,
question.
right,
What
Supreme?
about
When I
what
say
about
Debo, he is
Benavidez?
Debo actually.
Benavidez can fight heavyweight right now. Why? I never hear you make that argument of like, why you got these lower weight class? Why don't you go heavyweight and fight? I never heard you make that
You know
argument.
why? Because he's stopping niggas. That's why.
So
That's
wait.
why. Nobody got nothing to say about Benavidez
But
because he getting stoppages.
but he's also
This nigga
fighting smaller
Haney
guys.
or have a dude like Ken Bosa's all bent out of shape, ready to go and go the distance, bro. Same with Regis. He
No,
had
no, no.
Regis corner ready to
Yeah,
stop the fight,
But
bro.
yeah, he should have
All you
stopped
gotta
Regis.
do is
Jackson's
throw a
bigger than
flurry.
him.
My thing is this, right? I'm not saying that you can't get hit with a super dumb punch that could get you out of there. We've seen that before. But what I'm saying is when you got a fighter, you got the reach advantage, height advantage, size advantage, skill advantage, footwork. You telling me you can't stop this nigga? This guy that is
That's not
completely
his style.
outmatched is gonna deviate your game plan if you throw a flurry together.
That's
I
not
don't
his
believe
style,
that,
bro.
bro.
Everybody's different. That's not his style,
Even Hitchens stopped Cambosis, bro.
bro.
Yep,
Like,
he
come
sure
on,
did.
brother.
Not
Like, you gotta
Devin.
like if
That's
you
not
like Rick said, if you gotta be Debo, then you gotta be Debo, bro.
people. The sport's not called
They
power.
need to
It's
call
about
that nigga
winning,
Smokey, bro. Like that nigga
bro.
not
What's
like
funny about this scenario that you bring up? Like the
what's
people
up?
that do get knockouts normally lose to people like Devin. You know that, right? Like
I think
historically
that's the false
speaking,
narrative, bro. And I hate it.
it's not a
Everybody
false
says that.
narrative
Or
all
pure
the
boxer
time.
beats the boxer puncher.
And
Like
the
where is he
knockout
fighting?
artist.
Give me these
And the
examples,
knockout
bro.
artist.
Give me these examples of knockout artists losing to pure boxers, bro. Give me them since
Yeah,
you
Mike
got
Sabril
Brown
it.
lost to
Matias.
Floyd Mayweather.
Sabril Matias.
Floyd Mayweather is Floyd Mayweather, brother. What about
What does that
Durant
mean?
versus Sugar
I
Ray
just
Leonard
gave you an
1?
example
What
of
about
a knockout
Hagler versus
artist. He
Durant?
had
Like there's plenty of examples of
Philip Indo
a
knocked out
brawler.
Floyd Mayweather too.
There's plenty of examples of brawlers, boxer punchers, steamrolling and starching pure boxers, bro. Just because you're a pure boxer
Jeff
doesn't mean
Lacey
you're gonna
lost
beat the
to
boxer puncher, brother.
Jeff Lacey lost to Kawasaki. I don't know. There's a lot of times, man.
Kawasaki was a knockout artist, bro. His first 25 fights, he had like a 90% knockout ratio. So like, where's this narrative at? Like, just because you can box and dance around the ring, you're gonna stop it. You're not gonna get stopped, bro. Like
What about Sugar Ray Leonard and Duran?
Durant beat him the first fight, and then Sugar Ray got it back in blood.
And then what
But
happened?
Sugar Ray is the boxer
Sugar Ray
puncher. He's
changed
not a
to
pure boxer though.
boxing style. He became a pure boxer the second fight, being both the second and third fight. Right? He
Well,
was trying to be a puncher.
Sugar Ray Leonard's not a pure boxer, brother. Muhammad Ali you could say is a pure boxer, or someone like Bivol, someone like Usyk. Like
hear what I just said. He took a pure
Bro,
boxer.
it's nothing to argue about. They just not like that. Boxing hackers, just that simple.
That's a fact.
Nothing to keep arguing back and forth about.
I mean, I think
And
historically.
that's what I'm saying. Like you want to call
something,
give somebody a nickname Debo, and it just doesn't even fit.
I'm confused. I'm just very confused. I'm really confused. The reason why I'm confused is I just heard Joe Calzaghe was a knockout artist, but he only had 2 actual KOs in his entire career. All of his knockouts were by TKO, but he's a knockout artist now.
He has a
This
point.
nigga
Yeah.
is crazy.
He has a point. He got you there,
He don't got no point, bro.
He
Because
got
my
one.
thing is this, right? No,
you
he
were
doesn't, bro.
disqualifying
Like,
them.
listen. I know you. Listen, don't make me get crazy.
I'm
All
so
I'm saying is this,
confused
right?
now.
Hey, Tony was
If you
waiting for
have
you to
20
say
fights,
that.
right, and you have
Yeah.
18
One
knockouts,
mic,
right?
one mic. Let me.
If you have 20 fights, right, and you got 18 knockouts, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying you draw the distinction on how you knock the person out. Of course, on the win record, you're gonna see 30 knockouts or whatever, 45 wins. I get that. What I'm saying is, if you're getting stoppages, whether they by TKO, doctor, referee, retirement, like you're a knockout artist, brother. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So Jeff
Hold on,
Lacey
let me
being
get this super
Jeff
chat.
Lacey getting stuck. Oh, go ahead, Tucson, my fault.
Shout out to Chef Jupe in the building with the $20 in the super chat. She put that orange in there, my favorite color. Y'all put some orange in the chat. She says Debo terror in the hood was implied. However, he did knock out Craig. Craig was awakened by his mom and dad minutes later. Also, before the point system was established, boxing was ruled by KO, stoppages, final to the finish. Shout out to Jupe in the building with the $20 in the chat, in the super chat.
So I don't understand what you're saying right now. I guess I am.
It's like the historian. She gonna come with the let you know from the old school. But we got go ahead,
spent,
Tony, and then it's on Too Rich because
we just spent like 45 minutes. You talking about Terence didn't have no knockouts. At 147, he wasn't a knockout artist because none of them were one punches. But now all of a sudden, Joe Calzaghe, who 30 out of his 32 knockouts came by TKO, now he's a knockout artist all of a sudden. So now because you just figured out that you buried yourself again, yet again, because you don't know the history.
The whole chat must be wrong.
Look, one mic come.
The whole chat is wrong.
One mic come.
Let him finish.
All I need is one mic.
Go ahead, Tony, because
Nas,
you're
right?
making up another argument to be right about. Go ahead.
I'm not making up. No, I'm using the same logic.
Hey,
That was a new argument.
No, actually, Tony's right. I mean,
how was he right? Let me just say one thing, Two Cents.
Because I'm tired of this, man.
This is insane.
I'm tired of it too, but that's crazy though. So you telling me Leah Santa Cruz? Listen, Leah Santa Cruz not getting off the canvas is the same thing like Ryan Garcia. They're the same thing. You telling me? Looking at the fight.
A question for me to answer?
Hey,
I'm asking.
Hey, check that out though. Tank have more TKOs than KOs, but I still
he does way more.
Tank
way more TKOs than KOs.
I'm not petty like that.
You know who else Rick Tills has more TKOs? Mike Tyson.
I'm not saying Crawford's not a knockout artist. The argument was who. All right. The argument was who did Terence one punch knockout at 147? The only person you could say is Avanesian, bro.
That was not the argument.
Is that not right? Is that not right?
Now you're trying to change the argument.
No, bro, that never was. That was the argument from the beginning, bro.
Okay, look. It's in the history books. It's on the record. It can be replayed. You use the worst example of a knockout artist you ever could to go against your point because Joe Calzaghe only had TKOs.
All right. All right, Tony.
This nigga's crazy. All right, bro. You're right.
What you got?
This nigga's crazy.
I'm gonna say this. The problem I got with the argument, right? We look at the boxers and we questioning why they ain't stopping them, why Dev ain't stopping them, blah 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 blah. My thing is, we saw Ryan knock Barrios down in the first round, and he couldn't stop him. We saw Rolly knock Ryan down in the first round and couldn't stop him. We saw Pitbull knock Roach down and couldn't stop him. And nobody got a problem with the guys who's supposed to have power not stopping nobody, but we talking about the boxers.
How is it nobody Too Rich when that's one fight you mentioning? How is it they not stopping nobody when you're talking about one fight?
I mean, Ryan ain't stopped nobody in the last 3 fights. I'm saying he knocked a guy down, and you saying that Shakur should have stopped Tio, but why didn't Ryan stop Barrios? He knocked him down in the first round. He didn't have the power. I'm saying, what was it? He didn't have the power to finish him?
Ryan got criticism too, though, bro. You acting like nobody criticized him.
He not had the power to finish him? When Pitbull knocked Roach down, did he not have the power to finish him?
I don't know. We asked.
Did Ryan not get criticism though?
What your point is?
No, I'm just making the point that power punches, when they knock guy, they don't stop nobody. Don't nobody got a problem with it. But y'all trying to act like y'all expect the boxers to do it. But let me say this: when y'all was talking about Devin Haney, right? I'm gonna say this:
Devin Haney had knockout of the year over Antonio Moran, a bigger guy. So just like you saying you don't gain power, you don't lose power either. You don't lose power. He didn't just become all of a sudden pillow fisted. It's just that defense wins championships. And when these guys become boxers like that, they punch and they retract. They punch and retract. They're not putting their back in. And when Tank punch, he's trying to punch through you. You see what I mean? He's punching through you, but the boxers tend to punch and retract so you can't punch them. So it's just mechanical. That's all it is, just a mechanical thing. If they were to put their back in it, but they got to sell out, they would have to put themselves at risk. And the good boxers won't do that.
That's a fact.
I'm going to just be honest. I hope Devin Haney never gets another knockout and keeps winning.
He need to drop that Debo name then, bro, because Debo is knocking niggas out.
We're saying if you're not finna put yourself at risk, then why are you calling yourself Debo? It don't make sense.
Debo means people scared of you. They scared of you. They scared of them, and they won't fight them. That's what Debo
Why
means.
they scared of Debo, though?
Debo. It wasn't about Debo knocking out everybody. They were scared of Debo. That's what Debo means.
So Debo knocking niggas out has nothing to do with nobody being scared of him. That's what you're telling me?
They were scared of Debo. Were they not scared
they
of
were
Debo?
scared of
Why they were scared of Debo?
Because Debo had a reputation of putting motherfuckers in the dirt. Debo had a resume. Debo used weapons. Debo left motherfuckers knotted up and leaking. That's why they was afraid of Debo. They were not doing that.
Put niggas in the dirt.
Shout out Juke.
Oh shit. Tony, you done fucked up.
I mean, you done cooked yourself so much, it's crazy.
But we're not finna do that. We're not even finna rematch. We're not.
Yo, Tony, you lucky I like you, man. You all right with me, man.
Hey,
I ain't got no issues with you either.
I'm not gonna be here long. I promise. I'm not about to mess up the whole show. How y'all doing? Good night. So I just want to say, I hear what y'all saying, everything. So when it comes to Devin, I don't think it's an issue, right? Like, okay, when it comes to knockouts, I'm a person where I don't really sweat people about knockouts. But I think the criticism comes from the things he say and the fact of things he does, right? So like when you say, okay, well, Pitbull last 3 fights, he didn't get a stoppage. Rolly didn't get a stoppage with Ryan, right? People who are knockout punchers do get criticism. For example, Tank Davis. Every fight, if Tank doesn't knock you down in the round, people don't even really look at the round. They just say, oh, he lost a round, which is crazy and it's not true, right? They don't look at their boxing prowess. They just go by, they make knockout punchers all about knockout punching. And if you're not a knockout, if you don't have power, they really pay attention to the things you're doing in that ring. So when it comes to Devin, I think the reason why Devin is so criticized because you called yourself Debo, right? And Debo, of course, the movie's only 2 hours. It's implied that he beats everyone out and knocks out people. He's bigger than everybody. Like, that's the thing. He's bigger than everybody. And he has his advantage and he capitalizes on that advantage, right? To the point where people don't even want to punch him, right? Don't want to, but in the movie, he did knock out Craig, right? Like, it's not a boxing match. It wasn't 10 seconds. Craig was sleep. He body slammed him like he was asleep. He knocked him out cold, right? So that's what a Debo is. And so I think the thing is that we're talking about, Pitbull to get these knockouts. Pitbull is smaller than everybody he's ever fought. He's smaller than everybody he's ever fought. He's not Deboing anybody. What he's doing is something out of the ordinary, which is I'm the smaller man, but I'm going to press you. That's out of the ordinary. So yeah, we give him a little respect for that. Tank is smaller than 99% of the people he fought. And he's getting knockouts for bigger guys that when the bigger guy fights him, can't get a knockout. That's impressive. That's something we really haven't seen before. So I don't think it's a matter of like, how come they're not getting criticism? It's because not only are you bigger than everybody, you have this huge advantage. You can just sit there. Like, you can't have a size advantage over everybody and then have a lower bar. You have to make that advantage count. I'm sorry. This is what it is. That's not fair. That's like, I'm going to give a 5th grader more credit for knocking out a 2nd grader than I would a 2nd grader for knocking out a 2nd grader. That's the, not saying kids should be knocking each other out, but just an example. Like,
don't get me canceled, Juke.
Right? I don't want kids knocking each other out, but it's just a size difference. he's had a huge size advantage his whole career. And we talk about Moran did not. I went back and looked at that fight. He did not have a size advantage. They were now he was not as small as most of Haney's opponents, but Moran is not like a top level fighter either. And again, like look at how far he had to go back to hit him, and it's just in the day. The fact that if you have to go back to Antonio Moran, a man that let's say this, if Tank was to fight Antonio Moran, will people be okay with it? Do you think people be justifying it? No one would. No one would. And so if you have to use Antonio Moran as like, oh, but he knocked out this guy. Tank don't even get credit for the guys he knocked out that everybody else wants to fight. It's just a different bar. His bar is super low. It's a discrepancy. He has a lower bar for being a bigger person, and that's unnatural to boxing. There's very few times you've seen that throughout history where someone's bigger than every single person they fought, always has this size advantage, and then you get to call yourself Debo, and then you're on the back foot, or you're holding a lot, or you're only throwing 70 punches the whole fight. That's all we're saying. Now you can fight that way if you're going to win, but that's the reason, right? That's the reason.
Criticism.
So, and then Rolly, we all know Rolly came from he was disciplined in a different mixed martial arts. And he kind of that's what actually Devin just said it. Devin just said he's a novice, right? Because he doesn't see Rolly as experienced. He's looking to take advantage. He doesn't see Rolly as experienced. But he wants to get a belt off someone who's inexperienced. So you can't be like, oh, I'm Debo, and you're fighting people who are inexperienced. Like, it's just, he's a walking contradiction. That's the problem. Others are not. Pitbull is not a walking contradiction. Tank is not a walking contradiction. That's why you're not getting the criticism. So that's all I want to say. I'm gonna let y'all have it, and y'all have a good night.
Jupe, I have a question for you. You say that about Devin.
Shout out, Jupe. Thank you for coming up on the panel.
Hold on, Jupe. Wouldn't it be the same, though, for Tank bringing Hector Garcia up from 130? Wouldn't it be the same, him bringing up Lamont Roach?
No. You know why? Because both of those men are bigger than him, and actually Lamont Roach had just as many. I think he had more fights at 135 than Tank did. And Hector Garcia was also larger, had a longer reach, taller than Tank Davis. So no, absolutely not. It would not be the same. That's why. Now, if Tank wanted to, he could do the same thing that Devin's doing by cutting all this weight, get Victor Conti behind him, and start fighting at 122, and then blowing up and knocking everybody out and getting credit for it and say, I'm a multi-division champion. He's just fighting at his natural weight, which is what boxing is intended to do. So no, it's not the same thing. So now I'm going to retire. If no one else did anybody else have any other questions?
Yeah, I just find it funny because people always follow up like Devin, but like nobody ever said that about Benavidez, right?
I didn't come here to debate. I just wanted to come say my piece and drop off.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Jude. Thank you for coming up.
Nobody ever mentions Benavidez doing that. Oh, Devin fights smaller fighters, but then Benavidez does that. Then you see Bootsy does that. Like, what are we talking about? You know, like
that's why people pick Morello for Benavidez.
Commenting on people like fighting. This person fights smaller fighters, or this person fights people that they naturally.
Bro, y'all Haney fans be on some straight bullshit.
No, but let's be like the thing is like
y'all be on some straight bullshit, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
It's a pure bias. Because y'all will give Benavidez full credit. You know Benavidez.
No. People been saying for years Benavidez need to move up and fight somebody his size, bro.
What's his?
People been saying that,
bro. Benavidez can go to heavyweight. Do you know that?
Cruiserweight is junior heavyweight, bro.
No, so he can go to heavyweight.
I don't think so.
Just like Devin Haney can go to 160. What are we talking about?
Right. So
Devin could go to 175, really?
Because the people you are fighting, boxing hacker, you have every single advantage imaginable.
If y'all want to talk about natural weight,
Devin can't go to the 175.
That's probably his walk around.
He could definitely go to 175.
Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
we're talking about Devin. It's okay, and you want to talk about Benavidez, but we're talking about Devin right now.
Though. People create these biases.
No, it's not a bias because people pick Morel and the Benavidez lead up because he's finally fighting someone his size. People actually picking Zerto because he's fighting someone his size, bro. So Benavidez gets the same criticism, bro. The difference is Benny be knocking niggas out. Haney do all this lip service, running his mouth, going on campaigns, calling himself Debo. Nobody want to fight him. He ain't getting no stoppages, nigga. You fight a dude like Kambosos who you outweighing by 20
Sports not called
pounds, he ready to
sports. It's
go.
called boxing, bro. He boxes.
It don't matter. The point is, stop calling yourself a violent character, bro.
But this is
Stop
the
calling
issue.
yourself a
The
violent
issue
character.
is not
It's
that
like,
he boxing hacker. You missing the issue. The issue is you're presenting yourself in a way, and then when you get criticized for not performing in that way, y'all want to sit up here and be like, "It's a double standard." He's bringing this attention on himself.
All fighters present
He
themselves the same
nicknamed
way.
himself Debo. He didn't even spell it right.
That's like
Devo's
saying like
crazy.
So like when Floyd beats people by decision and says he's gonna knock them out during press conference, you always say the same thing about Floyd.
Nah, that's cap because when in the lead up to the Gotti fight, he said, "I'm gonna knock this dude out. He don't belong in the ring with me."
How many other fights he said the same thing?
He did it to a bunch of people, bro.
He
you don't remember Floyd career? He was Pretty Boy Floyd at one point, brother.
Yes, but what happened when he became Money Mayweather? He was still.
I mean, that was his fifth weight class, and his hands was brittle, bro.
He was gonna knock people. He said he was gonna knock
Devin
that
Money
Loy out.
Mayweather? Is Devin Money Mayweather?
What are you talking about?
I mean, he knocked out Victor Ortiz, bro.
Oh, come on.
He knocked him out.
Nah, about some real shit though. That's his fifth weight class, and his hands is brittle. So we understood why he switched his game up.
but
We're talking about these dudes in their prime. Mayweather at Money May was 36, 37, bro. These niggas is 24, 25, and they can't stop nobody. That's why niggas love Abdullah Mason, bro, because he bringing that pain. This nigga,
I keep saying,
he needed to drop that Debo shit, bro. Get him out of it, man.
Yo, not all these fighters knock out artists. That's just what it is. Some people knock you out. Some people win by decision. That's all it is.
So he needed to play his lane then.
Exactly.
Stop talking that violent shit, bro.
I mean, he's a multi-division champion. Young is undisputed. He's playing his lane.
I get that, but Keyshawn says he's gonna stop Jermaine Ortiz and what he did. He stopped him. That's why Keyshawn get the credit he get. That's why people love Keyshawn, even though he's doing all this dumb shit. They jumped the dude at the fight. He getting high in camp. People don't care because when he get in the ring, he put on a performance. Nigga, he needed to start putting them shits together and knocking niggas out, bro. Maybe he won't get clowned no more.
Bro, that's just not his style, man. I keep saying it.
So that he need to act like it then, bro.
Boxing hacker, why
That's
you
what I'm
can't
trying to tell
just
you.
all we're trying to get you to do is accept that this is why he gets the criticism. We're not asking you to agree. We're trying. You're asking why why he gets criticism, and we're telling you. And it's like you just sitting there with a shield with the information just bouncing off of you. Like, bro, that's all we saying. Hold on, it's on Too Rich. Go ahead, Too Rich.
Y'all do know criticism is a part of making a whole lot of money, right? What fighter don't get criticism? Tank knock out everybody, don't get criticism. Jerome Boost Ennis get criticism. That's a part of making millions of dollars. You need them to criticize you about something.
Clarissa
Misery loves company.
They on
Let me address that too, Rich, right? When you look at someone like Boost, right? He hears the criticism. So what is he trying to do? Now get the money, 2 cents.
Shout out to Juke back in the super chat with the yellow with the 10. She said, I had the same criticism of Benavidez. Then he proved it with fighting guys his size and now bigger. Something I have not seen. The boxing happened.
My bad.
Something I have not seen from Devin. Tank is smaller than everyone fighting at 130 and doing damage. Shout out to
Brian Norman was his size, and Brian Norman was the strongest puncher. Brian Norman was his size, and Brian Norman was the strongest puncher at 147.
Why
he got full credit for that.
And this is what I don't understand about the Haney hate. Regardless of how he wins, And the fact of the matter is this. In boxing, you have a lot of dudes who start off with a lot of knockouts. Because even Devin had a lot of knockouts when he first came into boxing.
Yeah.
But when you go up through the levels, the knockouts normally start to stop. The thing about Devin is he's constantly going after the best when they're at their best, unlike his peers.
Okay.
I mean, those knockouts was in Chihuahua, Mexico.
I understand that. But at least he's fighting the best when they're the best. At least he's unifying, fighting other champions, unlike his peers.
I mean, he get credit for that. But what I'm saying is this, right? When you look at Boots, he had a criticism. So he's trying to fight a Virgil. He's trying to fight a Fundora. He's trying to fight a Xander Zayas. So he's chasing these uniforms.
Cherry pick. What has Virgil done? Virgil ain't never been no real champion. Virgil ain't never been no real champion.
All right, so look, what I'm saying is he's hearing the criticism from the fans, and they saying, you know what? Fight Virgil because that's someone that we think could beat you. Now,
I
what
hear
Virgil
you're
decides to
saying.
do,
Supreme.
all
my
I'm
point
saying is
this.
how fighters address the criticism. Haney needs to address the criticism by putting that shit together, and people will stop talking.
No,
That's
he's
what I'm
been doing
saying.
it by beating. He's been doing it by beating the best of the divisions, time after time after time after time. Now,
Who's
I
the
think
best at
Rolly
heavyweight in the
Cambosis
trash
was
whole
it.
never
world?
the best at 135 pounds.
Yeah,
Who?
and who was the
Cambosis
Neither
best?
was
was the best at
Regis.
135.
And Regis was not the
Cambosis was
best
by far the best.
Oh,
at
Regis
hold
was
on,
not
look,
the best
look.
at
Let me
140.
say something to Big Supreme. I hopped on the panel earlier. A whole bunch of Haney fans up there. They got
They
mad at
jumped
me
you.
because I said Regis was not the best at 140 when Devin fought him. They was pissed.
He was the
They
best.
jumped you. I already
It's
know.
true. It wasn't. It's true.
They
You know
was
how
he
we
was,
He was not the
ranked
best at
number
140,
one.
bro.
I'm like, come on, y'all know
He was the
damn
best at
well.
135.
Even Brian
when he was
Norman,
105.
Tony, you said he wasn't shit. You still say he ain't shit.
Yeah.
I think,
Right or
but
wrong?
listen to what Supreme.
the
Listen to
highest
what I'm
ranked in the
saying.
division. Why
Listen to
wouldn't he be
just
the
hear
best?
out what I said. It's not about what I think. It's about where they're positioned. I can say I think Rolly is fucking trash. I said Mario Barrios is probably the worst boxing champion in the history of boxing. The worst. By far the worst. But at the end of the day, they still made it to their position. So you have dudes who are fighting other champions and unifying, not catching them before they become champions, not catching them after they was champions. When they're currently at their peak, at their pinnacle, somebody like Devin is fighting people when they're at their pinnacle. So I have to give that credit,
Regis
whether
was
he
at his
gets the
pinnacle.
knockout or
was
not.
not at his pinnacle,
Regis was
brother.
at his
Tony,
pinnacle.
because
Tony.
Hold
you
on,
gonna take ass,
He
bro.
wasn't
I
at his
get it.
pinnacle, brother.
Regis was at his pinnacle, Tony.
Oh no.
We just had a very good win against Zapata prior to fighting Devin.
Zapata.
Zapata.
He didn't fight
And he was
Zapata.
number 2 champion.
Yes, he
Yeah, what
did
are you
fight
talking about?
Zapata.
Nigga fought Zarilla before he
Zar-
fought.
Yeah, he looked
He fought
terrible in that
Zarilla.
fight. He fought Zarilla, and he arguably lost that
And who
fight.
did he fight right before Zarilla?
Josh Taylor, no?
He fought Zapata.
Zapata.
No, he didn't. Zapata didn't
He
take
fought
a lot.
Nah, I
Zapata
don't think so,
at
bro.
140.
I think he fought Zapata like
Listen, he has-
2019.
Oh, he's talking about other Zapata. Never mind.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
not 135 Zapata.
Jose.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about now.
I know.
I don't know. We might have to box wreck that, bro. I think he fought Zapata a couple years ago.
He fought
looked
Zapata.
terrible.
Zapata was looking great. Zapata was on a streak whenever Regis beat him.
But did you see the Zarilla fight?
I did see the Zarilla fight.
How you thought?
You seen that air jab?
Nah, nigga, the double pump air jab on top of
The
it.
fact of the matter is you have somebody like Devin who should be applauded
Was
for going
at his
after,
pinnacle.
for going. No, listen. The only criticism I have of Tank Davis is that he doesn't fight the best in his division. Whether you feel like they're the best or not,
That's
he doesn't go fight them.
fine.
All Tank ever had to do, and all he still has to do, is just fight who they consider the number one outside of him. If he does that, his criticism goes away. But somebody like Devin, who chases guys who are allegedly the number one, like Brian Norman Jr. was allegedly the number one, he made him look trash. That should be applauded.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let me
I
say
do
this.
congratulate him for winning that fight, but was Regis
Let me say
at
this,
his
right?
pinnacle?
When you look at Tank, right? They saying Lomachenko, he looked good in the Cambosis fight, right? He tried to make a fight with Lomachenko. This nigga retired. He tried to fight Rayo, who's coming off a good win. He fired Benavidez and then got a whole nother team. You get what I'm saying? So like Tank is trying to fight these dudes, and they firing their managers, their trainers, going into legal situations, and I don't get it, bro. Like Tank is trying to fight the people you guys think are the best, and these dudes don't want to fight.
I want to respond to the Lomachenko. First off, Loma.
Tony, I'm gonna let you go. I gotta get Tony. Thomas. He just came up here. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Loma had already said, and Bob Arum had already released before the Tank fight was even mentioned, that Loma was thinking about retiring. That had already been put out there after the Cambosis win. So it's not like he just all of a sudden retired. Number two, Tank could have fought Loma at 130 and wanted no piece of him when Loma was at his best. So I'll give you credit. Tank finally, hold on, I'm trying to finish so Thomas can talk. I give Tank credit. He finally wanted to fight Lomachenko after the man was 85 years old and talking about retirement.
So Dad fought him at 84 then, right? Because it was 1 year after. And it was the
Right.
greatest
He
win
just
in
proved
his
his own
history.
point.
But
Don't even realize it.
Devin's been
It's
calling out
on Thomas.
Lomachenko
Go
for
ahead,
years.
Thomas. Go ahead, Thomas.
All I
Devin
want to say,
calling out
man,
Lomachenko
I
for
ain't got
years.
nothing bad to say about Devin, but Devin did fight his biggest competition when they were not at their very best in their career. If you want to count Kambosos and you saying, well, he beat the best in the division, if Kambosos is the best in the division, then why, after he beat Tio, did he literally lose every single fight? He also had 2 split decision victories where those were suspect too. One to Malik Hawkins, the other one to a 36-and-a-half-year-old ninja that been out the ring 4.5 years. And he struggled with that dude in his house. I'm not taking anything away from his accomplishments or the things that he happened to get as far as being rewarded for victories, but at the same time, he never actively sought after any number one person in the division while he was at 35. And then he didn't do it at 40, and he
Talk to
doesn't seem
him.
to be doing it
Talk to
at
him.
47. So, I
Talk
mean,
to
if we're
him.
going to hold that standard to one, we have to hold that standard to all.
Oh,
Talk to
That's
Kambosos
him.
not true
split
though.
decision shorty.
That's
Hold on,
not
hold
actually
on,
true
hold on,
because
y'all.
Kambosos was
Hey,
the number one
Thomas. Hey,
champion.
Thomas, can you
And Devin
repeat that
fought
again? I
Brian
don't think they
Ortega.
heard you,
Let me
bro.
let
Bro,
Blue
I don't
go.
think they heard you, fam.
Go ahead,
Nah,
Blue.
I want Thomas to go again, man. I want him to repeat what he said, man. I don't think everybody heard him.
No, but it's
Now,
not true. What he said is not
what
true.
do you mean it's
What do
not
you
true
mean
about
true?
Kambosos, dog? At what fight
What are you
Split
that you
talking
decision
saw
about,
where
shorty.
Okay,
Grandmaster?
first off, Kambosos didn't lose all his fights after that. Remember that because he
They
beat
used to
Max
take Kambosos
Lee.
a Hall of Famer, bro. Like you,
Hold on,
how
hold
can
on,
you
hold
even
on,
sit
hold on one
down?
second. We have to be
No,
honest about
Devin
one
said
thing.
Kambosos is Devin's best
Kambosos had
win.
all the titles except one at 135 at one point after he beat Tio. At that point, he was the number one champion of that division. There was
so he
no
was the
ifs,
best in
ands,
he was
or
the
buts
best in
about
the
it.
division
The man to beat
because
at
we're
that
holding
time.
Tank to a
Hold
standard of not
on,
fighting the
hold on.
best.
The man to beat at that time was Kambosos. When he beat Tio, he became the man. He beat the man that beat the man, and you have to give that guy his props. He did that. He was
I mean,
undefeated.
Yeah, so Tio
technically,
was
you
the
are
He beat
man.
right.
Tio.
So hold on. Tio
Tio
was the
won the
man at
205. Devin beat
135
him at his
and one.
best.
So
Yeah.
Tio was the man at 135, got
Yes.
beat by Kambosos, and then became the man at 140.
What do you mean? Then became Tio became
Yes.
a man at 140 because
Yes.
he beat
Tio
Josh
Yes,
Taylor,
definitely
that's
was the
right.
who was
man
the
at
Yes,
lineal
yes,
champion.
135.
Yes.
yes.
Once you beat
Let me
the
ask you
man,
a
There's
question,
no
right? Y'all
argument.
think Pacquiao
lineal
avoided
champion.
Crawford?
Huh?
I
Do you
don't
think
know.
Pacquiao avoided Crawford?
I have
Hell
no
yeah.
idea.
When you ask for 40 million to fight
Yes.
somebody, yeah, you avoiding them. Yes. Yes.
That'll be by
So you
murder.
I mean,
think so you think
that's what
Pacquiao
Pacquiao normally get paid
strategically
though.
ducked Crawford?
Yeah. Even Bob
Yes.
Aaron.
The
Bob
reason why
Aaron
I
didn't
ask
even
is
want to.
because people talk about that and never mention the age, bro. Pacquiao was 4 years older than Lomachenko when Tank tried to fight him, bro. So I'm trying to figure out like at what point does the age matter?
Here's
Like
the difference, though. Here's the
he's been
difference.
knocked out 4 times, bro.
People aren't gonna give you that much credit for that because Lomachenko's been there for years, and Tank didn't want no parts of that. Since 130,
What
he
I'm
didn't
saying
want no
is,
parts of Lomachenko.
again, I
So like,
always say the same
so
thing, right? If you on
and
top
it's
rank
wait, and
and you can't get none
Lomachenko,
of these fights, how can you blame Tank
Lomachenko,
for not getting this nigga to come to the table, bro?
Lomachenko. Remember one thing: when he fought Kambosos, he was already planning retirement. His country was at war. He was already planning
So why did
retirement,
his manager say that they were in negotiations and he
and then
was
he retired. Did he come
confident
back?
about the Tank Davis fight? Bob Arum said that too in interviews. So
Yeah,
like
but
y'all
then he
never
retired.
mentioned
So
both sides
why
though,
did he
bro.
fight all the years that Lomachenko's been around? Why didn't he fight him then?
Bro,
Tio
they
fought him.
Why?
contractually couldn't fight. I
Devin
don't know
fought
why y'all
him.
want to keep having this
Yo, I
argument.
ain't,
Tio fought him. Devin
is,
fought him. Him and Lomachenko and Tank were in the same division at 130.
Everybody
And
that
they
fought
both
him
had
was at top
titles.
rank, so
Never
stop
fought.
it. He wouldn't
They
even
never
let
fought.
Shakur fight him, and they was both at top rank.
It's funny how
I'm
only
glad
Tank is
I'm glad
blocked
you
out.
said that,
Devin
yo,
Haney,
Jay.
who's a
name a
whole
cross promotion
independent.
fight that Lomachenko did besides Gary.
Hold up. Devin Hayes, who's a whole independent, right? He has his own promotional company, became undisputed. But Tank Davis just blocked, and he has a whole promotional company behind him. Come on.
Yeah,
Look
but
how
what
you
Haney
said
had to do to
Tank.
get
You could.
undisputed
We
though?
have to be real about things, you know.
Haney had to sign to Top Rank, right?
You do what you do to get the fights.
Exactly. So
Exactly.
it's
Haney
your
did
own
it.
argument. We done move
Haney
on
did.
next.
Hey, guess what? Haney did it.
I
All
just
right.
want to say that Jay said something that was very important.
No, nothing. People
At
think
130, there were 2 champions on the top rank under the top rank banner. One was Valdez, the other one was Shakur.
Yeah.
Bob tried his hardest to not make that fight, even though they were in the same
Yes.
Yep.
And that fight
same
still
promotional
happened.
gun.
Bob
He
was pissed
even
off
went
at
to
that press
force.
conference.
What
He had an
fires want to
attitude
do,
and
they made
everything.
they
Boxing
did
Hacker, you hear
Exactly.
Thomas talking?
Exactly. He had an attitude. He said it was a horrible fight. It was stupid. It made no sense. Since when is it stupid, by y'all standards especially, since y'all rock with these Mickey Frickies, to not unify
Yeah.
the division? I mean,
Shakur still made it
Bob is the
happen,
reason
bro.
why Shakur never got undisputed.
Shakur still made it happen.
Yep.
Like we're here talking about this and that. But at the end of the day, Tank was blocked.
So
They
Boxing
didn't want him to
Hacker,
have a fight.
if
How all these other
Bob
guys didn't fight?
Arum wouldn't even let Shakur get undisputed, how you think he finna let Tank come over there and get undisputed?
They were planning to fight. I always say,
no,
Can
they
you
weren't.
answer that?
historically,
Can you
those
answer
guys were
that?
actually planning to fight. Tank
Boxing
didn't want
Hacker,
the
Boxing Hacker,
Lomachenko
can
fight.
you answer the
This
question?
nigga, yo,
Tank never wanted.
Hacker, you a
Tank never
dedicated
wanted
fan,
the
bro.
Lomachenko
This
fight.
is
You
crazy.
guys are always speaking from like Ellie setback videos. I'm telling you,
The
like
only reason why he
Ellie
got that fight,
setback is
Hacker, is
crazy.
I
because
don't
Bud
understand
sued him.
it.
If Bud
Bro,
would have
y'all
never
keep
sued him, they
saying-
would have never got that fight for him.
What fight?
Wait, y'all keep saying it. You can actually go on Google or YouTube and look this up. If you go back to 130, Floyd said him and Bob Arum were in negotiations to make the Tank Loma fight.
Exactly.
And it was Tank that said, I'm not going to fight him. He's trying to set me up. I'm going to leave. Floyd
That's
Mayweather. I'm
cap.
going to leave PBC if they
Y'all
try to
niggas
make
That's
it.
scared.
You
cap,
can
bro.
literally go
We
look the
didn't
shit up.
debunk that shit mad times, bro.
No,
Okay, hold on.
There's no
Listen.
debunking to what was said.
Boxing Hacker, Boxing Hacker. If Bob Arum wouldn't even let Shakur Stevenson get undisputed, Shakur Stevenson, top rank, all there, got the belts, he's right there. He was pissed when he unified. What makes you think he's gonna let Tank creep up over there and snatch all them belts?
Just the same way that Devin Haney creeped up there and took all them belts.
Because he signed with him, right?
Because he signed with them and he fought one fight, bro.
He signed just to fight to make the fights. You do what you gotta do.
Okay, so you think Tank is about to go sign with Top Rank?
Let's check out.
Boxing Hacker, Boxing Hacker. You just keep talking. We having a conversation. Boxing Hacker, listen, just listen.
Yeah.
So do you think Tank was gonna go sign with Top Rank?
Why not? Do what you do. Get the
Okay,
belt.
we're done. Next.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yo,
Everybody
go
else
through a
can do
temper
it.
tantrum when he didn't get
Tank is the only one that
Navarrete
can
fight.
do it.
This
Okay,
nigga
let me
said,
ask
why
you something.
not?
Why didn't Tank become the mandatory then? Why can't he become Devin's mandatory when he had the chance?
We debunked that too, bro. Why you keep using these talking points we debunked already?
We're not finna keep doing that.
Why didn't he
Man, nah, we ain't doing that tonight,
if
bro.
he's
You on
being
some
blocked,
bullshit.
if he's being blocked, quote on, quote off, he's being blocked.
I'm not
He's
falling
being-
for it, bro.
Yeah, he's isolated from the belts. He's the only one. The one who generates the most money is isolated from the belts. Why did he become the mandatory?
Why he did that to Crawford? Like, why Crawford did that? Listen, you gotta look at it. This why I don't like with Hacker, right? You don't look at things through a historical lens, right? Listen, Hacker. Listen, Hacker. You don't look at things from a historical lens, right? When you look at Bob Arum at Top Rank,
sure,
all of the biggest stars has a problem with him at some point. Oscar had to leave, Cotto had to leave, Mayweather had to leave, James Toney had a problem with him. You look at Pacquiao, he even left. So all of Crawford sued him, Tio sued him. Like all of these great fighters get mad at Bob Arum for not giving them the fights that they want. So you want Tank, who's under Al Heyman and PBC, to make Bob Arum like capitulate and make these fights happen when he's not doing it in house.
Why don't you go for him then?
No, what I'm saying is this, right? You can't neglect all of the fighters that sued Bob Arum and had a problem with him, brother.
Bro,
like this A-side shit, y'all gotta throw that out, bro. Like if Mayweather couldn't get the fights,
super for how long?
Address what I'm saying, though, brother. If Oscar couldn't get the fights, Oscar had to make Golden Boy Promotions to get the fights he want, bro.
Let me ask you something. You want to say Bob Arum blocked me forever? Fine. Why did you go after Devin then?
Fuck Devin. What you going after Devin for?
Devin has WBC time for how long?
Anyway, we got somebody new on the panel. What up, D Free? What's going on?
What's going on? I hear y'all.
So Hacker, just because we ignoring you don't mean you're
lying
right.
like a mug. They are being lying. First of
What's
all,
up, what up, D-Free?
What's going on? When Tank Davis was at 130, wanted to fight. Loma was the A side. Tank Davis wasn't even a champion at that time. Loma could have sent Bob Arum and Loma could have sent Tank Davis an offer. Tank came out and told everybody, I don't ask for no fights. I fight who they put in front of me. So
For what? For money?
No, both of them were champions though.
I said when he was with Floyd, Loma was the A side at that time. Tank wasn't even a champion. They
Tank
could
was a
have sent
champion.
Tank a offer. Tank said, I don't ask for any fight who they put in front of me. Floyd could have made that fight. Floyd didn't want to make the fight. Remember, Loma came out and said Tank Davis wanted to fight, but he wanted to fight on paper. What has he done to put it on pay-per-view? Tank Davis
For
wanted
what?
to fight
Money?
with Loma. He wanted to fight with Loma. It came out of Loma's mouth.
Tank's been a champion since he fought Pedraza, bro. What are you talking about?
When Loma wanted to fight Tank Davis the first time, Tank Davis hasn't fought Pedraza. Tank Davis did not fight Pedraza at
Yes,
the
he
time
did.
that Loma
Yes,
won.
he did.
He
Yes,
did
he
not.
did.
Yes, he did.
It
Bro.
was
Yes, he did.
hold up. Y'all heard y'all up here capping the whole time. It was before Tank had fought Pedraza. He fought
That's a
Pedraza
fact.
after that.
No, it wasn't.
It,
No, it
That's
wasn't.
facts.
It was definitely before Pedraza.
But at the end of the day, Loma
Hold on,
was
let me
the
get
A
some for you
side.
guys.
Loma was the A side. He could have sent Tank Davis an offer. He didn't
And they
send
were
Tank
working
Davis
it
an
out.
offer. Send Tank
Floyd
Davis
Mayweather
an
said they
offer.
were working it out, and Tank said no. What do you mean?
Boxer Hatcher, I don't need your comments because all you do is talk. You don't listen to nobody. So
Floyd
stop
said they
talking.
were trying to make the fight.
That's the fact. Stop talking, nigga. Class in
The
session.
matter
Cook
is-
D-Free.
The facts of the matter is Loma could have sent a offer. Tank Davis only fought whoever Floyd put in front of him. He didn't make any fights. I already told everybody, I didn't ask for no fights. Whoever they put in front of me, that's who I fought. So he said multiple times when he was fighting Pedraza, they was trying to set him up. When he fought Rolly, they was trying to still fought him. He still fought him. So all this, he was, and he never said, you trying to set me up, I want to leave, I'm going to leave. He never said he was going to leave. He just said, I feel y'all they trying to, that's all he said. Y'all just be up here lying, adding stuff that they never got.
Do you want me to D-Free? Do you want me to go fight? Because I'm really good with these receipts. Do you want me to go find where Tank said he was going to leave Floyd Mayweather?
Hey Tony, I just posted
I
in the
will.
chat.
I will. If you really want me to, we'll put it on the share screen.
No, I already did, Tony. It's in the private check.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's in the private chat. You already got it? Yeah, thank you.
How is he going to leave Floyd when he just
Did you send me a Reddit thread?
Yeah, the video was there.
That's crazy.
This is where this nigga boxing hacker get his information. He get it from Reddit.
The video's literally there.
That's where you get your talking points at, bro.
He's going to leave Floyd. He's
Floyd
literally
Mayweather was literally negotiating to make the
Yo, hacker using Reddit talking points. That's crazy.
So here's what I want to say. First and foremost, let's address some things. First and foremost,
if Gervonta Tank Davis win that fight, I already spoke to Todd DeBuff from Top Rank. We look forward to Adrian Broner. We look forward to Gervonta Tank Davis fighting Lomachenko after this fight. We know Tank fights in April. Lomachenko fights in May. I already spoke to Top Rank, Todd DeBuff, and we're going to make that fight happen between Lomachenko and Gervonta Davis.
Do y'all hear that?
What year is that?
Do y'all hear that?
What year is that, though?
8 years ago.
Like, what does it say, like, on the thing?
8 years ago.
Like 2017, 2016?
So where's that Tank Davis was trying to avoid Loma?
Tank Davis was the one who said no to the fight, bro.
But he
How
couldn't
you
even
know
make
that?
the
If
fight.
Lomachenko's on record saying he don't want the fight.
Loma has came out and his trainer, everybody has came out and said because of the network deals, they couldn't even make the fight.
It's been a while. I've been looking for that.
Because he was exclusive to ESPN. So I don't even know why we keep having this argument, bro.
Because Floyd
Contractually, they
Mayweather
couldn't have made
one of
the
their
fight.
first issues was over Lomachenko. In fact, Bob Arum actually came out and said that the only reason Floyd wants to make that fight is because he's punishing Tank. You know that, right?
He never said that, bro. Like, what
Bob
you
Arum
what the
said
fuck
that.
you talking about?
Because
when did
everybody-
Bob Arum
because
say that, bro?
Bro, the LDBC was literally defending Tank about that situation. Everybody was saying, "Oh, Loma can get old." Loma can get old. Tank's team was saying, "Oh, we can weigh him out." That's what they were saying.
So when Bob also said after Devin won the belts that he could not fight nobody but the rematch, and then Loma, he was telling the truth then too.
Last press conference, Lomachenko said when they mentioned
Okay,
Tank,
Shakur didn't fight Loma either. Why y'all don't cry about that? I don't get it. He didn't fight Loma. Okay, so let's move on.
Yeah, Loma. Hold on. Loma got Shakur 100%. Yeah.
That was the difference.
That's what I don't understand. Like Shakur ain't fought Loma, Shakur ain't fought Devin. Y'all don't sit on here and bitch moan and cry about none of that.
Loma was
what are we talking about?
Loma didn't want to fight Devin too. Like
Was Devin ducking
the
Shakur too?
difference is he wanted to fight Tank because they both had titles at 130. That was the difference.
Man, like Rick said, these niggas just need to get in the ring so we can squash all this bullish.
So
Because once that happens, the other day after it's gonna be over.
Yeah, after how many years, bro?
Nigga, when Tank was in the jail, remember the Happy Thanksgiving session?
You laugh at your jokes, bro.
No, but remember the Happy Thanksgiving sessions? The Tank, when he was in jail, the week he was about to get off, they extended an offer to fight Dev, to talk about fighting Dev. You know what they said? We're going in a different direction. They went to the damn Zaria fight and then said, you know what? We're going to fight Regis Prograde.
Bro, how many?
You want to know about the other fighter? The other fighter you say Tank should fight?
For 7 years, bro. Nobody say shit.
Hold up.
Before was champion at 175 for 7 years with Better BF, and we visibly seen this nigga age him out, and nobody says nothing, bro.
Devin were trying to make that fight for years. They didn't want.
Nah, but address what I just said though, bro.
What happened?
Address what I just said, Hacker.
What, the Bevies and Bivol fought?
Better BF and Bivol was champions in the same weight class for 7-8 years, bro, before they fought.
But here's the difference.
Nobody said shit.
Here's the difference. Devin Haney was becoming drained at 135. Everybody was seeing that. You were
this nigga's crazy.
Am I lying?
Yeah, you lying, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
Being drained? He wasn't becoming drained at 135?
What that got to do with Tank? Because Devin becoming drained at 135.
He left the division. Why didn't Tank fight
That's
all
not
the other
Tank.
years?
That's not Tank.
Why didn't he
The nigga got on television, said that if the right fight came around, and then the guy asked him, well, what would be the right fight? And he said Tank Davis, and he said yes. The right fight came around, and them niggas went in a different direction, went to 40. So they weren't trying to fight Tank. At no point in time were they trying. When they were on Showtime boxing, they weren't trying to fight Tank. They were never trying to fight Tank. What they were trying to do was mentioning a possible fight with Tank. Tank not wanting to fight them so they could build their buzz off of his name. This is how the game has been played with anybody that is his contemporary in and around his division. They mention his name to build buzz to theirs. They don't have no intention on fighting him. None of them have.
Y'all always say this like revisionist history or something. Like, what are we talking about? Devin Haney was aggressively calling out Tank for years, even before he became undisputed. People were like, "Oh, Devin doesn't sell tickets. Devin doesn't do this. Devin doesn't do that." Why is he?
Ryan calling out his name for years now after the fight. Why he ain't fighting him?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, can I say something real quick, too, Sam?
Go ahead, Juke.
Hey, I just want to give some light. I just want to provide dates and stuff. So when it comes to the whole Loma Tank conversation, there was a very small overlap between their reigns at 130. By the time Tank became a champion at 130, which if I can go back, he became a champion at 130 January 14th, 2017, right? By that time, Loma had become I think he was a unified, whatever. I know he was a super champion. And at that time he was pulling up. So again, I'm sorry, January.
June. Loma became a champion at 130 in 2016.
You couldn't even let me think. You see what I mean? But I come up for 5 seconds.
Go ahead, Juke.
Anywho, Tank is just becoming a champion. The time Tank became a champion, Loma's kind of like his 130 reign was pretty much set. He was fighting Jason Sosa and fighting other top ranked fighters, right, for the 130 belt, and pulling up Guillermo Rigondeaux, who we know shouldn't have never fought above 118, right? So at that point, 2017. Tank is first becoming a champion, right? And this is another thing too. When it comes to the Loma Tank discussion, I think people may forget it didn't start with Tank and Loma. It started with Loma. It started with them comparing Loma to Floyd Mayweather, and Loma was talking mess about fighting Floyd. And so because they're like, well, Floyd's retired, that's how Tank became a part of it. It wasn't him wanting Tank. It was the whole. Cause remember when they would over promote Loma, like, oh, he's as good as Floyd. He's as good as. It was really a Loma versus Floyd conversation, and because Tank was his protege coming up, kind of considered like a up and coming guy, but he was considered unproven at the time. So then people started pushing that fight because they knew Tank was unproven. So anyway, Tank becomes a champion again. When did I say that was? That was in the beginning of 2017. But Loma already had a fight, so that was the only time. Again, Loma would have been the A side. Tank was on the undercard. He was just becoming a fighter, like becoming a champion. But then Loma also had a fight with another top ranked fighter at the time. After that, so boom, okay. So I think, and he was all about belts at the time. So then he fought Mariaga, right? And so then he pulled up Ring It Out. So basically he would have had to fight him like in 2017, but Loma's schedule was already set. Like we already knew Mariaga was the next fight if you were watching like, Top Rank. So there was no space to fight him at the time. That next year, he moves up to fight Linares at 135, right? Linares was the WBA world champion. Again, there was no supers in play. He was the world champion, right? Now, Tank is still, I think, fighting at 130 at this point. He fights Linares. When he fights Linares, somehow Loma becomes he becomes the WBA super champion. Now, is Loma unified? No. He's not unified, which is the original qualification. He just has the super. Why? Because Bob Arum wanted it. Why? So he wouldn't have to fight the mandatory. Why? Because Tank Davis would later move up. And what ranking would he be in? The WBA.
Right.
And so who became number 1, number 2 for the WBA belt? Tank Davis and Gamboa. Right. Now, remind you, at this point, Loma is not unified. He has no reason to have the super belt. So now Tank can't challenge for that belt, can he? No. Tank has to fight the unifications. So Tank probably could have, if he would have became a super, it'd have been mandated. But Bob Arum knew to do what? Put that super on. And then what did Bob Arum do with the WBC? I want the franchise. So everybody cried and bitched and moaned about that franchise and said it locked David Haney out, but they never complained about the same thing in the WBA that locked Tank out. That's what's so fascinating about this discussion to me, and how biasness doesn't allow you to judge things fairly and evenly.
This is funny. We literally just heard Floyd Mayweather.
Hold on, let me see if she finished. I'm gonna let you go. Let her finish.
Yeah, so that's what's so funny to me. So anywho, he moved up, and at the end of the day, like again, this point, Tank is not the star that we know him to be now. Loma was getting the prime TV. Whatever. So they could have easily sent, the same thing they said about Tank, the student contract. That never happened on his end. And we already know why it didn't, because what did Bob Arum end up telling us? I'm not here to make fights for Tank Davis. I'm here to make fights for Lomachenko. And he wanted him to unify and get as many of those belts. Why? Because PBC was on their butt and they wanted to lock out the PBC. He had just sued the PBC. So it's a lot of politics that go into this that they're not talking about.
Right. That's what I keep saying.
He was locked out. And so everyone focused on the WBC. Oh my God, Devin. Oh my God. I'm gonna cry. They did the same thing with all the belts. They did the same thing with all the belts, but they only focused on the WBC because it affected their beloved Devin. That's all they care about. It affected the PBC too. It affected Tank too. Tank just wasn't crying about it, and he didn't want to do a million man march over it.
Hold on.
And so everyone, okay, and this is another example of what happened the other night about how people don't listen, they wait to reply. That's the problem that happens in boxing, YouTube boxing. No one listens to learn or understand, because what I'm saying is irrefutable. It happened.
It's very refutable.
But they're ready.
I won't reply.
Hold on,
but
Hacker,
you're
before
talking.
you reply,
Now,
can I
you
get
see
on?
how you see how I've been waiting in the wings and ain't been saying much. I purposely come on here to have a few minutes of time, let y'all talk for hours, and these men still can't do it. They can't do it.
Just go ahead, finish up, Juke, and I'm
Anyway,
gonna let you go, Boxing Hacker.
That's all I'm saying, right? They just so eager to reply, which lets me know they're not listening. So when they reply, they're not gonna reply to what I just said because they're not listening. I sit back and I listen to what y'all saying. Y'all don't do the same. That's why y'all respond with ignorance, because you're not listening to understand. Anywho, what happened is something Top Rank was trying to corner the market, and that's what they did.
Yeah, they did.
Went on to fight all these fights, and that whole push for Tank versus Loma, again, it was really about him trying to topple Floyd. And so at the end of the day, that fight could have happened if Top Rank wanted it, because at the end of the day, Floyd and Tank wasn't in control. Tank was an undercard fighter at that time. He was an undercard fighter at that time. Well, that's what y'all tell me now, or I guess the rules change, right? Depending on what you want. If he never got an offer, you can't tell me a time where Top Rank tried to make that fight, initiated that fight. As a matter of fact, according to top Rank fighter
Bob Arum.
by the name of Timothy, they didn't do fights for PBC. According to his admission, they didn't want to do that. And that's why Bob Arum made sure to get. He couldn't do it with the IBF and the WBO. He owns the WBO. He could do it with the WBC. He kind of has influence. He couldn't do it with the IBF. Now Tank had originally hit the IBF, but then switched to the WBA, right? So whatever. That's why he won the rankings. So again, that's how Tank got the world belt. The number one fought the number two for the world belt. Now again, they fought for the world belt that Linares had. But remember, Loma fought Linares for the world belt, but somehow he became the super. So he did nothing to become the super. So everyone talking about the super, the prime belt and all this, literally, it's just a request. It's no different than a franchise. And it's no different. But they want to treat it like it's something so much better. But had he not done that, Tank would have became Loma's mandatory. And let me tell you why this is more important than a situation with Devin. Because that mandatory would have been due. Devin's mandatory would not have been due because Loma satisfied the WBC mandatory with Luke Campbell. He had just fought Luke Campbell, which means a mandatory with Devin would not have been due for another year. So them saying, oh, he ducked me. Yeah, he probably, let's say he didn't get the franchise. You'd have been his mandatory a year later. It wouldn't have been that way with the WBA. Tank would have became his mandatory more recently. That's the difference. But people don't study, as much as people claim they love the belts, they don't pay attention. They don't study the lineage. They don't know anything. I actually probably study the belts more than they do. That's why they don't know this information, because they can't find it out on BoxRec.
All right.
And so at the end of the day, I'm gonna wrap this up real quick, and I'm gonna put this little video in here multiple times. They want this fight apparently more than Loma, right? Because when asked about it, and this is somebody who is a Tank fan, however, it is a montage. And I went back to make sure that all this is true. There are multiple instances.
You went out, Drew.
When it got time, they wanted Tank while he was they wanted Tank while he was kind of like, they thought that, oh, maybe we can get him in. But again, they could have made it. They wanted him when he was kind of partying, not as focused. But again, all they had to do was an offer. You know how Floyd is. He'll sell you out for some money, baby. He don't care. He gonna like, okay, go ahead and take this fight. Tank always thinks somebody. Tank always thinks someone's trying to, trick him. That's just how he is. He thinks everyone's a snake. That's just, I don't care. He gonna think that to the cows come home. But at the end of the day, they could have done it, but that didn't happen. The same contracts and negotiations they demand from Tank, they didn't demand it from Loma and Top Rank, who at the time were the more stable outfit. PBC was still getting their bearings. They wasn't the powerhouse that we've known now. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this little link in here for you. This is just like a it says Google. I'm gonna put it in here. Give me a second, because I'm trying to put the exact YouTube.
Hey, Hacker.
Lomachenko and multiple times showing that he wasn't as interested as they claim he was. But I just wanted to just put that in there, because at the end of the day, people claim they love these belts and the lineage and mandatories and all this, but they only cried about it when it's someone that they like that's at the end of the stick.
Right. All right, we're gonna pass the mic now. We're gonna go to Boxing Hacker. Go ahead, Boxing Hacker.
Hacker, could I go real fast?
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Hold on one second, right? So let me respond to one thing. So when Lomachenko was around, they were not comparing him to Floyd Mayweather. It wasn't about the Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather finished his career like 147. Lomachenko started like 126. It was literally Tank was up and coming, and then Lomachenko was running over people. That's why they were like, okay, what happens when these two meet? Tank and Lomachenko did have titles at the same time for a period of time. We literally just saw a video of Floyd Mayweather saying that he was planning to make the fight after the fight they just had. So they were planning to fight. What happened after that was Tank's team said we could wait Lomachenko out. That's what happened. Tank also came on the horn and said, look, Floyd Mayweather was trying to set him up. He's not taking that fight. Tank Davis said this stuff. That's why when Lomachenko, before he retired, and they asked him after the Kambosos fight, what do you think about Tank? He said, oh, Tank probably thinks I'm old now, because Tank Davis' team was saying, we're going to wait him out. That this literally happened. It's not something that like is a theoretical thing or whatever. It literally happened. So it wasn't about, oh, why he could become man. It wasn't about none of that. There's a Floyd Mayweather who wasn't mandatory, wanted to who was manager, wanted to make that.
You ain't listening to nothing she said, bro.
Furthermore,
let him finish, y'all.
Devin
Haney. Crazy.
Furthermore, Devin Haney, Tank Davis could request to be Devin Haney's mandatory twice, not one time, twice he could request it. Once when the first time when Devin Haney got elevated, the second time when Devin Haney became undisputed. He could request it both times to become mandatory. Even though Devin Haney was contracted to fight 3 times, a mandatory request will jump over that, will supersede that. Tank Davis's team said we don't fight mandatories. What are we talking about here?
Could I hop in real fast because I'm about to hop off?
Go ahead, Tony.
I just want to say this real fast. Number one, it is very incorrect that Top Rank and PBC were not working together during this time frame of 2017 when they both were champions. They both could have fought because Loma became a champion in like the middle part of 2016. Tank Davis became a champion, I believe, in January of 2017. Lomachenko stayed at 130 all the way up to midway through 2018. So you had that year and a half time that they could have fought. Now, moving past that, speaking of 2017 is when Top Rank and PBC went into negotiations for the first Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder fight when they were working it out. The fight ended up coming to fruition in 2018, but they started negotiations in 2017, which means the two promotional companies could work together because they were already working together for a heavyweight fight. So that was wrong. Number 3, this lie about the Super WBA champion has no mandatory is a lie. The person who holds the regular WBA title is the mandatory for the super belt. You can go to the WBA website, look it up, read the rules, and learn about it very quickly that is their mandatory. Whoever holds the regular title is the mandatory for the super belt, and I can't remember the time frame, but it's somewhere in between like 14 to 18 months. They have to fight the regular champion to satisfy that mandatory. So the super champions do have a mandatory.
Could you tell me the rule number?
Number 4, that was a lie. Lomachenko never brought up Rigondeaux. Rigondeaux for Loma's entire career was talking about how he could whoop him and beat him. And Loma said, he's a little guy. I don't want to fight him. He's a little guy. And then Rigondeaux kept talking. And Loma said, okay, I give him what he wants. And then he made him quit. There's a difference in bringing somebody up and somebody chasing you saying they can whoop you for years and you accepting the challenge. That's completely different. That's not bringing somebody up. Number 5. As Boxing Hacker already put on his channel, Floyd Mayweather out of his mouth said he was in negotiations with Bob Arum, Top Rank, to make the Tank Loma fight in 2017. Literally, we just watched it in 4K. On that, I'm going to go to bed. Y'all have a good night.
All right, good night, Tony.
Hey, you might be boy. You ain't prove nothing, no dog.
Because the WBA rules do not say the WBA.
Hold on, I think these free. Go ahead, D free.
I was going to say he lied about the Wilder fight because Fury time he was with Frank Warren. He got
That's why the fight happened. He freed my man.
Tony just lied about everything he said, including the WBA rules. He lies and he drops off.
Jude, can you hear D free?
I'm sorry, no, I can't. Let me drop back off. I can't. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
No problem. I mean, he got with Top Rank after the first Wilder fight. He was with Warren. He was not with Top Rank. That was in 2018, but he wasn't with Top Rank. They was not negotiating the Tyson Fury Wilder fight at that time. They didn't negotiate the Tyson Fury until 2020. That's when they did that.
But that means they can still work together. So what's the difference?
The difference is Frank Warren. He was signed to Queensberry and Frank Warren.
And they work together. So, I mean.
No, but he was signed to Queensberry and Frank Warren, bro.
Yeah,
Top
but the
Rank was a part. The
Top
second
Rank.
fight, that's 3 years later. That's not the same.
Yeah, but that
time.
still means they can work together. Making this argument.
You're not listening, Hacker.
Nigga, you don't understand context of time.
Yo, Hacker, you don't be listening, bro. Frank Warren, look, Tyson Fury has always been with Frank Warren in Queensberry. So it was a collaboration deal with Tyson Fury and Top Rank. You understand? So you could point that out. That's fine. But then you can't say that PBC was blocking Crawford out the division, bro. You understand? It doesn't make sense.
I don't see a connection right there.
You don't see a connection? The reason why Tyson Fury was able to get the Wilder fight is because he had Frank Warren and Bob Arum, meaning that Bob Arum didn't make the decisions on that fight, bro. He still had to consult Frank Warren. They had to make a collaborative effort in making that fight happen. With Terence Crawford at 147. Go ahead, D-Free.
And I was gonna say, if you remember, the first Wilder fight was on Showtime. The second one was on Showtime and ESPN because Top Rank was involved in the second one. They wasn't involved in the first one.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Cool. All right, let me play this real quick.
Yeah, Tony cooked himself.
Okay. And I want to say the fight the other day was a hell of a fight. Congratulations to the winner. He done his job. He went out there and did what he had to do. But if Devin Haney is the WBC champion at lightweight, right? And Gervonta Tank Davis is the WBA champion. Now, it's safe to say that Talifimo is the champion he's the champion, the IBF and a WBO champion. But I can't knock what he has done because I have to take my hat up to him.
What the hell is Floyd talking about?
Done. And then we talk about different fighters.
My bad. It takes a minute into the. I should give you the minute marker. I have to find it, babe. The last link shows Aaron comparing.
At one particular time in 1996,
how far I need to go
before I went to the when I was in the Olympics.
I have to tell you, I gotta find a minute marker, girl. This
125 and a half. It's 125. I have to
tell you, I post like 3 videos. I forgot.
You must take risks.
He is just talking.
One thing I'm gonna keep stressing to these fighters, just period.
You know Floyd can talk.
Everybody want to know.
I was just trying to prove
able to still live the life.
The whole.
Just let me know which marker because he about to start talking.
Nah, you let this play because he's suing about that life.
Because I think Boxing Hacker said that they were not comparing Loma to Floyd, and that's false. At the end, he's going to talk about why he don't like them comparing Loma to him, and then the ESPN video is literally Arum comparing Loma to Floyd. So that was a thing. Like they were doing it for a while on ESPN. But anyway, so that's all. That's the only point I was trying to make is that to say, oh, they weren't comparing them to is actually false. Matter of fact, I remember there was one time that made everyone mad where they downplayed not only Terence Crawford, but Andre Ward and said that Loma was better than them. Like, used to go crazy for Loma. And it was so disrespectful to me. And they did it I wish I could find that tape, but I felt so bad for them. They did it in Andre Ward and Terence Crawford's face. They literally said that Loma was better than y'all. Like they were trying to make him seem like he was as great as Muhammad Ali. So saying, oh, they didn't compare him to Floyd is an absolute lie. That lets me know you weren't watching boxing then. Because there's so much footage. I can load you up with videos all day of that. Like they disrespected the mess out of Floyd.
All of that for Loma to get beat up.
Errol was the one to come and defend Bud about that. He was like, y'all all on Loma and act like he was like promoting Bud harder than ESPN was. And so for people to act like that and didn't happen, and y'all Bud fans is crazy to me.
It wasn't about the take fight though.
Shout out to Bobby with the $1.99 super sticker. Shout out Bobby showing support to the channel.
Bobby been also giving $1.99 worth of game in the chat. Hey, I'm gonna say he also. Yeah, for sure. He also.
Boys, man, that's just the reality of it. I don't know what we.
Oh, Hacker, how you always talking over folk, play?
My bad, bro.
I mean, Dale, I'm gonna let you have it, bro. All I'm gonna say is that not only did they disrespect them, they also disrespected Muhammad Ali by saying that he was even better than Muhammad Ali. So they was
facts.
They were guessing, but that wasn't why they wanted him to take the fight.
Thank you, Thomas. He literally lied and said it didn't happen when it
But Tank wasn't even a star yet. Why was they craving so hard for them to fight?
They pushed Loma so hard to the point where Errol Spence had to step in and say, "Y'all are tripping."
Tank was a champion.
Like PBC was defending Bud harder than his own fans tonight.
Yeah,
no, that's a fact, true.
Think of Andre Ward with 7 fights.
They right. He didn't even have 10 fights, and they were like, "He better than Andre Ward." What?
Was gassing him, but it doesn't mean that Tank and Lomachenko couldn't fight. They couldn't fight.
But I think
he was in Nigeria.
And just admit you were wrong. You said that never happened, and we got receipts that it did happen.
I literally just showed you
wrong, and just
we're not gonna argue with boxing.
Yo, Hacker, you showed us the Reddit thread, my nigga. What are you talking about?
Made a false statement. Accept that you were wrong. I just proved it. I got multiple links proving you wrong. Just accept that you were wrong and move on.
You were not wrong.
You got Reddit talking points, Hacker.
Listen. At the end of the day, we're not gonna. We gotta stop all this pretending, man. Like Tank Davis was the only one that never got.
Forget Tank Davis. You claimed that they never compared Loma to Floyd, and we got multiple videos of them comparing Loma to Floyd. Except that you were wrong. You weren't paying attention to boxing. It's okay.
Hold on 1 second.
You was in Nigeria at that time, Hacker?
When it comes to fighting Tank Davis, it wasn't about no damn Floyd Mayweather.
Oh yeah, please make Hacker quiet on this. I need him to hit
For what? The money? For what?
So, I always said I'm open for the fight, but you know, boxing
for what?
Is there a guy that you would, that is that name with you? I mean, to me, it seems like Gervonta Davis.
So, I always said I'm open for the fight, but you know, boxing politics. You know, we have different promoters.
One potential opponent is Gervonta Davis, the new champion at 130. Would you want to fight him next if it came up?
I don't know. For me, he is not interesting because for what? For what? Money?
Big money?
Do you want me to throw out the picture?
No. Now when I move up to 135, now he want to fight with me, and I read he won the fight only on pay-per-view. Hey, what are you talking about? You never has a main event. You fight only co-main event. What are you talking about? Какой это будет, как сказать, какой pay-per-view?
What kind of a pay-per-view is that going to be?
Pay-per-view you're talking about? Hey.
Lomachenko is a hell of a fighter, and I like Lomachenko. But the guy, after Tank went out there and beat the champion up, Lomachenko fought Tank leftovers and with the distance.
So to clarify one thing, that second video, they cut that in half. Hope you guys know that.
No, wait. To clarify one thing, if Tank would have made some talk like that, y'all would have called it duck talk.
No, on 3 different dates.
What up? The second video, they cut the
for what? Money? Pay-per-view?
Yeah. In that video,
what are you talking about?
He said he's not interested,
hold up.
He said he's not interested.
Let's get the full second video because that's
Hacker.
Hold on. Lomachenko said in that same.
He's going to explain the way the video, y'all.
No, I'll get the video. I'll get the actual video if you want me to. He said that
it don't matter.
When I was at 130, we were both champions. Why didn't he fight me then? He said that in that same.
Because he already had fights planned out.
Oh my God.
He did. I remember. Do you remember when they promoted
Floyd
it?
Mayweather, his manager said they were trying to make the fight.
You just said that they never compared Loma to Mayweather, and we got video footage proving they did. So it's clear you don't know what was happening at that time. You already been debunked, and you failed to understand the time.
Hacker, go get the video. But you got to admit, if this was Tank on that video right there saying those same exact words, you know what you would be saying?
Nothing.
Duck talk.
Say the duck.
You'd be saying that's duck talk. Just admit it. You against all things PBC.
It's crazy I have to argue this point, but okay, no problem. I'll find the second video.
The manager said, "You want to out the gym?" He couldn't even say it correctly. He was so bad. Yo, why they was trying to throw Eddie said back out the gym, bro? Yo, what he said? That got him so mad. Hacker.
Huh?
Well, he said that got him so mad that he was gonna throw him out the gym, bro.
Because
he was saying they need to make that fight with Tank. That's what it was.
Here's the problem.
He said, "You want to throw out gym?"
Hey, let me explain it to you, Big Supreme. The old
At Burger
plan
King,
was
you're the
for
celebrity.
for
We're just your
Lomachenko was to be
entourage. And
undisputed.
this time, you asked us
Because
to hit the sweet
Tank never
spot.
fought
The
him,
Maple Bourbon
he
Barbecue
never got
Whopper
that
is back.
chance.
It's
So he was
saucy,
annoyed.
crunchy, smoky, and
You talking
all
that
imagined
bullshit,
by
bro.
you.
Jupe already
Try the
debunked that
latest in the
shit.
Whopper by You series today.
Yeah, Juba already put that to bed, dog. You shouldn't even talk on that.
Lomachenko, the best boxer you've seen since Muhammad Ali. High praise there. Please explain why.
Well, he's goes both ways in the sense that he's a great defensive fighter, probably one of the best that I've ever seen, but he combines it with a great offensive style. In other words, you can't hit him because his footwork is so good, his judgment of distance is so good, but while he's avoiding punches, he's always looking for weaknesses in the opponent, and he looks to take the opponent out or to make the opponent quit. Now, Floyd Mayweather's a great, great defensive fighter. There's no doubt about it. But Floyd is content to win fights by outscoring an opponent and scoring more punches than the opponent hits him with, and wins on points. Now, Lomachenko closes the show. You can't hit him because his distance is so good, his footwork is so good, but he's always looking for ways to destroy the opponent, and he always does. So I look at Lomachenko as the best that I've seen. And my matchmaker, Bruce Trampler, compares him to the old-time fighters and feels like guys like Sandy Sadler or Willie Pep or Salvador Sanchez
Wow.
or even
What?
Alexis Arguello
But
would
boxing
be
hackers
no
said it
match
never happened. Like,
for
get
Vasily
the
Lomachenko.
Yo, I ain't
Hold
know he
on.
said Willie Pep.
Let me tell y'all
Wow.
something. I got receipts. Don't get me to
say
looking. I
this.
got
Let me
receipts. I
say
was
this.
there. I
Let me
watched
say
it.
this. Boxer Hacker, that might be the worst I ever seen. I can't lie to you.
But he trying to
No,
say
I think
Mayweather
I
number
think she
one.
put your body bag in the body bag, Hacker.
You literally just compare him to Floyd Mayweather.
I told y'all he did. I didn't put two
Wow,
videos.
Bob Arum himself though. That's what's crazy.
First of all, I found the video.
And 10 years ago,
I
that
found
nigga
the
was
video
like
first
89
off.
years
But
old.
no,
Like,
I
what is he
wasn't
doing?
saying
That nigga's a
They
vampire.
were
Hold
gassing
on, we got
Lomachenko.
Cam J
Everybody,
Network up here. I
everybody
gotta
knows
let.
that.
Oh, Cam J left.
Yeah,
Oh, he
everybody.
came
I
up here
posted
for
it
the
right now,
video.
2 cents. I posted a video. So play my video first. That's
We're
the
not
actual
playing that
video that
Reddit
Jupe.
shit, man.
No, it's not Reddit. It's a YouTube video. That's the video that Jupe just showed, and they cut off the part where Lomachenko was talking about them fighting at 130. Because that's the part they cut. They edited that video so they wouldn't show.
Well,
that
as an A side, why didn't he send a deal? What offer did he send
Floyd
at
Mayweather
130?
said they were
Boxing Hacker,
negotiating.
what offer did
Frank
Lomachenko
Davis's
send at 130?
manager said they were
What
negotiating.
Yo,
offer
Hacker,
did
this ain't
Lomachenko
Kill Bill. You're not
send?
getting out the casket, bro.
Bro.
Just lay down.
You
It's
said
all
the
right.
A side has to send the offers. What offer did Loma send at
Again,
130?
they were negotiating. Do you
No,
understand
what
that?
offer? At
An
how
offer
much?
doesn't
What
have
offer
to
did
have.
he send? What
That
offer?
man
that badly, you were dominant.
No, I didn't.
I think everybody thought you were going to win the fight, but did even you think you were going to destroy that man that badly? You were dominant.
No, I didn't know I was going to destroy him that fast. You know, I thought he was going to come out and fight. I don't never look for the knockout, but I capitalized on his mistakes and I took him out. But he was a tough opponent, so on to the next.
He had a pretty good chin, right? Because
yeah, he had a nice chin. He had a nice chin.
Because you hit him hard as hell, it looked like.
Yeah, I hit him hard.
Everybody putting this name out there, Lomachenko, and you're hot right now. And they, Lomachenko, we know what he is about. Are you interested in the Lomachenko fight, Tank?
Of course, just as a boxing fan, just top guys fighting each other. So, definitely looking for that. Maybe the beginning of 2020 or things like that, or the middle or the end. It don't matter.
Wow. And you're such a young guy, but do you feel like you are ready for that type of challenge now, or do you feel like you need more seasoning?
No, I think I'm old enough, to take on the challenge. I think I have enough skills. I'm maturing as a fighter, as a person. So,
I think it's time.
You know, when boxing fans hear this, they are going to be excited because I think that is, without argument, one of the biggest fights that you could make in boxing, right?
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest fights that me and either me and him or either Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua. I think that they're the two biggest fights that everybody want to see in the sport right now.
What do you say to him, Tank? If Lomachenko's watching this, what's the message?
Just keep winning. Someday we'll get in there. We'll get in there for sure.
But to be in front of your home crowd, like you could tell those people all love you. You know, it wasn't just like boxing fans. Like you could tell those were your people. I mean, that touched me. I thought that was amazing to watch.
Yeah, that was actually it was touching for me too. You know, just seeing them come out. I always knew I had a big fan base at home, but I didn't know it was that big. You know, for all my my people to come out and show me love like that, I really appreciate it, and I want to thank them again for it. And it's not the first. This is not the last time we have a fight in Baltimore.
Was this supposed to make Tank look bad?
That's not my video. Tusa,
Okay.
Can you play the video I just posted?
Well,
Yeah, please play this nigga video.
Like,
but
up? Like, I was like, who video?
But what I am gonna say is, this nigga has always been popping. They wasn't asking for nobody to fight Loma but this dude, dog. So I understand why you guys who don't really like him.
So
doesn't like him. Just
I'm gonna say this. I really don't care about anything else at this point. Like, at the end of the day, if we have certain rules, the A side supposed to do whatever. Tank wasn't A side then. You got to hold them same rules. And I'm a let me out. Can we? I promise you, I'm gonna finish in 2 seconds. Boxing hacker. I really don't care about anything else because at the end of the day, like I said, people have these rules about A side, B side, and what Tank needs to do, and then they don't have it for everybody else. But not only that, even if they say, "Oh, Tank says that can happen later," he's nervous, blah blah blah, he's scared. Tank has fought. Apparently, they said he threw up. Right? He's fought scared. He's fought under pressure, being the smaller man. So it don't mean nothing to me. Right? He thought he's being set up with multiple fights, and he went in there and did the deed. So it won't mean nothing to me. Anything you show after this don't mean nothing to me because we got too many receipts. That's all I want to say.
It's literally
so basically, she's saying you cooked already, but
no,
he cooked already.
He said you sous vide. You ain't even cooked. You sous vide.
You make up arguments I didn't even make.
All right, I
didn't make an argument. I'm just saying, no matter what you say, it's too far gone. I'm saying it's too far gone now. It doesn't matter.
You always want to
let them go. All right, we're gonna show your receipts, Boxing Hacker, and then we're gonna let the chat pick. We're gonna let the chat pick.
In the private chat too.
This the video right here. I'm about to play.
No, that's not it.
Oh wait, what is this?
I don't know what that is. That's Autumn Landscape.
She cooked on your video, nigga. This is what you sent her.
You want that to go to sleep 2 cents?
No, that's not it.
My bad, y'all.
That's not it either.
Yo, Hacker, your body bag's in a body bag, man. Why you keep trying to crawl out that casket, bro?
I never said that they were in gas on Lomachenko. Of course they were gas on Lomachenko.
I don't understand what your point is going to be. What you trying to prove, Boxing Hacker?
So
what he's trying to prove is that in the video
is that when it comes to the Tank Davis fight, it wasn't about Floyd Mayweather at that point. It was because Tank was a champion. He was up and coming, and so was Lomachenko. So they wanted to see a fight. It had nothing to do with.
Yo, pour some Henny for this nigga Hacker, man. This nigga dead. You finished.
So let's keep that in mind.
Anyone can lie despite the receipts.
Hold on. I posted a link in the chat. She hasn't clicked it yet.
I'm at least at
I was gonna say, why did you tell me when we were at 30?
One potential opponent is Gervonta Davis. He's a new champion at 130. Would you want to fight him next if it came up?
I don't know. For me, he is not interesting because for what?
Money?
For what? Money?
Big money?
Do you want me to throw out the video?
No, that happened yesterday. I gotta do it again.
You know, I can fight with him for free. I can fight for. Why he can't fight with me when I stay in the 130? Why? Why then I was a 130 champion, WBO champion. He has a IBF title.
Boom.
Why in that moment he can't fight with me?
Stop me right
Now
there,
when
Tuesday.
I move up at 135, now he want to fight with me, and I read he won the fight only on pay-per-view. Hey, what are you talking about? You never has a main event. You fight only co-main event. What are you talking about? Какой это будет как сказать, какой pay-per-view?
What kind of a pay-per-view?
What kind of pay-per-view you talking about? Hey.
What do you make of his promoter wanting him to fight Javante? You to fight Javante? Floyd.
Would you?
What does he make of that? That Floyd wants to make that fight happen him versus Javante.
Флойд говорит, что он хочет как бы сделать этот бой между тобой и Джованти.
Hey, you know me, you know my legacy. I never scare. I never. I know nobody scare. I can fight anybody, but I need. If he has a title, I wait. But he has the title 130. I don't want to fight 135 and stay 145. He can move up 135, take a title, and after that I can fight with him.
Did he get to see Javante?
You can start right there, Tuesday. So
you
y'all
want to
heard him
proceed
say
to
it,
keep
right?
cooking yourself if you're more
My point though.
He just cooked himself.
Just cooked
said,
your whole
why
damn
did he
self,
say-
Hacker. You
bro.
thought you proved something. Boom, boom.
Hacker, what's up, gang?
No, listen.
So
he
what?
said,
What did this show
when
that
we
I
were both
didn't like? It
champions
did
at 130,
nothing.
why
You
did he
made it
fight
worse,
with me
actually,
then?
boxing.
It
No,
made
no.
it absolutely worse.
Wait.
Let him go, Juke. Go ahead, boxing.
Please. He said when they were both champions at 130, why did he make the fight then? Right? That's what I've been saying. At 130, Lomachenko was Lomachenko wanted to become undisputed at 130. Tank Davis didn't want to fight him at 130. He said that. Even to add on to that, Floyd Mayweather even said they were trying to make the fight at 130. Who stopped this? Tank
Hacker,
Davis.
did Lomachenko have 3 belts at 130?
What are you talking about? No.
So how did Tank stop him from being undisputed?
Tank had a belt, bro. He was
But did he have 3 belts? Was Tank the missing belt to make him undisputed?
He wouldn't become undisputed if Tank did, even if he gets all 3.
So Tank,
even if he gets all
like,
3,
you can't even answer it, bro. Like, did this nigga have 3 belts or not?
I can't. Tank has a belt. He has a belt.
No, did Lomachenko have 3
Claim
belts
he
and
don't
Tank
know
was
if
the
he
missing
had
piece
3
to the
belts or
puzzle to
not.
make him
That's why he's
undisputed?
not answering it.
Bro, I said no. I already said no. He had 2.
Exactly. No, all right. So you cooked on that. Then he moved up to 135, right? Jupe already said that he listen. Jupe already said he beat Linares and got the WBA super, right? So that that goes into our point.
Hold up.
The nigga was ducking, bro.
Hold up.
He
One
ducked.
second. Hold on. Before you move
Yeah,
any
collect your
further,
thoughts, bro. Go ahead.
Before you move any further, he literally just said it on this video that when he was at 130 and they were both champions, they could have fought then. Why didn't he make the fight?
No, but your point was he wanted to be undisputed at 130.
Hold on.
Yeah, collect your thoughts, nigga.
Hold on. Even at 135, he said when he becomes the actual champion, he doesn't mind fighting him. Which Tank was always a secondary champion. But before that, right, when he was the actual champion, when he had the primary title
at 30.
Lomachenko
At 30, when but when your boy Shakur was at 30 with the belt and Valdez was at 30 with the belt, why did it take so long for them to make that fight?
I don't understand with this argument. They fought.
They both were top ranked.
They had
argument was
time,
you said
and they
that
both were
Lomachenko wanted
top
to be
ranked, and it
undisputed.
was a reluctant match that was made. You're talking about one person on one side of the street, and he said that in the video, versus another person on the other side of the street. If they were on the same side of the streets and they were reluctant to make the fight, how do you think they're going to make that fight with Tank?
Let me answer your question.
That belt goes.
Hold on. Let me answer your question. So what was slowing it down was the top ranked opponent, Bob Arum. That was slowing the fight between Shakur and Valdez, right?
So you best believe.
Hold on. Guess what? Floyd Mayweather said they were already negotiating the fight.
He was lying.
It's funny you choose to believe Floyd whenever it's to disparage Tank.
Oh my God.
Right. They believe Floyd when they want to.
Tank's manager. So there was no blockage from the manager, bro.
Okay, I will just say this. When Tank got this is what's so crazy about the timeline. Loma's saying, why didn't Tank fight me at 130?
Yeah.
When Tank fought, was Tank, but the time Tank fought and got a belt at 130.
Yeah.
Lomachenko was already locked into a contract to fight Jason Sosa. So that's what's crazy about, like, you already had a fight lined up. It was already signed. He was already fighting Jason Sosa because I think Tank won in January. He fought Jason Sosa in April. It was signed already. They were promoting it. And then you fought Miguel Mariaga next, which is I think was also a top-ranked fighter.
All them niggas are top-ranked fighters.
It doesn't make any sense.
Right, so he fought all top-ranked guys. We all know Rigondeaux was being ousted, right? I think Rigondeaux he couldn't get anybody to fight him at the lower weight. So Rigondeaux was kind of forced up because no one would fight him because he was that good. He kind of got punished for beating Nonito. For anybody who know back then, like Rigondeaux was that dude, and I think they wanted Nonito Donaire to be like that next Pacquiao. And when Rigondeaux beat him, I feel like he got punished for it. So they wouldn't give him any fights. So he got forced up and got stopped by Loma. Why doing the 130? So they got saying, oh, he stops everybody. We all know Rigondeaux is the size of like a 5th grader, right? And so that's what happened. And then he moved up, but he had 2 fights in place already by the time Tank got a belt. That's what's crazy about it. It was already in place before. So saying, why don't you fight me at 130 is ridiculous when you already had 2 fights in place by the time Tank got a belt.
It doesn't work that way, Jude.
It does work that way. That's why top rank is
All right, hold on, y'all. We got somebody new up here. Let me let FaZe go. FaZe the great in the building. What up, FaZe? What you got for the
was bragging, man. I just popped up, seen y'all, doing the live thing, and I was just listening in, and shit. I don't want nothing. I'm just chopping it up. Y'all could go ahead.
It doesn't work that way. It's not like, oh, you just take a fight. Oh, you took a fight. Next fight is already signed. You can't fight nobody else. No, they were there for a whole year. They could have made a fight in between. He can stop. Maybe the other fight may have not even happened. They negotiated a fight all the way through.
So you can breach the contract to make another fight.
Can you tell me what fights Top Rank and PBC were making in 2017?
Hold on, they can
Hacker. No, listen to this, Hacker. What fights were Top Rank and PBC making in 2017?
I don't understand this question. What's it got to do?
What do you mean you don't understand the question? It's very basic. What fights?
What I can tell you is that
and Top Rank. No, you don't understand the question because you can't answer it. What fights were PBC in 2017? Were PBC and Top Rank working together in 2017?
Do they have fights together? I can't tell you the answer.
No, you can't tell me that because the answer is no. They had none.
So what?
That I know. So what? That was during a time where they were saying, oh, we don't work with them. They're on the other side of the street. The other side of the street conversation came from Top Rank.
Is PBC a promotion?
That was during the time. And I know, and the reason why I come from this conversation in a historical perspective because I was there. I'm not here just to win an internet argument. I was there, so no one can gaslight me into believing something didn't happen that I saw with my own 2 eyes. I've been following boxing forever. They were not fighting each other at the time. Top Rank was absolutely against PBC.
Tank literally lost his belt. Shout out to J-Man96 who's gonna come up on the panel soon. He said Tank literally lost his belt on the scale in 2017.
Right.
How the was they going to make the fight?
There was no chance of them fighting.
Like these happened.
The belt beginning of 2017, lost it before the end of it. There was no chance of them having unification. It just wasn't.
Hold on. Top Rank is a promotional company, right? PBC
Hacker, you lost,
is a TV show.
Hacker, you really lost.
Hold on. Let's talk about this. Top Rank is a promotional
nothing to talk
company.
about.
PBC is a TV show.
Tank Hacker, we done showed you video.
Yeah, baby, you can take the L and move on. It's embarrassing at this point.
Hold on. Tank Davis promotional.
I'm gonna have to clip this cookbox and have to
to make that fight. Floyd Mayweather was Gervonta Tank Davis promoter. He was planning to make the fight. I don't know
why didn't the A side Lomachenko send an offer to Top?
You don't just say you have to negotiate.
Oh, so now why did he send an offer?
Hey, they were negotiating. Did you not hear Floyd?
Why do you keep going off of what Floyd just said in this interview? Listen.
Remember those two said he said that no one was comparing Loma to Floyd, and now we got video proof of them comparing them to Floyd.
I never made. I said again.
Muhammad Ali.
You're straw man in my argument.
This man
You are
said
straw
something
man in
that
my
was
argument. That was not the
like
argument.
we can
I
prove
said
wrong.
when it comes to the Tank
Like
fight,
he
it
will
wasn't about
literally
Floyd
argue
Mayweather.
with a stop sign.
Hold on.
You don't tell me to stop. I
What
tell
you're
you
creating
to
a straw
stop.
man argument.
All
I
right,
never
Boxing
said that.
Hacker. Okay, well, let's move on because you cooked on that. Anybody else got anything else for the panel? Because we're not going to go in circles with Boxing Hacker. We just
That's
showed
over.
you
We've been
videos,
cooked. We can move on.
everything.
It's a
We
straw man
can move
argument.
on,
You're making
bro.
arguments I didn't
Okay.
make.
All right, you won, Boxing Hacker.
Thank you.
All right.
If that's the case, she was cooking you with straws, nigga.
Yeah, obviously.
This man
Yo,
got
I ain't gonna lie,
cooked.
Hacker. This might be the like the craziest you got cooked, bro.
Yeah, this the worst.
What are y'all
This the worst
talking
you
about?
ever got cooked,
I
Boxing
don't even know
Hacker.
the argument. The argument she's
receipts
posing.
cooking
I
everything.
never
You're on a
said-
She cooked you
rotisserie.
on every single point.
No, she did not.
You're on a rotisserie, Boxing Hacker.
Let's put in
You
perspective.
on a
I ain't gonna lie, you
rotisserie,
rotisserie chicken gang,
And
like
I did it
I
gently.
never
I
said.
did it
Wait.
gently.
Let's clarify
You
one
are
thing.
so easy.
Wait, let me make sure I
roasted.
showed all the
I ain't gotta
receipts.
raise my blood pressure.
Okay, I
ain't gotta
showed that
yell.
receipt.
It was.
No,
it
you
was
ain't got to
always-
yell.
According
you
to
deep
facts,
fried, bro.
you deep fried. Go ahead and go somewhere, baby. I'm
Just
so
like cutting you
sorry
off,
that
dude.
that
Hold
the
on.
reality and facts don't line
She's
up with
straw
you.
man my argument. So
Hey,
Ain't no
she
straw
cooked you
man.
with straws,
Let me
then,
ask you a
nigga.
question again, right?
Call that
Just so
bamboo.
everybody can see how this nigga be acting, right?
yeah,
Did Lomachenko have 3 belts at 130?
no.
So how did Tank stop him from being undisputed?
Even if he has 3 belts,
Right.
let me answer your
And
question.
someone in chat
Even if
tells
he has
him,
3 belts, he's
Tank
still
was always the A side. So
undisputed.
Tank was the A side when he was on the undercard.
Hold
Y'all are
on.
stupid.
Jesus Christ.
That's a
Even
notorious
if
dank. You
Tank has
missed a
3
thought
belts,
cat.
let's use your analogy, right? Let's use your question, right? Even if Lomachenko has 3 belts, if he doesn't fight Tank, he doesn't become undisputed. Do you understand that? No matter how many belts he has,
But
Tank
he didn't
didn't
have
have
3
a
belts
belt.
though. So you
It
telling me
doesn't
you couldn't make
matter.
it? You couldn't make it.
Even if he
Listen.
did.
So you couldn't make it.
Then why
Listen.
did he send an
All right,
offer
all
to
right.
become
Even if he
undisputed?
did,
You couldn't be undisputed because you didn't fight Tank. So that means that you're not chasing belts no more.
No,
Why
it
Errol
means
didn't do
I
that?
can't accomplish my goal there.
All right, so
If I
Errol
don't fight you,
went and collected them belts and still
bro,
got the Crawford fight years later.
if
Lomachenko
I
couldn't
don't
do that.
fight you and you're the 4th ring, you're the first, the 4th person I need to fight, and I can't fight you at all, I don't become undisputed. No matter how many belts I have. No matter
All right,
how
so
many. I can have 3
you
plus
cooked on
ring
that
belts.
point. I don't even care about your response. So
I'm
the
cooked,
second
but
thing,
I'm
right?
correct.
You
How am
the
I
second
saying
thing
I'm
is,
correct?
if you don't get it, you don't get it, bro. Like it's all right, bro. Sometimes
Hold on,
niggas be slow. It's like you just one of them kids, bro.
Let's not go
IEP
past that
baby.
point.
So what I'm saying is this, right?
Hold on.
The second point.
Hold on.
No, ain't no
No,
hold on, nigga. Listen, the second
Even
point.
if he has 3 belts, he's not undisputed without Tank. Understand that.
But what I'm saying is, did he even have 2 belts at 130?
No.
Yeah, I believe so.
He had 2
What
belts
belts
at
he
130.
had? What belts he
When?
had, Boxing Hacker?
No, maybe it was 135.
What belt did he have at 130?
No, he was unified at 135.
Was he unified at 130, Hacker?
What belt did he have at 130, Boxing
I can't remember. It was I think he was unified at 135 actually. 135 was unified. I think he had
Again, so how did Tank hold him up from being undisputed?
You still gotta fight Tank, bro. I don't understand. If Tank's not fighting you, what's the point?
So Tank is the only fight at 130 for Lomachenko.
Oh my goodness. To be undisputed, you need all the belts, right? If one person says no, I'm never gonna fight you, are you gonna
when did he say no? I'm never gonna fight you.
He said it after Floyd Mayweather made that statement.
Where? When? Where?
I think it just be lying, bro. Why you don't be a lawyer, bro?
I'll look for y'all.
You should be a lawyer, gang.
Okay, show me the video where he's saying he never gonna fight him.
It was. I think it was on social media.
Your Hacker's a sleazeball lawyer.
Go find it.
For sure.
I'll look for
All right, so the second point, right? When he went up to 135, right?
Yes.
And he beat Linares.
Yes.
He became WBA super without no title defenses, without no unifications. They just made the nigga the super. So what does that mean? He said you got to come up to 135 and get a belt. So Tank does that, doesn't get the fight. You know why? Because of the mandatory situation. So he strategically ducked Tank on that. So even if Tank, like you said, right, look, even if Tank wanted to fight Lomachenko, he couldn't because he was a super champion. Right or wrong?
Yeah, so what does that mean?
What does it mean when you say that he wanted to be undisputed, but he couldn't get the fight with Tank, so he didn't try? So you telling me Tank would have got that belt, moved up to 2018, like he did when he beat Gamboa. He still didn't get the fight. You know why? Because this nigga been strategically ducking, bro.
Strategically ducking is crazy.
He's not
strategically ducking is crazy. Hell yeah.
He just broke it down.
So all right, so how do you get the WBA super, brother?
You can request to become the mandatory. Do you know that?
No, I'm asking, how do you become the WBA super champion?
No, Lomachenko was WBA super, right? Tank Davis was WBA regular. He could request to become his mandatory.
I'm asking you, how did this nigga become the WBA super, bro?
They gave it to him.
How do you do it?
They elevated him.
Why they gave it to him? With no title defenses, no unifications, no none of that.
That's a good question.
Exactly. That's
Right.
strategic,
Hacker,
nigga.
you like that? You like that dude
But
at
what's
the
that
gym
but
that just
doesn't mean
keep
that
getting beat
Tank
up
can't
every
fight for him,
round and
though.
sparring? That's you right now.
No, wait. It doesn't mean
Yeah, he one of them
Tank
niggas
can't
that
fight
get
for
beat
him.
up and just get credit for getting
No,
like
he's
off the
famous.
Yeah,
canvas.
because he got heart.
You JoJo Diaz at this point, nigga.
Bro, hold on.
You just got
Hold on,
heart.
we got
got
Dean
heart,
on. Hold
though.
on, Boxing Hacker.
You do got heart, Hacker.
Dean, what up, Dean? What you got for the show? Like, I'm telling you, just like Devin could take an ass whooping, so can you,
No,
Boxing
but
Hacker.
he's not
That's
answering
a
my
fact.
questions though. Like you acting like Tank can request to become his mandatory because he's WBA.
What up,
Dean,
D?
player?
Jupe already cooked you because we already know that the window was 18 months, brother.
So what? You can still request to become mandatory.
What you mean? So what? So Tank is gonna go up to another weight class and request a fight that he got to wait 18 months for?
Bro, you can still request. Can
Man,
you request this or not? Can
you
not,
JoJo
can
Diaz, nigga.
Wait. Can you yes or no? Answer my question. Can you yes or no? Can you become the mandatory to a WBA super?
Tell me the rule number that says that.
I'm not actually. I'm talking to.
No. I know, but I'm asking you. Tell me the rule number that you're referring to. Tell me the WBA rule number you're referring to.
I'll look for it. Can you answer?
No,
Go look for it. Go look for it, Boxing Hacker.
Do
We
it now.
sources
Give
today.
me the rule number that says that.
We sources
You get
today.
to talk and tell us
Supreme,
about all
why
these
get quiet,
rules.
Supreme? Hold on.
What
Dude.
rule
Nah,
number?
because
The WBA
the
rule book
sisters that
says
she
that.
wants smoke, so
You
she wants
wanted
smoke,
this.
nigga.
You could have left. You could have left it alone. Tell me the rule number that says what you're claiming. We'll give you 5 or 10 minutes to look it up. Right?
You take that 5 and 10 minutes wisely, though, Hacker. Don't come back and get recooked, nigga.
Give us the rule number in the WBA rule book that says this.
Supreme, answer your question.
No. Give us the rule book number because you keep saying what can and can't be done. Could you tell us the rule book in the WBA rules that says this?
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
By any means, it's my ninja Dean.
What's the deal, yo?
What up, Dean? What you got for the show?
I heard Boxing Hacker say, when somebody holding you up, when they say that they refuse to fight you, and there's nothing you can do about that when somebody says they refuse to fight you. I know another fighter named Jerron Boutinnis, who a guy named Terence Crawford said multiple times refused to fight him. So I just want to make sure that we're gonna be keeping that same energy going forward. So somebody else was held up from trying to be undisputed too. Jerron Boutinnis with Mario Barrios and challenging Terence Crawford, who also agreed to fight Jerron and is to make the Errol Spence fight. So like Boxing Hacker said, when people say publicly and all whatever, what Floyd said and all of that, when they refuse to fight you, there's not too much that you can do about that. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they say it publicly. You know what I'm saying? Like Terence Crawford did about 4 or 5 times, that I know of. About a good 4 times he's done that. Even recently on the Andre Ward podcast. So, there's nothing Jerron Ennis can do about that when somebody, refuses to fight you. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to make sure that we was 100% clear when it comes to that. And all of this Lomachenko stuff, Lomachenko had a chance to fight Gervonta Davis and turned it down. And when Lomachenko was the A side, Lomachenko never sent Gervonta Davis anything. And like Lomachenko said, Gervonta Davis wasn't even a main event fighter at that time. So if he really wanted to fight Gervonta Davis, it would have been on him and Bob Arum to make sure that happened. According to y'all rules. But I mean, I guess when it's Gervonta Davis, you're going to probably switch it up. And I understand that. But just understand this, that when you sit up there and bring up those type of points, that works both ways. Gervonta Davis wasn't always the A side. And at one point in time, he was the B side to Lomachenko. Matter of fact, he was a big B side to Lomachenko. He was a big B side to Lomachenko. And Lomachenko said that he needed to go get the belts and what the fuck ever else before he would fight him. And he's not going to do it on pay-per-view.
You know
I'll
what's
leave it
crazy?
there.
You know what's crazy, Dean?
I'm listening.
We just played that video of Loma
Yeah, I
saying
heard.
himself out of his actual mouth, and Boxing Hacker is still up here with this stupid shit.
But just so we clear though now, y'all, Jerron Boutinnis, like Boxing Hacker said, when somebody refused to fight you, and they hold you up from undisputed and shit like that. Well, we know a fighter who's been held up from undisputed twice. Because people refuse to fight him, y'all. Just so we clear.
Yeah, they
Same guy
outright
that say,
ducking the nigga, man. I ain't gonna even lie to you, and they
no,
be outright pump
Thomas,
faking that
this will
nigga
be the
tank.
same guy, you know. This will be the same guy that just say, "What has Boots done? Why y'all saying that nobody want to fight Boots, man? Who hold him up? Why he couldn't?" Oh, same shit that Juke was trying to tell you that Lomachenko and all of them could have did. Now it's people was refusing to fight him and all of this other shit. But we know a couple people like that. People was refusing to fight. Yeah, that worked both ways, gang. That's all I'm gonna say, y'all. You know, y'all go ahead and
You
cook.
can't find that bullshit, right?
Nah, I can't find that bullshit. I'm about to go lay my ass down. I just wanted to make
Hey,
sure that we said that. That's all, y'all. I
you be
appreciate
easy,
y'all. I
baby boy,
love
man.
y'all.
Gonna get you some
Y'all
good
already
rest,
know. I
player.
gotta
What
get
up,
some rest.
Jim? What up, Jim?
What up, Blue Hustle, man? What's the deal,
What's
sir?
good?
Yo,
Blue
Blue
What's
Hustle.
Hustle
good
ain't
with
say
you?
nothing like an hour. He know he will get cooked too.
Man, shut your ass up, Supreme.
You gonna let your
God damn, you always be on some
you
weirdo
gonna let
time,
your
my
homie get
nigga.
jumped like that?
Oh man,
God
blue,
damn.
blue.
This
It's
nigga
all good,
always
man.
got something to say, bro.
I'm,
I've been
I'm
cool. I ain't trying to cook nobody. I ain't trying to go no bad
Now
place
you
with
seen Hacker
nobody.
get deep fried. See, like, let me just sit over here and be
happy. Do
quiet. Maybe
you
they
got that
won't
Hey,
notice
information?
me.
hey, look. Look, we grown men up here, man. He doing what he do. It is what it is.
Grown
Shit.
men and women. Don't forget the ladies.
Man, listen, listen. I don't know. I don't know, Hacker. You got source today. I really should kick you off of here because that's how the game go. You should have been off a long time ago because
Hold
we didn't
on,
drop
look,
the
look. Hey,
sources
hey,
on.
2 cents.
That boy got
He
deep
think.
fried bad
Hey,
today.
look, 2 cents. I got confidence in him. I think he gonna come back with the receipt.
He
He's not
not
coming back, boy. He gonna send
the
a Reddit
receipt.
thread like last
The
time.
receipt he had only. He just turned the heat up. He hopped out the pot and turned the knob up, and then he jumped back in there and made it hotter. That's what he did.
And it's the thing, y'all. I really don't come on here to like cook people that really don't be my attention. I promise you, that's not even my energy. I just don't like when people say things that are untrue. And my thing is, if I'm wrong about something, I love to learn. I feel like I never lose. Either I'm right or I learn. That's how I
Can
see
you click the
things.
link? I posted
So
in
I'm
the chat.
okay if I'm wrong. Like,
I told y'all.
I'm not a person, but like at the end of the day, is he saying that that's what it is? Show me, and if it's true, fine.
Hey,
Like
hold on,
I
Juke.
don't.
I gotta say something to Boxing Hacker. My bad. I ain't trying to cut you off. Hey, look, Boxing Hacker. I just had your back, man. You let this be a receipt for real, my guy, to prove your case.
I'm gonna start calling Juke DJ Khaled, dog. All she do is win, 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 no matter what.
Look,
That's not even my goal. I just want people to. I feel like boxing is such a great sport that history should be preserved, and we should like be like true. Like
It's
I don't.
number
I
28
can't be
in the
right
room.
about
In the room, my
everything,
boy.
and it's okay for me to not remember everything. Again, I may have forgotten more people than some folks gonna learn because I grew up with parents who was in the boxing like for real, right? So all I'm saying is that the last time I reviewed them WA rules, I haven't recently. The last time I saw them, I don't remember saying that the WA was the mandatory for the WB, like the
Yo,
super.
Dodrick is crazy.
Yo,
You see
Dondre
that,
be
Tuesman?
wildin', bro.
Yo, Blue Hustle, why they doing you like that, bro?
What are you talking about?
Read the
Nah, it's
comment,
all
gang.
good. Hey, I'm
Read
gonna
the
say
comment
this,
section.
man. I'm gonna fall back to the chat. Always a pleasure to be up here with Jay. Like I say, you be doing yeoman's work up in here, making sure the truth be out here in these streets. Jupe, once I get
Now, come on, man. Hey,
Master
Dondrick,
Chef
man. Don't be on
Blue.
no weirdo time. Don't be on no zesty weirdo time, Dondrick.
Oh, Blue. Well, you know you gonna be my man no matter what. And if y'all want that fire ass oysters with that banging sauce, check my man Blue Hustle, man. He got that for you hot. Big Supreme, always a pleasure. Boxing Hacker, you my man. But today you was fricasseed, sous vide, barbecue, all
Sauteed,
type of thing, man. You just gotta take it
deep fry.
sometimes, man.
You
But
was
it's all
flame
good,
broiled.
man. You got heart, like Jay
Yo,
said.
Hacker,
One
you
thing we
really
can say
Kenny
about
from South Park. You die every episode.
Pause for the
Hey,
class.
hey, Dondrick, man. I appreciate you,
Every
bro.
live, this nigga Hacker dies and comes back. Yo, you Kenny from South Park.
Y'all, could y'all please pause for a second? Could y'all please read the rules? It goes with everything I've been saying. The link that Boxing Hacker just provided. Could you please read?
I'm about to pull it up. Hold on.
Oh my God! It goes to what I've been saying this whole time.
Hold on, Juke.
again, you just cooked yourself, my
You done
nigga.
cooked this stuff
It's been a
again?
good one for you.
Boxing hacker.
Yo, bro.
Let's see
I
it.
know you got a rebuttal. I know you gonna say something, bro. Come,
I
you
would.
know,
You should just.
you know what I'm saying? Put your
Blue
hands
Russell.
up, bro.
Remember when I
Hey,
said
hold on. Don't do the Philly show right now, Boxing
wait.
hacker. We
Remember when
can't
I
do the
All right,
Philly
said,
show with
hold
her.
on, Juke.
hold on.
Let him present his exhibit. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Boxing
go to
Hacker.
number 28, 2 cent.
Go to page 28.
No, yeah, go down to number 28.
Number 28 or
Yeah, it's
page
like paragraph
28?
number 8. Number
Yo, hacker,
28.
you should have been took a knee.
All right, she trying to walk you
It's
down,
on
bro.
page.
No Philly show right
Page
now.
14.
On page
if he
14.
right, let's give him his credit because I'm fine with that. Let's just be
Let's
honest.
go, Boxing Hacker. You got to get you one tonight. All right, 28.
Oh, that's
Here we
funny.
go.
Yeah,
Boom. What you got? Read
yeah.
it.
So I can't say. Oh, I have to read it from my screen. A mandatory contender for each weight division may be selected by a championship committee from the list of ranked boxers or through an elimination bout. The selection may be subject to conditions. Generally, the highest rated boxer in the division or regional champion rated in the top 5 may be qualified, named the official contender by the championship committee, unless he is or is likely to be unavailable to fight for the title in the period required. The committee may remove a boxer's recognition as a mandatory contender for failure to comply with these rules or failure to comply with any condition of the appointment as a mandatory contender. Lomachenko was the WBA super. Tank
Okay.
Davis was the WBA regular. So that means Tank Davis is where? The highest ranked boxer in that division.
No, actually it does not, because guess what? The WBA world is not ranked. The WBA world is not ranked. Not only are they not ranked in the WBA, they are not ranked in any other sanctioning body because they are considered a champion. That is why. When someone asks, "Oh my God, why can't Tank be ranked in this?" The WBA world is not ranked in any other sanctioning body, and they are not considered ranked in the WBA.
When you have a super title,
based on that reading.
Wait. When you have a super title,
No. Show me the rules. Don't explain to me. Show me the rules.
The highest ranked.
Show me the rules. They're not ranked.
They're
not ranked.
Oh,
they're not ranked.
Oh my goodness.
Show me where the WBA championship is ranked. Does it say the WBA world is ranked?
So you
don't explain to me. Show me the rules.
No, so you're saying
show me where it's ranked.
That the number one contender is higher
than
the
WBA world is not ranked by the IBF. They're not ranked by WBOs. They're not ranked by WBC. They're not ranked by WBA because you
when
can't
you have a super title. When you have a super title, the highest rank in the division is a regular title. What are we talking about?
At the end of the day, you just proved my point.
Oh,
you can't defend the title of the championship and be ranked. The WBA World Championship is never ranked. You're not ranked because you're a champion.
So what are you arguing? Are you arguing only the number one contender can do it and not the regular title? Hold on one second.
Can you show the rules?
Show it.
I just read the rules. She's trying to.
Yes, it says nothing about the WBA world. It does not mention the WBA. It doesn't mention the champion. It doesn't mention
in terms of hierarchy. In terms of hierarchy, the WBA super.
Give him a second to try to redeem himself.
They're not ranked.
Regular, it's
the
secondary.
WBA world is not ranked.
Hold on, Juke. Let him go. What you got?
Yeah, let him give him
in terms of hierarchy, the WBA super is primary. WBA regular is secondary. If the super is out the way, the WBA regular is the highest ranked person in that division. Not the number one contender. He's the highest ranked person because he has a WBA regular. If they remove the super title, guess what? The WBA regular becomes the actual champion.
So how can a champion make another champion a mandatory?
Exactly. You can't.
The secondary belts are already
it's not in there.
Freeze pause. The secondary
it's not in there.
Champion. Fight the man to become the primary.
Oh, you failed.
You're capping. You're just capping. This is how.
How long was the Lomachenko WBA super champion?
Show me where it says the WBA world is the mandatory for the super. You said the WBA world the mandatory for the super. Why doesn't it state that directly?
The highest ranked fighter in the division.
The highest ranked fighter is
hold on, Juke. Hey, boxing hacker. This is what you need to do. You need to explain what. Hold on, Juke. Boxing hacker. You need to explain and debunk her point.
Yeah,
that she's
so
trying to
she's
say. So if you don't
her
understand her
claim.
point, ask her what her point is
No,
so you can clarify it. That's
What
what I'm
he's
trying to
trying to
say.
do,
Instead of
Blue
you
Hustle
trying to
Man, is make up a
Failed
different
already.
argument because he already cooked.
no.
So
He
it's not
already
him not.
cooked.
Hold on, hold on, because she keeps talking.
Listen, his
Hold on.
claim,
fried.
listen,
Her
y'all,
claim,
his
and our
claim was
piece.
that the WA world was the mandatory to the
Don,
super. That does not say that. He said that the WA world was the mandatory to the super. It does not say that because the
You're
rankings
not
are
reading.
under the
Oh my
world.
gosh! I just read
Let
this
me
word
His
let me
by
let me
word.
claim,
ask you a
he
question.
failed already.
I just read this
Let me
word
ask you
by
a question,
word.
Hacker, because
I'm
I'm
not
gonna throw
doing
you
it
some
right.
rope, right? How long was Lomachenko the WBA super?
I don't know how long.
At 135.
I'm not sure how long was he.
All right, so when Tank got the belt from Gamboa, what year was that?
I don't remember.
That was 2019, right?
Okay.
All right, what year did Lomachenko lose to Teofimo?
I don't remember the year.
It was like 2021, right? Or 2020.
Okay.
It was 2020. All right, so I'm gonna do my presentation too. I'm gonna show you something.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is that his claim was that the world was the mandatory for the super, and what he presented doesn't state that at all. He's now trying to present something and try to make it that. Where in the rules does it say that the WBA world is the mandatory for the super? Why can't you find it in the rules?
You're in a mandatory
You
position.
made
You're
a
not the
claim,
mandatory.
and it does because the world is not ranked.
Well, let's clarify
There's never
one
been a
thing.
time where the WBA world was ranked ever. That's not how it works.
Hold on. Before you move any
You
further,
hold on.
you don't just
Show
become
what
the
you made a
mandatory
claim
because
and
you're
you
ranked. I
didn't
hope you
back
know
it
that,
up.
right? Wait, because you're always saying things. What you're saying is incorrect. You don't just become mandatory just because you're ranked.
Incorrect. Show me the rule. You made the claim.
It's right there.
Juke,
You're not
let him talk.
understanding
Juke,
it.
let him talk.
You're not understanding it.
We
What
can
you
let
asking
him
me to
talk.
do?
All he gotta do is show us the rules.
I
It's
read
either
it to
in the
you. You don't
WBA rules
understand.
or it's not.
Again,
Him
let me
talking doesn't
hold
change anything.
Boxing
Y'all
Hacker,
let him
can you
manipulate
show it in the
y'all.
rules?
It's either in the rules or it's not. He
Tucson,
got to
I just
show
read it to
us
this
the
girl.
proof or not. I show
I don't
y'all
know what she's talking
concrete
about
proof,
anymore.
and he gets to babble.
All right, it's on Big Supreme. Go ahead, Big Supreme.
So my thing is this, right? Just off memory, right? I
Yeah.
believe Tank won the WBA regular in 2019 versus Gamboa.
Yeah.
Now, I believe Teofimo beat Lomachenko in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. I think he lost to Cambosa in 2021. So now, from what I've seen with the WBA rules, it's 18 months for the WBA super to fight the WBA regular, right? Lomachenko didn't have the belt long enough to even do that. That's what I want to say. He got the WBA, moved up, and lost that belt when he fought this nigga Teofimo. So the timeline doesn't match what you're saying, bro. So I'm gonna post something that you should have posted. She ain't scared. I gotta go to desktop.
Damn, Boxing Hacker, you cooked again.
Hold on 1 second.
Deep fried.
Actually, y'all, there's a part here that says that the world is not a mandatory for the super. It's in the rules. Oh my God. Let me copy paste.
Well,
it really disputes sweet Jesus.
What?
Show me where it's at.
Hold on.
Before you go ahead. But before you go any further, just because you're ranked something doesn't make you automatically become the mandatory. They have to approve your mandatory position.
That's been your whole argument, Boxing Hacker. Stop.
Yeah, but she's trying to make it seem like, oh, the specific like you magically become mandatory. No, they have a committee and they choose the mandatory, but it's based on the highest ranked person in that division or the highest two ranked people in the division. If you have a champion, the person who's a champion fights it becomes that mandatory normally. But if you know what I mean, let's see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna read some
Supreme,
of
what you
y'all,
trying
and
to
I'm gonna
share?
show y'all where it's under. Okay.
Okay, tell me where it said. Let me find it.
Okay.
I'm having
So-
trouble. Hold on.
Okay. Oh my bad. I'm gonna let him finish. I'll go.
Now go ahead, Juke. Go ahead.
Okay. It says super. So under Rule 17, it says super champion status. In exceptional circumstances, the championship committee and the president may designate a super champion and may establish criteria. The president may determine conditions and requirements and retention of the title, but not limited to the following. They may or may not get a defense sanctioning fees, blah, blah, blah. So under 17 is ABCD, right? So number 17, ABCD. Then there's a paragraph. It says, as official contender for a world title championship shall not be thereby considered to be an official contender for the super championship. A super champion who loses a title or non-title bout shall have no right to be ranked in the weight division. It literally says the world championship title is not a contender for the super championship. It literally says it.
How dare I be considered?
It says it.
Wait, hold on one second. It says an official contender.
Official contender.
Hold on. You're not reading this correctly, though.
Okay.
Tank is the world.
I'm done.
Tank is
I'm
going to be
going
a world champion. He's not contender for
morning. I can't
hold
take
on, hold on.
this.
Good night, Juke.
Listen to this.
Boxing
right?
hacker. Boxing
She
hacker.
read the wrong. She read the
Boxing
wrong
hacker.
thing. No,
You're
Tucson.
done.
Look,
You're
she
done,
did.
bro.
Look what she just read. An official contender for a world championship. Tank Davis is not official contender for a world championship. He is the world. He is the world champion. What are you talking about? He's not an official contender. He's literally
right.
The world.
You know why? Contenders, because all contenders in the sanctioning body fights the world, not the super. He's there for that.
Tank wasn't in contention. He was the champion. You're cooked.
I'm not cooked. I'm not cooked. Because
so Tank was a contender when he's the
Tank
champion?
fights the contenders. The super does not.
God.
His whole position is to fight the contenders. The super is separate.
Hold on.
I'm not cooked, and you have not proved the rule. You said that the world. You said that the world.
Blue Hustle Man.
What
if Tank is a champion, is he a contender?
A mandatory.
No, wait. If Tank is a champion, is he a contender? You're cooked out here.
He is not a contender.
You're cooked out here. You
Boxing hacker.
Word by word and got cooked yourself.
Boxing hacker. How can you be a champion with a mandatory with another champion?
Because Tank has to fight the mandatories. The whole point of a championship is to defend the belt.
Can you give me another example of when a champion was a mandatory to another champion, Boxing hacker? Like, I'm being serious. I didn't think you could do that.
So Bivol and Benavidez, right?
Intern versus super.
No, not interim. Interim champions. That's no. Boxing hacker, stop playing with me.
Those two different champions. No.
Boxing hacker, stop playing with me.
What are we talking about? It's primary and secondary.
Boxing hacker, an interim champion is not the same thing.
You asked Tucson to be correct, right?
An interim champion means you're in line to fight the champion, so that's not a good example.
He has a belt too, though.
An interim champion means you're in line to fight the champion. So stop playing with me. That's not what I asked you.
You asked me again. You said, Boxing hacker, can you show me an instance where you have two champions when one becomes a mandatory for the other? I gave you two champions, an interim champion.
You made a claim that the
now interim titles are champions, Boxing hacker, according to you.
They're interim.
You can't get talent defenses versus the interim.
Just like
no, I'm talking about the champions that you like the Johnson bouts. Can you give me a time where two champions, not an interim champion, because the interim champion, Boxing hacker, means you're in line to fight the champion. So that's not a good example. I'm talking about these other titles that you listen. God damn it, listen. Okay. I am talking about the other titles that you call these quote unquote whatever titles you name them.
I mean, happens a lot of times, Tucson.
Hey,
can you give me an example? I'm asking for an example. No, I'm not talking about an interim champion, Boxing hacker.
Oh, hold on. Can I just ask you a question real quick, Tucson? So, if being an interim champion, right, doesn't that mean that you are the second best versus the champion, the actual real champion?
But when you're an interim champion, that means you're good enough to fight for the belt. Like your whole point of being an interim champion is to fight the champion.
I agree with you. But we're basically saying the same thing when you think about it. I feel like I'm saying the same thing, bro.
No, you're not, Brody. You know why? I'm gonna give you an example.
So hold on, let me get my point off. So if I'm the interim champion, you know how people, why did they get excited? They should be throwing that belt away if it doesn't mean anything. That means you're the best.
Who said that?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, listen to me. I'm not saying that. You're jumping the gun right now. What I'm saying is this: is that doesn't that mean that you still are the best, second to the champion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Y'all know what else is
How about Puello and Josh Taylor?
Nah, what I
y'all
was gonna say is
What belt
when
did
you look
Puello
at
have?
Rolly,
WBA regular, and then Josh Taylor had WBA super.
you know what's crazy about these rules though, y'all?
that's crazy that you even saying that, bro. Like you saying
Right,
anything. What I'm
He just googling some shit or something.
but
yeah,
Y'all
like
giving him
Rolly
the
was
wrong
the interim
info.
champion at 135, right? He got the fight with Tank. What we're saying is, show me an example of the WBA super fighting a WBA world champion as a
Being
mandatory
ordered
defense.
to. Being ordered
right.
to.
Can you find an example of that, Hacker? Because I see it in the rules. It says that the super has 18 months to fight the mandatory champion, right? As far as like WBA regular. But it doesn't have to be the WBA regular. It could be anybody that's rated in the division.
The rule.
So where's an example of the super fighting the WBA world champion?
I remember Lara tried, he was denied.
Wasn't I thought Puello and what's his name were?
No, don't
Puello
think.
and
We
Josh
need
Taylor
you to
never
know.
fought, bro.
Yeah, because that's why he got stripped for the WBA super.
All right, so why didn't Lomachenko get stripped, nigga?
Puello was named the mandatory. So
exactly.
No,
All right, that's the point, bro.
You don't automatically.
That's the point.
You're a mandatory position first, and then you get.
You saying anything now? You just use Puello as an example, who was a WBA regular, right?
That's the rule.
Josh Taylor got stripped, right? So why Haney ain't get stripped? Why Lomachenko get stripped?
So wait,
why these niggas ain't get stripped, bro?
Hold on, I gave you an example. Just keep that in mind. And because Tank Davis wasn't named the mandatory, but Tank Davis wasn't the mandatory position. He never.
You're not making no sense, my nigga.
Just because you're high ranking.
What mandatory position is Tank need to be in if he's a WBA world champion, bro?
Right, you still request to become the mandatory. You're in a position to request to become mandatory. When Devin Haney was there,
no, that's not what the rules say, brother. You saying anything? Listen, the WBA super has 18 months.
Go to the rules and show me where it says it.
I put it in there for Hacker. Like I don't know if you can zoom in.
Hey,
because he's not making no sense.
You know what's so crazy about the WBA rules?
Let's read your rule.
What's so crazy about the WBA rules and how they write themselves is that it literally says that the WBA world is the official championship. So if you look at if you go to the WBA rules, the same thing that Boxing Hacker posted.
Hold on one second.
And you go to rule number C. Can you, brother, give me a chance? Okay. If you go to number C, rule number C, and under championships.
Yeah.
Hold on, I just rewinded it. Oh God dang it, I done messed it up. It was under C. Hold on, y'all. Okay, under C, belts, championships. One belt, it says the association shall adopt a world championship belt as a distinctive symbol for the championship in each recognized weight category. These belts shall be awarded to the champion recognized by the association. So right there, they're saying that the premier ultimate champion in their belt says wait, I'm not done. Chill. I didn't interrupt you.
No, 2 Cents looking for it.
I understand, but I'll help 2 Cents. Just chill. It's an under C. Right? It says that the WBA world is the distinctive symbol for the championship in each recognized weight category.
Okay.
Under super belts, it says similarly, the association will grant super belts to those champions that make 5 to 10 successful defenses of this title. Right? Yeah. So it's a extra accolade, it's an extra trinket to say, hey, you did some extra stuff, right? It's kind of like the franchise. Remember they said the franchise, like, oh, I'm gonna give you this extra trinket because not only have you been a championship, but you did this extra stuff. So it's not the premier distinctive championship that marks their belt. You did some extra stuff. You have to have 5 to 10 title defenses of the world belt.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So it's not in every division.
Okay.
It is not the distinctive characteristic or champion of their belt. It literally says it here.
Okay.
So, but meanwhile, however, just to tell you how, so you want to see what's fraudulent and what's not. Lomachenko at 135 for the WBA belt.
Super champion without doing that.
Super.
Yeah.
he was at 135. He fought one fight at 135. He fought a world championship one time against Linares and became the super. He did not have 5 to 10 title defenses. But Bob Arum did it. Why? Because he know who was on his heel. Well, that's just my speculation. At the end of the day, who moved up? So again, I already gave you a lay of the land. Lomachenko had already moved up. By the time he had already set for another fight, Tank moved up. We saw that audio of Tank saying, yeah, we can make this fight. That's cool. Tank finally moved up to 135. Loma already had 2 fights set ahead of him. He brought down Rigondeaux. He moved up, got them belts. And what did he do? He requested the super belt, although he had not met the requirement. So he asked for the super belt despite not having the requirement, so he wouldn't have to have a title defense. Why? Because they knew that Tank Davis was on his heels. Because had he not have done that, Davis would have been his mandatory. Because guess what ended up happening? Tank became number 1, Gambo became number 2. So then they had to fight for they made the world vacant again due to Bob Arum's request. So everybody bitched and moaned about WBC, although the fact that he had already satisfied the WBC by fighting Luke Campbell. So he wouldn't have had to fight Devin for another year. They kept saying, oh, he dug Devin. He would not have had to fight Devin for another year. So if people were real and really loved boxing, they'd have been crying about that situation. But of course, Tank fans ain't a bunch of whiners and crying about stuff.
Let me say this. Let me say this because I'm about to hop up off.
Based on WBA, the WBA world is their distinctive definition.
I was just about to say that, Drew. Okay, so let's clarify this since we got the rules up and we got it right here in black and white,
mind you, for the niggas in the chat.
So for all the WBC secondary and the older belt is the second to the newest belt and all that stuff y'all been saying, right there it lets you know which belt is their main primary focus and which one is the trinket for getting the 5 or 10 successful title defenses. So that's the difference between both of those belts. Also, Boxing Hacker, not only are you cooked about that belt thing you keep talking about, but Supreme has came up here and showed you that by the time this whole mandatory thing you was talking about, Lomachenko would have already lost the belt anyway.
Wait, hold on.
It would have had to have been 18 months. So I want to thank everybody.
You read that wrong, though. I hope y'all know that, right?
Are you gonna keep yelling over me?
My bad, but she read it wrongly as well. Number 1. So the association shall adopt a world championship belt, not the world championship belt. Okay, so it's not actually saying like a specific belt. It's saying a. But
right under that it specifies super belts.
But
so
you need to get a super belt.
Clearly, they're talking about 2 different things.
Loma didn't meet that specification for the super
Maybe
belt.
not.
So you have to get 5 to 10 title defenses. Boxing
and Loma didn't have 1 title defense
by way of status.
So maybe your whole super dreams is destroyed. You're destroyed.
Maybe the way God was fraudulent.
Cry in the rubble.
He was a WBA
Cry in the rubble.
And you say that, but you're reading things wrongly, and then you're misquoting.
Maybe you didn't got cooked 2 ways from Sunday.
I'm
about to have a good night.
Wrong about their rules.
I mean, she keeps saying the WBA. It never said anything, but it said adopt a world championship belt. It didn't say which one. WBA Super is also a world championship belt. What are you talking about?
Man, you heard Mr. Greg.
Shout out to Mr. Greg with the $5 that they see that we have at this point with the $5 in the super chat. He says 2 cents Jupe and Supreme have shown the rules, read the rules, and explained them. The end. Shout out to Boxing Hacker.
You misread that. I don't know why.
That's crazy. We can read the same thing and be like,
yeah, it's crazy that the rules is right there. Niggas think we wrong. So the WBA is wrong.
When you have A in a sentence and you say duh, so does is different than saying A, right?
Shout out to David with the $5 in the super chat. He says, cooked again. Cooked again. Shout out, David.
It didn't say which world championship belt. It said a world championship. It didn't say the world championship belt. And you try and make it seem like it said the world
Boxing Hacker, which belt you think they talking about, Boxing Hacker?
It said a, it could be any of them. It said a world championship belt. Let's clarify.
Man, this nigga finished, bro.
We're reading rules. We need to be specific, right?
Yeah, at this point, this is weekend at Bernie's right now.
Listen to it in English. If you translate it to 5 other languages,
this is weekends at Bernie's. You're a hacker, like you just a dead body talking at this point.
Yo,
You finish. It's over.
Do you see how they distinguish super belt right under it though, Boxing
Yes.
After?
And
So
who?
do you think
had
that
the
if they were
super belt?
referring to the super belt, they just would have put that at the where it said belts? They would have put
See,
the
that's
association
referring.
should adopt.
According
the
to Hacker, they
super-
talk about the interim title.
If we're talking about if we're reading rules, we're not trying to infer things, right? Well, let's not infer what they meant on top. Let's just
Well,
read
it says the super belt means you need to have 5 to 10 title
yeah.
defenses.
But at the end of the day, Lomachenko was recognized as a super belt. Whether it was
Did he have 5 or 10 title defenses?
Maybe it was fraudulent.
Nope.
Yeah,
Maybe
it was no,
fraudulent.
he did
And
not.
he
It was
still the
fraudulent,
super
just like that
champion.
franchise belt.
He
So
was
all that
still
crying
still
Haney
super.
fans did about the
He
WBC
was still super.
applies to
He's
the
still
WBA
super.
even more so.
He was still the
So
super
y'all did all
champion.
that crying and
He was still the super
protesting
champion.
and boo-hooing, and at the
It
end of
is
the
what it
day,
is.
it actually applies.
So I thought the point of the super champion was not to have mandatories.
No, that's something we made up.
It is. It's to not have. That's what
That's
Lennox
something
Lewis.
that we made up on
It
YouTube.
all
That's
happened
not
with Lennox
All
Lewis, and he
belts-
suggested it.
the only
But
belt-
boxing hack don't know that because he
The
wasn't
only
paying
belt that
attention to
doesn't
boxing
have a
then.
mandatory is the franchise. That's the only belt that doesn't have a mandatory.
So when
That's
is the
not a real
last
belt.
fight? So
Hacker,
when is
you
the
just be saying anything, bro. This
Boxing
is
Hacker,
crazy, bro.
You hold on, Boxing
I
Hacker.
read it
You
to you.
still haven't gave us an example of when the whatever you talking about called the
Yeah, yeah.
mandatory for the WBO
Josh
Super.
Taylor
Can you?
and Payo.
Big Supreme said that wasn't true.
That was true. Ask him again. Big
So
Supreme
what
is that-
happened? What's the story? What happened?
He got
So-
stripped. They didn't fight.
Yes, but they so
You know why? Because that belt, Josh Taylor used that to not fight Palo. That's the point, bro.
no,
He was willing to
didn't.
vacate that
He
belt,
was
bro. So what do you call
mandatory.
Josh Taylor?
Yeah, Payo wasn't mandatory. He had a WBA record.
Is Josh Taylor a duck for not fighting Palo?
Sure, but it doesn't change the fact that
Yes or
Payo
no? Yes
Sure,
or
but
no?
that's the argument. We're not. The argument
You
is
said
not
sure,
if-
right?
Yeah, it's the argument is not if Josh
He
Taylor was
said-
a
he
duck.
said yes.
The argument is do
Blue
WBA
Hustle, chill,
Super
bro.
have a mandatory. Payo
Damn,
was
nigga, what the
mandatory
fuck
to
I
the
gotta
WBA
chill for,
Super.
bro?
What
Supreme,
are
you
we
be,
talking about?
you're
And he had a
extremist,
title.
bro.
That's it.
Cut that shit short, bro.
You're cooked out here, guys. Like, what are you talking about? What are we talking about?
Nigga, I can't say shit. This
Josh
nigga
Taylor
on my
undisputed
head,
with
bro.
WBA Super.
It literally
Yeah, I'm on
says
your heels,
for
nigga.
super belt, you're supposed
Nigga,
to
I
have
know.
5
Get
to
off,
10
bro. Don't do
defenses.
that. Don't do that,
Remember how I
Supreme, because
told
I don't
y'all
want to
how
talk
title
trash.
defenses are important to
You talking
boxing
crazy
and
don't mean
the
shit to
Let's
me,
go to
bro.
mandatories.
Nigga, don't listen, Supreme. You gotta cut it out, bro.
I don't gotta cut shit out, nigga.
Nigga, you
I'm not
sensitive,
sensitive,
my
bro.
nigga. You sensitive. You are
How am I
sensitive, nigga.
sensitive,
I
bro?
can't say shit.
You having a
Nigga,
whole heart
rules
attack because I said chill, bro. All I said was chill, bro. I didn't call you out your name, brother. Like, why you getting so excited, bro?
I said one thing, and now you coming at me,
All
bro.
I said was
Come
chill,
on,
bro.
fam.
I wanted to hear Hacker
You don't
point,
have
and you
to
went on
say
a whole
nothing.
rant, bro.
Oh yeah. So
How you gonna
rant
tell
for
me I don't
what,
gotta say
nigga?
nothing, bro? You ranting right now, bro. All I said was chill.
Bro,
It's
I'm
not
on the
that
panel
serious,
too.
bro. I
can
said
talk.
chill so I can hear his point, bro. You going crazy for
Hey,
what?
Supreme, I'm on the panel too.
They're
All y'all
triggered
interject.
because
This
all
nigga's
of
crazy.
y'all-
All right,
Come
bro.
on, y'all relax.
All y'all
Relax, bro.
interject, bro. All y'all.
Yo, Hacker,
when
you
I
hear this nigga,
interject,
bro?
It's like
I
all
don't know
this.
what's going on,
When I
brother.
interject, it's a
I
problem.
don't know what's going on
You
either, bro.
always say
Yeah, I
something.
don't get it.
All right,
I
so
don't
where
know
do
what's
I
going
find
on.
out the information about the mandatory? Listen, I don't
Man,
care
now
about
you
none of
playing
this shit.
victim,
All I'm
bro.
gonna say is
I
this:
don't care
to
about
be
none
a
of
But
this.
I'm not playing
supposed to
victim,
have
bro.
5
Like, what are you
to 10
talking
You
about,
are,
bro? You want
bro.
me to? You want to go back and forth, my nigga? Like, all I
Oh,
said
y'all
was chill,
relax.
bro.
Yeah,
That's
Come on,
it.
bro.
fuck the back and forth, my
Fuck wrong
nigga.
with this nigga,
Sometimes
bro?
just keep your mouth
Yo, listen,
closed,
do me a
bro. You don't
favor,
have to
Blue Hustle man.
keep
From
your
now
teeth.
on, just don't talk to
Keep
me,
your
bro.
shit.
Don't say nothing else to me,
Oh, it's
bro.
all
All right.
good.
That's
We can
it.
do that.
Don't say
Nigga,
nothing.
don't talk to me either.
Don't say
Don't talk
nothing,
to
bro.
me either, nigga.
All
Don't say
right. Stop
nothing either.
talking, nigga. Whatever. All right,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. 2
Thank
cents.
you. Thank you.
That was very left. I don't know what happened.
Fuck,
I don't know what's
man.
This
going
nigga's a
on.
weirdo, bro. This nigga mad weird.
Nigga, you're a fucking weirdo, nigga. I can't say
You a
shit without
weirdo,
you
bro.
saying,
You was a
nigga.
40-year-old. Listen, bro, whatever, bro.
Nigga,
Like, just don't talk
my
to me no more.
nigga,
You got it.
my
You got
nigga, you're
it. You
real
got it.
feminine, my nigga. You're real
You got
feminine.
it, bro. You got it. I know. You got it.
Have most of these taking me extra wild.
I don't know what happened, but it's okay. say. All I
That'd
want
be
to
all
say
right,
is
guys.
that
That
according to
ain't that
WA
serious.
Super, you're supposed to have 5 to 10 title defenses. Remember how I
Yeah.
talked about to y'all about how title defenses were the premier accolade and all like all this
Right,
jumping around
right,
weight. Remember I
Yeah.
talked about that to you too, sis?
right.
I mean,
Because that is harder to do. It's a reason, like it's much easier to say, oh, I want all these divisions than it is to say title defenses. That again, the harder road is less travel, right? Everyone's jumping up and down. You can squeeze down. Everyone does that. Everybody can be like, you want to look for the stat that's harder to do. And so at the end of the day,
So
that's
Juke,
why
is
they
that a
rewarded the
weight
super
bully?
champion. At the time, the super champion was supposed to have 5 to 10 title defenses. But you see how they waive that. But then they keep saying, oh, Tank was a world champion, not a real champion, when in reality, Loma didn't do anything to become a super champion except for ask for it. And
All right,
now
let me
they're rewarding it and act like it's something such above when Loma didn't even have the accolades that they claim it
even
was.
have it. Yeah, that's what I'm
He did
saying.
nothing to it. He literally skipped. He did not have it.
He was the
He
world
did
champion.
nothing.
Guys.
And that's what's crazy about this super belt. And that's why when people claim they love the belts and want the old school, that's why I hate when they claim that they're hardcore fans. They're not hardcore fans. Hardcore fans would not be championing the supers and saying the world is trash. A hardcore fan will understand the history and legacy of everything and talk about it. These dudes ain't hardcore fans, they just chronically online.
All right, let me say this. Boxing Hacker, you always coming up with your proof, but then when you read it, it's never stating what you're saying, and it's up to your interpretation. Like you always doing that. Show me where it says in the book, word for word. It's always you read something, then you got to interpret it to make it make sense to what you're saying.
I just
no,
what it means in English.
No, you're not doing that. That's what I'm saying. Your comprehension skills is crazy. That's not what you're doing. You're reading something and then you're telling us it means something different when everybody else reads it also. That's what you're doing.
So here's the thing. I just want to respond to one thing. Hey, G, when it comes to legitimacy, whether Lomachenko should have been the WBA super or not, yeah, maybe it was corrupt. I mean, Lomachenko's career I thought was corrupt.
But you're making it seem like he was better because he was the super. He had the super title. So y'all been running around making it seem like he was the greatest because he had the super title.
We're talking about a path for Tank to fight Lomachenko. At one time, Lomachenko was WBA super champion. Whether it was legitimate, the way he got legitimate or not, he was super. And Tank Davis was WBA regular, and they could have fought. At one time, they could have fought 130 as well.
You just heard Lomachenko saying he didn't want to fight him, Boxing Hacker. You just heard him saying it out his mouth.
So Tank could request to become his mandatory. At one particular time, that was possible. Just to clarify, it was possible. At the same thing, Tank could request to become Devin's mandatory. When Devin became undisputed and had that 3-fight deal, Tank could actually request to become his mandatory then. And Devin had 3 fights.
Why Tank got to do something to fight these niggas? I don't understand.
If you want the title, why not?
What rule does it say that the world can request to become a mandatory? Could you show me the rule in that WBA?
I literally just read it.
What rule? I'm sorry.
I'm not reading it again. I literally just read it.
Did he read it too?
Tank is the highest person.
I'm sorry. Did he read that rule?
Highest ranked fighter in their division as a WBA regular champion.
I'm sorry, 2 cents. Did he read that rule?
I don't know. What rule was it, Boxing Hacker? Because it's not the one we was just reading, right?
No, the other one we're just reading.
This one right here. The association shall adopt a world championship belt as a distinctive symbol for the champ. Hold on. Let's read this. The association shall adopt a world championship belt as a distinctive symbol for the champion in each recognized weight category. These belts shall be awarded to the champion recognized by the association. So the champion recognized by the association is going to get their world championship belt. Right. And then they go to point number 2, a super belt. And then it says similarly, which means it's similar to the belt that they were talking about in number 1, not the same thing. The association will grant super belts to those champions that make 5 or 10 successful defenses of his title. So there's a distinct. Box Hacker, you're not even reading this. It's a distinction right there between the two
only
belts.
Become a super if you made those title defenses, but yet Loma became a super champion by fighting a world champion and not meeting that criteria. So it's basically the same thing as the franchise, which is a trinket and trash, which is what I've been saying to y'all for years. Thank you.
So we're talking about the legitimacy of the titles, right? I agree.
But that's what y'all. I thought you loved the belts.
We're talking about the legitimacy.
No. We're not talking about the Boxing Hacker. We're not talking about the legitimacy of the title. What we're talking about is that this clearly states that the WBO belt is the belt that they recognize for their champions in the division. And similarly, they give out a super belt when people are able to make those 5 to 10 title defenses. Yeah. So all this time you've been running around saying the super belt is better than the regular belt. Yes. It's not, because they're literally telling you that the belt that's not the super. I mean, I guess quote unquote is higher because you got more defenses. but it's not a second. It doesn't make the original belt a quote unquote
Of course it
secondary
does.
belt. That's
Right,
not
because you
true.
only
Hey,
supposed to get the
Of
y'all.
super
course
Hold
it
on, hold
belt
on,
does.
y'all.
What
Hold
are you
on,
if
hold
you
on,
talking
have
y'all.
about?
5 or 10
Hey,
Oh my
defenses.
goodness.
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Somebody fell asleep.
Of course it does.
No. Listen, somebody fell asleep on the panel.
Jew, Blue Hustle Man. No, everybody's awake because everybody was still talking, including you.
No, somebody was just nothing. They just heavy breathing. I
There's
thought
only
it
5
sounded
of
like
us here.
somebody
Jew was
fell asleep.
talking.
That's all it is.
Big Supreme's talking. 2 Cents is talking. I'm talking. You're talking.
No, bro, nobody was just talking right. You know it is what it is.
Yeah, you're tripping, brother. Anyway,
Nah, I
look.
ain't tripping.
Look,
You can play
so
it back and hear somebody.
here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
2
As
cents.
far as hierarchy, right? The super title is still higher than the WBA world title. Nothing here says that the WBA world title is higher than the super title.
And nothing here says
No,
that
it
the
doesn't.
super
It doesn't say
title is
it's
higher than
higher.
the
It
regular
says
title either.
the WBA world is a distinctive championship. And you know what's so crazy about the super belt
What's the
criteria,
super
2 Cent? Guess who does meet that criteria?
Who?
Let's take a wild guess who the only person we know the person we know recently with the super belt who actually meets that criteria.
It's Tank, right? That's what you want to say?
Yeah.
Of course. And guess what happened? Do you know what happened?
Yeah. So at the end of the day,
Wait,
it
do you know
has
what happened?
so that tells me that the super belt is
Hold on.
that kind of invalidates its purpose.
Hold on. Do
Because
you know
the
what
person
happened?
that didn't meet it got it, and the person who does meet it don't have it.
No.
So that
Tank
tells you
Davis,
that it's invalid.
Tank Davis turned down the super belt. Do you know that?
Right, that's fine. But guess what? But Loma
He was given the super belt.
never
He
had
turned
5
it down.
title defenses.
Hold on.
Loma never has 5 title
You're talking about
defenses.
the legitimacy of
Loma
Lomachenko.
never had
Fine, but he was still
5
the super
title
champion.
defenses.
He was
Loma
still
and Devin
he
Haney
was
did
still the
nothing to
super
become
champion.
WBA super belts. It's a fraudulent belt, so their undisputed reign is under question. And we would have never done that had y'all shut up, but y'all kept picking
What
at
you're
it.
saying
So
is
now we
not
can
true,
pick
man.
and choose, and now we can question both of their
Hold on,
undisputed
can I speak?
reigns. Now
All right,
their
y'all. I'm about to hop
undisputed
off here.
is disputed. Thanks to y'all.
I'm about to hop off here. Thank you, Terence.
Y'all ruined their undisputed reign. Now
Thank
it's
you,
not
Boxing
undisputed
Hacker. Thank
anymore.
you, Blue Hustle Man. Thank you, Juke. Thank you, Big Supreme. Shout out to everybody that came up here today. Appreciate it. Shout out to everybody that joined me today. Y'all be sure to join me again. Hey, make sure you got your notification bells on. Make sure you punch that subscribe button. I'll be doing some pop-up lives throughout the week. Listen, if you don't want your hosts all in the videos, cussing you out, kicking you out the panel, timing you out the chat, make sure you come on over to 2 Cents Boxing. We talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Well,